All right, y'all, today is a special day. We are kicking off a new game jam, the game-like jam. It's kind of like a game jam, but likeer. Okay, so what does that mean? So think about it, okay? Roguelike, Souls-like, Frogger-like. All right, maybe not the most popular genre ever, but it's ours. The reason why I started this challenge is because I think making a game with known scope is so important and so nice because you don't have to necessarily you don't have to worry about coming up with too many things. You can't overscope if you know what the scope is. Now, obviously, you can add more stuff to it and blow it up. But I'm gonna. So what? Here's here. I'm gonna try to model. I'm gonna try to model a way to do this. I am not going to be joining the jam technically because this is actually a ranked jam. Yeah, we getting fancy on this one. So we got judging criteria and everything. So I'm not gonna submit my entry technically because I'm doing the live stream and that's just gonna bring more attention to my entry, and that just feels weird. So I'm not going to actually submit mine, but I am gonna live stream working on an entry because I just want to do this. So, you know, there's judging criteria, which is important, but I'm going to try to model a way to make this game without blowing up the scope. I have a month. This is a month-long jam, and it is about planning out what are the mechanics in the game already, and how can I make that happen and finish it within a month's time. That's a lot of time, kinda. So we'll see how that goes. I'm going to do this stream every Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, give or take a few minutes, and I hope you'll come and join me. There should be a link in the chat at some point. Not sure when the bot will enter, but there's links in the description box and things like that if you would like to. Oh, Crossy Road is a good example of a Frogger-like. Dark Rosen, I hadn't thought about that. That makes so much sense. It's literally called Crossy Road. That's great. So look at other Frogger-likes and see, yeah, see, it's not a lot of time. See what they're like. It's not a lot of time, but I think it's gonna be enough time, and I'm really, really, really excited. It did just start. Welcome, Freeze. Who else we got in the house? We got Timeless. Good to see you. Raphael is not gonna participate. You have time only on weekends, and you couldn't play the Frogger. Okay, yeah. So I mean, look, it's a whole month, so you might be surprised where you get little time here and there, but don't worry about it. That's okay. So yeah, so there's also a link here if you want to pop open that. That might work better. And then, as well, you can find other versions online. I won't show you how to find them, but you can find other versions of the game online as well. So let's even just take a dip into Frogger, because today what I'm going to do is I'm going to start my jam entry, if you will. Because I really want to just, for me, I want to imitate a bunch of, simple, old games. Not necessarily old, they can be new. We were talking about Hungry Night the other day, the game that preceded Hollow Knight, and I was like, this is perfect, right? And it's a more contemporary game. So there's definitely modern ones, but I want to push myself out of the comfort zone of the games I normally make. What are the criteria? Mindstorm, the criteria are, there's a few. Most like the original. How much does the game feel like the original? Game completeness. Is it lacking clarity or features that would make it feel whole? Improves on the original. Did it improve on the original mechanics or otherwise? Artistry, attractiveness, how fitting is the art with the overall game? Is it consistent throughout? And then sound design, very similar. Is it fitting? Is it put together well? Is it satisfying? And stuff like that. So those are the criteria. And you guys will be the ones who vote on it. You have to participate in the jam in order to vote. So keep that in mind. And then I'm going to play everyone's entries at the end of it all. All right, so let's play a little Frogger. I want to play a little Frogger. So the way I'm going to structure this today, at least, is I'm going to play Frogger, and I'm going to take note of everything that is in it, so I can more easily do it in a game design format. So let's add some credits. It's a little weird. It's a bit of a strange control scheme. So it's got 5 and 6 on the number keys. So if I open up my keyboard here, you can see that I'm pressing 5 and 6, and the credits are going up. New series hype! So that's how you have to start the game. So you might, if that's another thing you might run into, Raphael, if you couldn't figure out how to play it. I made sure I put the controls on the Jam page, so you can find that. But pressing 5 or 6 will make the credits go up, and then and only then can you actually play the game. So then you'll press the start button, which in this case is the 1 key, and then the game will start. It's very stretched out, but that's okay. I think that's fine. This is gigantic. Does it need to be that gigantic? Me thinks it doesn't. I'm gonna make this full screen. Whoa, that didn't make anything full screen. Okay, let's see if I can. Okay, all right, you know what? I'll just press it up here. That's fine. No worries. Okay, so let's look at, this is a pretty good look at it. Make it only playable with an Atari controller. Nice. All right, let's get some sounds, right? Because we want to study the sounds and think about imitating them. Now, of course, we don't want to be plagiarizing. That is an important consideration. Guys, please don't plagiarize. That is to say, do not call your game Frogger. All right, you are not making Frogger, you're making something else. I love Crossy Road. That's a great name. Obviously, don't copy Crossy Road either. But you have to make it somewhat original because we don't want to be in trouble for plagiarizing. All right. Okay, here we go. We're going to play this for real. So what I want to do is I want to start taking note of every mechanic. We got sound every time we move, which I kind of find a little annoying. So I might want to, you know, if I was thinking of ways I might improve on this, I think I would definitely make the sound not so annoying. Oh, nice. So we're starting to see some mechanics here, right? We're starting to see some mechanics here. Yeah, Froggy Road might not be... I mean, you know, use your own judgment. Like, I don't know. It's... Here's the big question to ask yourself, all right? Would somebody who was looking for Crossy Road relevant material, who was looking for Frogger relevant material, would they be confused that your game was connected to the original? Oops. I'm doing quite badly. That's kind of the thing to ask yourself. All right. So immediately, obviously, we have the constant movement of things that you have to, like, also jump on top of. We have a timer. This is an interesting mechanic to me. I do want to include all of it. To me, I'm going to try to make it as similar as possible, but I'm going to make it look different. That's kind of my ambition. Like, I don't know that I want to innovate too much on it. You guys, for your entries, you should try to innovate on it if you want. Oh, but I'm not expecting you to necessarily. I came with the release lady to mix Frogger and Space Invaders. Nice, nice. It sounds awesome. Welcome, Luke. Good to see you. Welcome back. Yeah. I don't know. That might be a little out there for this, but we'll see. Who knows? You gotta try it. You gotta iterate. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have... I have this Millinote file up, and it is actually a default one, like a template. So it's something about buying headphones, designing headphones, I don't know. But I'm gonna use this mind map template to plan out my Frogger like. So let's say that these like main sections out here will be like the primary sort of mechanics. So we've got moving. So there's a couple different kinds of moving obstacles, right? How does one make a Frogger puzzle game or rhythm game? I don't know. How does one? How does one? How do we make sure it's always playable in browser? That's a good question. So, it depends on your game engine, right? So if you're using Godot, for example, which is what I'm going to be using to make my entry, is Godot. Godot has this export button. If you hit project and go to export, and there's these presets, and you add a web preset in this case. Sometimes you'll have to download some files to make that work. And then once you have your game, you'll export it, and you'll want to make sure that's called index.html. This is true pretty much whatever engine you're using, actually. You're going to want to make sure it goes into an index.html file, and there will be other files associated with it as well. You're going to take those files that are also including the index.html, and you're going to put them in a zip file, right? You're going to compress them, okay? And then you're going to take that zip file and you're going to upload it to HIO. So upload a new project. You might want to just press the submit button as well. Obviously, you'll give it a title. And then when you come to upload files here, you'll just go find that zip file. You'll click it and you'll add it in. And make sure there's an index.html in there. And then the other thing you're going to want to do is on kind of project, set it to HTML. Okay, you might also want to click on, there's like going to be an option that says playable in browser. You might want to click on that. It's full screen, stuff like that. So that's how you do it. There's different ways, right? Some people use Unity. It should be pretty simple. WebGL, you can do a quick search. I would say use search engines. You'll find a way. And it depends. Now, if you're using like Scratch, right? I think Turbo Warp is a good one people tend to use for that. So yeah, and then you can set up your itch page before you submit it, right? You don't have to submit it. So you can set up this whole itch page and check it out and just see what it looks like and try to get it to be playable in the browser ahead of time. So I recommend that. Yeah, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. I'm glad I could help. All right, so I'm going to try to map out all these mechanics here. I like having a plan. It's like my little game dev document, game design document, if you will. I think they're useful. For me, it just helps me like sketch out where I'm going to go and the things I want to include. But, you don't have to like it. You might want to consider liking this live stream, though. Like, of things to like, this live stream might be one of them. You might be just sitting there watching, and that's cool. Or maybe you went and walked off and did something else. That's cool, too. But whenever you get the chance, I'd really appreciate it if you hyper smashed that thumbs up button. Let's get those likes up, y'all. I appreciate it. We got 19 people hanging out and 15 likes. That's actually pretty good. I love to see it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. But we can get it up to 19 since you are here. 4 of you are holding out. I see you. All right. So we're going to say moving object. But it's different because there's moving platforms and then there's like moving obstacles, right? But there's also stationary obstacles. So I'm going to, it's tough. To me, because there's like in terms of designing it, like I want to think about what's gonna spawn and what's gonna come out and get me, or not get me, but just be in there, get spawned. What's gonna move, right? So the obstacles that you run into spawn and move. The obstacles that you jump on spawn and move. But also things that you that don't move can kill you, right? Like this wall out here, the side of the level will kill you. Time will kill you. So in terms of grouping it out, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I would like to kind of consolidate it in a nice way. Moving platforms, moving obstacles. So then they'd be like, let's just say obstacles. I guess what I'd want to say is like spawning. Okay, here's something I'm going to do. I'm going to not use this template. This template can just get out of my face for a second. I don't know. This template is like I don't really like it. I think my brain needs to start from scratch. Am I alone in that? I think I might be not alone in that. All right, we're going to start a mind map. Moving platforms branches off in a charging port. What? Oh. I know. Okay. So we're going to try to do, a blank one. That's interesting. It's not that different though, is it? It's kind of the same thing. I didn't feel like that was any better at all. It's just kind of like defining the way I should think about it. And I don't like that. Stop it. Stop it. Can you tell I don't use Millinote much, but I really want to. Why not Excalidraw? That's a good question because I want to try this more. That's just me. Usually download and get all your assets before you get developing and a sketch of the game and what to do and where to do it. Really? Okay, so we're going to say spawns that move, right? This is the way I'm going to think about it. And then let's drag off another one. And how do you do that? How do you drag this off? Okay, nice. Spawns that don't move, right? So what are those? Okay, that didn't connect. There we go. So these include so let's go back to the game. If you look up, you can't see because chat's in the way. If you look up here, once in a while, a fly is going to appear, right? Right there. But there's a couple different movement types, right? So you see this little guy on here? There's like another frog that spawns on this log. There's a lot of stuff to think about. There's a lot of stuff to think about here. So we've got the moving spawns, and then there's the station. See that one? It just pops up, it disappears, and it moves to these different spots. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna catalog all of these things, and then I want to make sure I one by one implement them all and figure out how to make sure they're all connected. So once in a while, a frog is gonna appear on this row of logs, and what happens is if you like collide with that other frog, you will get bonus points. So there it is right there. I think I'm about to run out of time, so it's gonna reset it. I should probably just play. And I died. Okay, let's be careful. Very careful in traffic, please. I'm excited to figure out like what assets I want to use, because that's the other thing. Like I'm curious what you guys are gonna do. Here's the thing you guys can use this live stream devlog for. By the way, I'm gonna do this every Wednesday. Share your progress. There is a Discord channel, there's the frog, where you can make a post and share what you're up to. I'd love to see like what ideas you guys are coming up with and things like that. Okay, so right here, if I combine with that frog, I actually get bonus points if I make it into one of those sections. So that's a different kind of thing. So spawns that don't, so we need to say something other than move. I'm gonna say scroll. Spawns that scroll, spawns that don't scroll, right? And then of spawns that don't scroll, there is the fly in, what do we call it? In caves. Fly in the cave. We'll say bonus in the caves, because I kind of want it to be, I want to already start thinking about something different than the way Frogger is structured. Okay, so bonus in the caves. And then there's, hey, what's up, Henry? And then there's also the frog, or we'll say multiplier on a platform. Right, so this actually does move. Moves around. This one spawns at different places. I'm gonna say moves around, spawns on a random platform of a certain row. And I might change that, you know, I might say, oh, actually I'd like this to spawn in more places or something, you know, I'm not sure. But I want to get like the basics down. Okay, so spawns that scroll, of course, we have, well, there's kind of some different ones, right? Like there is the slow cars. I mean, I'm not sure, is there really like a difference between this row and that row? I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows of spawned things that you can't jump on. So that's probably a better way to differentiate it. So we're gonna say platforms versus something else. You're gonna use a different game engine? Nice. You've been using Godot. I think you used Scratch once, maybe, for our, we do another game jam too every Friday. It's a 1-hour game jam. It's ridiculous. It's not like this. It's a lot more pressure, but it's a lot of fun. And so I'm familiar with some of Mindswep's work. Let's see. I think this is a good opportunity to try a new engine, right? If you wanted to. We're gonna say obstacles. So those are the two different things that scroll that can spawn. Now there's different kinds of obstacles. In level 2, an alligator will actually come up. And so that's a bit of a different one. You're gonna try coding on the Super Nintendo? What does that mean? You mean like making, oh, you mean like that video Games from Scratch put out about the ROM, where you can make like Super Nintendo ROMs? That's pretty awesome. Spawns that scroll, obstacles, platforms. Okay, so where are we at? We have Frogger-like, spawns that scroll, spawns that don't scroll. Okay, this is good. Let's see if I can organize this just a touch. Just a touch. Yes, so that's the other thing. Your entries must be embeddable in the browser. Absolutely, in Bowser. You must be able to put your entries inside of Bowser. So let's get that a little neater. So there's obstacles, and then of those obstacles, well, I guess the other thing to think about is like the rows, like the construction of the level. So I'm just gonna count out the number of rows. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 rows. And then how is that divided up exactly? Oh, I closed it. Okay, that's fine. 1 hour game jams are not canceled. Absolutely not. Heck no, they're not canceled. I would never. I would never. Okay, I accidentally closed it. We have to pull it back up. No, they're both, it's simultaneous. We're doing it all at the same time. Cause I love having that extra pressure to make games, you know? Like, that's just me. I want to have that pressure to keep making games. I love making games. I never want to stop. Only 12 games, actually 6. We're doing them every other month, and that is all outlined here on the Jam page. Every other month. So actually even less than that, Cheetos. Only 6. Okay. So let's get this going. Is there a pause button? Yeah, P for pause. Oh, I should have put that in the controls. Anyway, it's fine. Love it. Love it. You just finished a winter jam. You're just jamming on jamming on jamming. Take care of your mind. Sweep your mind? Okay. So there's 12. Actually, there's 13, right? Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. I think I want to kind of draw this out like those rows. So I'm actually going to make this a bit separate than all of this. Peanut butter and jam, delicious. Let's actually just do let's just draw it out here. I'm just gonna drag this down, Millinote. Are you cool with that? Yeah. And we're just gonna make these rows right here. I'm gonna kind of sketch it out. Why not? Why not? So we're gonna say row 1, row 2. All right. I think they kind of snap a little bit. 3, I don't think we need to put the word row on here. Let's just number them like that. A spreadsheet would be ideal for this, actually. Do you have a spreadsheet? You have a table. Give me a table. That's what we're gonna do. We're doing a table, baby. Okay, so let's add... If it doesn't, there we go. Alt arrow down. I like learning this new tool. I think this is a good one. I would use Excalibur, but I just think this is going to be more flexible. And I'm really liking it so far. Okay, there we go. So that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, good, good, good. Beautiful. So on this row, I guess I don't really need all these columns, but it's kind of useful. So we're going to say this is a safe row, right? And then there's an obstacle row. An obstacle row, obstacle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 obstacle rows. Okay. You know, and you know, I'm not doing the code, I'm not making the art. For me personally, and your process might look very different, but for me, I want to know exactly what I'm making when I'm making a game. Okay, 7 is a safe, and then... This one is, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one is an obstacle row, but it has the option of being a points as well. So this isn't obstacle. Wait, this is platform row. That's very different. Now, some of them, Happy New Year, Stoner Jesus. Some of them might have a little bit of both, right? Especially as we get into the further levels. So that's kind of something to think about. I might want to... We could even do on a per level basis. Something that I'm meaning to look up is Frogger all levels. Like, what even are all the levels in Frogger? Like, actually. Does it just keep, scaling up? 38 levels? 33 being single player? 1997. Okay, what about Atari? Like, the original Atari version. Are we required to share a process in the Discord? Absolutely not. Not at all. The rules... should contain everything you need to know on the Jam page itself. So these are the only things you have to worry about. Yeah. Welcome, IE. Good to see you. I wonder if anyone is going to make a Frogger game about a chicken that has to cross the road. I hope so. I hope so. The original game just loops the level but faster. Not true. Well, wait. Maybe true. So when you say the original, do you mean even more original than this? So I chose this one as the one to emulate because I felt that it was, I don't know, I just liked it the most. I thought it looked nicer. I thought it was easier to understand the mechanics. So like maybe an older version did that. The one that is there. So it doesn't just loop it, but faster. All right, I gotta get to level 2 to prove you wrong. But there's actually an alligator that spawns. Also, those race cars on that row that I was just on. By the end of this, I'm gonna know exactly. I hear you, Dungeon, but you're wrong. I've been playing this so much. I'm playing the crap out of this game. And I still suck at it, because it's actually a very hard game. But yeah, so this row, by the end of it, I'll know exactly what the number is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Row 5. It actually, that row sometimes gets faster when you're on level 2, but not always does it get faster when you're on level 2. And then there's an alligator that spawns up here in the 12th row. So obviously I'm doing horribly, but it definitely doesn't just get faster. It does a little more than that, believe it or not. It's probably like when you finish the game, randomly generates new levels. That's kind of what I want to look up, because I'm not entirely sure. And look, you guys, you know, it was once considered the copycat jam, but it is no longer the copycat jam, it is a game-like jam. So technically, you don't have to make exactly the way the levels are set up in your own version. You can come up with your own, you know, twist on that. And it just kind of comes down to the judges, like, if they think that it's complete. Different layouts. Oh, yeah. I mean, no, it's not like a different layout, but it in a way, I mean, that's kind of what I think what's interesting about it, is it manages to be so simple, and yet it changes just a few, it rearranges a few things, and that makes it feel like a different level. It uses the components that it already has well, I think. Okay, we're gonna beat it this time. I mean, I'm on my last life. I just got hit by a truck! Oh man, alright, one more try. But I promise that it does change. Welcome, Neil, good to see you. This is gonna be a fun one, because we're gonna play a little bit, so we might as well have some fun. Link in the description to the Jam page, which has a link to this, if you guys want to play it, study it, learn up on it. Ooh, okay, give me that fly, dang it! What is a game like Jam? So, you're familiar with roguelikes, with Souls-likes? This Jam challenges you to make, insert game here, like. And this month, it is a Frogger-like. Okay, alright, there we go. This is the run, guys. This is the run. I got 2 frogs left, and only 2 slots left to fill. Now, I find that the hardest one in this game to fill is the one all the way on the left. That one is tough. I guess because those logs are moving the opposite way, right? A whole month to make some Frogger-like monstrosity? Yes, please. Yes, link is in the description box. It's gonna be a ranked jam as well. I am not submitting my entry, just for the sake of, like, fairness, since I'm gonna be streaming work on it and stuff. You know, mine's just gonna get more familiarity, and so, I don't know. It just feels like okay, I'm gonna die. It just feels like unethical or something to, like, join in your own rank jam. Okay, so here you actually can see that these are getting faster now. So okay, guys, I don't understand why sometimes these race cars get so fast. What? I thought that was only on level 2. What is that? But I will say, sometimes on level 2, they don't go super fast. But I will also say that on level 2, when I've seen them go fast, there's usually 2 of them there. No! Okay, maybe this isn't the run. Guys, these games are hard, all right? These games are not easy. Okay, and there's a reason for that. So this isn't the platform. The last row, Oh, that's the last row. Okay. So you don't have to highlight it like this. Whatever, it can be highlight. It's fine. Let it be highlight. So this isn't really safe. This one is like the scoring section or the end finish lines, we'll say. This one is a platform as well. So we've got safe, obstacle, 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 5 of those, and then 5 platforms. So that's each of them. Now, these are like the cars that are moving. On this platform, we have something special, which is that a frog... I think I want to make mine easier. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It can't beat the game in the rental period. So, like, I kind of think of it like they want you to put more quarters in there. They want you to keep buying credits and buying credits and buying more credits. Yeah, to make money. Right, the rental period. When you say rental period, you mean like when you put the quarter in. Yeah. Exactly. So like, you know, that's not a requirement for you guys to like make it be arcade friendly. You can do that, but I think I'm going to try to make it a little more accessible, because that would just be more fun to me. So what's next? This one has, we're going to say not frog, but multiplier. I'm going to call it an occasional multiplier. That's what that's going to be. You can stretch that out. That's not what that does. Maybe down here. Okay, it just added more. Well, that's just going to have to be fine. You have an idea, but it'll be a secret? Exciting! Actually, on this one, we have occasional... like vanishing, right? So sometimes the platforms on there disappear. That's an extra thing on that one. I feel like I should actually add like an extra row, right? I feel like I should add an extra row. And then we should say type up here. Number 001. It's the first one of potentially hundreds. That's going to take a long time. To get to 100, that would take many years. Wonder if I can learn Blender in the time frame and use Frogger 3D as my reference. Yeah, absolutely. So that I considered putting that up as, so there is a good one, Internet Archive. Actually, hold on, I think I actually have it somewhere. I was going to put that up as a reference, but I didn't want to kind of like overwhelm or whatever. So I'm doing my Jam Devlog for the Game Like Jam, which is happening today, starting today. It's the first day. It's the first day that Frogger is being worked on by you, me, and a bunch of other people. So this is the link. It should be in the chat or the description. And let's see. Yeah. So learn about it. Check it out. It's what we're doing. And I'm working on my game. So I'm going to do all these devlogs. Here they are, right here. That's the full bunch of devlogs. The last one will be a playthrough of everything. And I'm not going to submit my entry because this is a ranked jam. And I don't particularly want to be being shady. And like, I don't know, trying to get an advantage on my own jam. But I am going to work on my own entry. So that's what I'm doing today. All right, so this is, I don't know if this is the one that you were talking about, Fatal Sparrow, but I thought about adding this one in. Puppet people, love to hear it. This is the one that it's going to take a while to download. This is one I thought about adding, but it takes a while to download. It's only like level 1. That's really the classic version. I didn't want to add like confusion or anything, but this is also a really cool thing. So I'm going to leave this up. I'll let that load, and we can come back to it in a second. For now, let me keep planning things out here. So that's the type. This is scoring or finish lines, we're going to call it. 160, yeah, so it's yeah, we're not gonna get that high, but who knows, maybe we go to every month someday. That would still probably take a long time. All right, so this is type. We're gonna say like modifier or something, and then I guess we could just say like attributes, something like that, right? You know, I don't have to fill all this out right now, but we can. So what is, I mean, this one, let's see. pause it. That one has just like a steady flow. So if we kind of line these up, you can see like this gets a little smaller. This one looks like it's about the same distance apart. So I think these are just like offset, these first 3 obstacle rows. It's just like offset same size obstacles, more or less. Like you can see there's 3 in a row here, but here there's a gap. There's 3 in a row. This one has certainly less frequent. This has a longer obstacle, right? So like, how do I want to play with that? Like, I don't know, but I know I want to start from what this is. So we're going to say on these first 3 rows, small sized, even spaced. All right, we're going to copy that to this one and this one. And this one seems small sized, random-ish spaced. Might not be true. We'll adjust it as we experiment. We're going to say small sized, less frequent. We're going to say sometimes extremely fast. On this one, this is large sized. We're going to say evenly spaced, but it's probably not evenly. I feel like none of them are quite evenly spaced. I think they all have a little randomness to it, would be my guess. But let's see. Okay, so there's 3 there. I almost need like a modded version of this so I can like study it more easily. Oh, there's a gap, so it's not so even. But to me, you know, what I want to get out of this jam personally is like, just like learning to make a game that I wouldn't have come up with on my own. Learning to get in the mind space of what the people who made these games originally were thinking. And seeing what it's like to try to solve those same problems and make it be that certain way. So like right now I'm seeing 3 in a row, a gap, and then 3 in a row again. Is that what I'm seeing? Which is interesting, right? Like, you know, you might think, oh, it's completely randomized. I don't think it is completely randomized. I think it's just 3 in a row, a gap, and then 3 in a row. It's kind of interesting to study that. And it looks like the same for this one as well. I just, you know, I kind of want to... And then, okay, so the other thing is, they're starting at different times, too, right? Like, even though the top, this 4th row and the 2nd row have the same size and the same frequency, they're staggered from each other. Okay. Now, I haven't been paying attention. Is this row 1, row 2, 3, 4, 5, is row 6 also 3 in a gap? I'm not sure. We just gamed overed. This is it. This is the grind. Will I be doing 2D or 3D? I don't know. I think I want to do 3D because I just like doing 3D. I think I just want to... I mean, it might be a good time for me to learn 2D. I've never really done 2D in Godot, so it might be a chance to do it. But like, I like doing 3D. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me put a poll in the chat. Let me see what you guys think. I'm not necessarily gonna do what the poll says, but I don't know. I just don't know. Like, again, 3D is something that I normally do. Oh, the game loaded. Should I do 3D or 2D, Frogger? I just don't know. For me, it's easier. So there's the other, that's the other one finally loaded. Oh my gosh, it's so epic. Stop it. Stop being so epic. Freaking relax. All right, we got a lot going on here, guys. All right, so this is like a 3D Frogger example. I'm gonna mute it. This music concerns me. Okay. Oh, I gotta remember the controls. Oh, yeah, look at that. Give me the controls, feed it to me! Okay. Arrow keys. And then 1 is start. Should be about all we need to know, really. Okay. no memory card. Sorry, I don't have a memory card, unfortunately. All right. So I think this is like the classic Frogger here. Poll is missing a make what you want. Well, that's implied. All right, so here is a 3D example. This is on the PlayStation 1 in 1997. 1997 is this. So, you know, you can see it's actually at like a slight angle. Oh God, this one's so much harder. What? Jesus. It's tied. Well, we'll have to see. Didn't buy the PlayStation to PC memory card. I know. I know. I didn't say I was necessarily gonna obey it, but that's actually really interesting that it's tied. I mean, it just goes to show you it's kind of arbitrary which one I pick, right? Like, whatever, just do it. Do whatever you want. Yeah, it looks cool, right? And again, it's not directly top down. It's at ever so slight an angle. So that way you can kind of like appreciate the 3D-ness. Dude, it's this one, it like feels easier because it's like quicker. I'll put a link if you guys want to try it. It feels easier, but it's actually a lot harder. Wow. Flipacoin.com. Yeah, I don't know. To me, I'd rather. Here's my thinking: is like you guys are gonna have a whole month to schedule whatever time you have. I am only gonna work on this during these live streams, right? So that kind of limits me to like what 24 to 30 hours max. And it's like, do I really want to try to learn 2D in Godot when I already know 3D so well? Or do I just want to stick with what I know to try to save time a bit? Ah, geez. Ah, geez. Ah, geez. It's hard, but now you can get a sense of kind of what that looks like in 3D. It's nice, you know, it's cartoony. It's very cartoony. So I have a problem with this, and that's something I'm gonna want to make sure I do is you can see like this turtle. I find it very hard to see like that they're underwater in this version. Like you can kind of tell, but they don't look that different than when they're above water. Oh my gosh, the time is so much less. That's what I'm talking about. Then you get a score at the end. So that's another thing to write down in my game dev document is the time ticking down, and then you get a score based on your time and the different things you did or didn't collect along the way. This has the same amount of everything, right? Like 13 rows and all that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. And then another difference is the camera is a lot closer here, right? Like in the original, we're like way zoomed out, like hovering above, and we see everything. In this one, you only see some of it at a time, which again, you know, I think looking at these different versions is good for inspiration on this jam because you can kind of you can kind of do whatever you want. Why is this one so much harder? Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. No problem. Easy. Easy. We got the extra frog. We're going to get... Oh, I almost got the fly. So this one actually adds extra bonus points. So there's the frog you can run into when you get there. There's the fly that's there when you get there. And there's the frog that you pick up along the way. And maybe the like multipliers are set up a little differently as well. I don't know. I don't know that I'm Oh, you only get the frogs. I see now. Wow. So instead of adding frogs when you get there, it actually takes away a frog. That is to say, you're like rescuing the frogs from the other side instead of going to just chill on the other side. So again, there's different ways to interpret this and to set this up that don't necessarily involve sticking identically to the original. Okay, actually, maybe this one is a bit easier. It's kind of hard to tell. It's like easier in some ways and harder than others. If you think about it, it's a great iteration on the original. You might say it's a Frogger-like. All right, we're dead. Anyway, you get the idea. It's good. It's cool. I recommend it for sure. I love the Bloons 2D TD art style. That's a mix between 2 and 3D. Nice, nice. Bloons TD tower defense. Oh yeah. Yeah, we were just looking at this the other day, actually. Yeah, I think that's a possibility. I think I would kind of like to do that myself. Something like that would be nice. Let's break apart that known scope. Why not do both? Why not do both? I mean, if it seems like relevant and useful, I probably will do both, right? Because like the UI I'll make probably in 2D. So yeah, it probably will be a bit both. All right, so I'm going to fix my list here a little bit. I'm going to say that we're, oh, okay, goodbye. It was nice knowing you. We're going to say it's not small size even space. It's 3 on, 1 off. I'm even going to, you know, I kind of want to add an extra row on here, or an extra column. And we're going to change this around just a little bit. Can we, it's not that fancy. We can, it is that fancy. Dude, Millinote's kind of awesome though, I'm not going to lie. Give me a column to the left. And I'm going to say we have frequency. And for this one, that's not relevant. For this one, we have 3 on, 1 off. 3 on, 1 off. Same thing here. For this one, I'm not really sure I understand this one. I'm guessing this is 3 on, 1 off, but I'm not sure. For this, we'll say size. We're going to say, I'm going to call this medium. I'm going to call this small, 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 small. And then on these, we can say, even this one's like tiny, but it's got 3 in a row, right? So it's just, it's kind of maybe 3 on, 2 off or something. Kind of hard to say. You're excited for Frog. You joined up as well as doing the GDKO jam. I love to hear it. I love to hear it. Let's go. Yeah, Game Dev Knockout seems fun for sure. It's like tournament style. Okay, so back to this one. And I die immediately. Very nice. Yeah, I'm super pumped for this. And then, you know, I'll pick a different game for each one. But I'd love to hear you guys' suggestions. I'm going to make it a more formal way for you guys to make suggestions. I think that is 3 on, 3 off. That's what it kind of looks like to me. So normally there'd be 1 there, 1, 2. Oh, maybe it's 2 on and 1 off, actually. I think this one is 2 on and 1 off. Okay, so let's just go with that. 2 on, 1 off. Okay, now I'm going to start looking at the other ones. That's a safe one, so that doesn't have any frequency to worry about. This is actually 3 on and 1 off, but they're quite tiny, so they're very close together. I guess we could even say, like, spacing. It feels a little unnecessary, but you know what? I'm going to do it. So we're going to also add in spacing. I should try compiling with C. No. No. You should try it, though. Let's see. I'm going to say that the spacing on this one is tight, maybe even non-existent. On this one, it is itself, like its own space. Itself, maybe we'll say ×2. I'm just kind of, this is some vagary here. Oh, can we like drag it down like in, nice, awesome. Except this one is weird. I don't know that I totally understand this one. So I need to kind of figure that out. I mean, it's pretty infrequent. It's almost like 1 at a time. On level 2, I swear there's 2 of them at a time. So I think this is just 1 at a time. Use GDevelop. Nice. GDevelop's a great engine. Free, open source. I love it. I love that GDevelop. All right, so I think that's 1 at a time. This one is 3 on. And then, so now how frequently is it the one that collapses? So we have 3 that are safe, and then we have 1 that's collapsing. Let's see if that continues. 1, 2, 3. Next one collapsing. Next one collapsing. Okay, cool. Got it. Understood. So this one is one at a time. And the spacing, yeah, I don't think that's really relevant because it's just one at a time. And that's just level 1. Level 2 is going to be different, so we'll deal with that when we get there. For now, I'm just going to work on level 1. Working on the 20 games challenge. Nice multitask. This lines up perfectly since Frogger is number 3 on that list. Let's go! Yeah, the 20 games challenge is something that is like, I mean, it's something that I wanted to do, and then looking into like making small games, I discovered the 20 games challenge, and I was like, this is yes, I agree with everything that the 20 games challenge is talking about. Like, yeah. Because the 20 game challenge, for those of you who don't know, is this idea, or this it's not like a game jam, it's just like a guide. It's a guide that gives you a list of games that it ranks in complexity and scope. And it's got the same idea where it has known scope, so you don't have to worry about planning out, a creative pursuit. And it seems a little horrifying at first because it's got stuff like Guitar Hero on there, but I was made aware that actually what that's saying is like do like a single level in that game. And then you just go through them all and you learn stuff. And some of them have like these nice little guides that tell you some more info about it. So yeah, it's a cool thing, really useful to help just plan out what the way you want to learn making games. It's the same idea as this jam, for sure. Definitely a cool one. I'm so glad it lines up. That's perfect. Yeah, so you can work your way in the 20 games challenge by doing this jam. Okay, so I think we got this good. Oh, and then, so this modifier, not occasional vanishing, every 4th set, like, disappears sometimes. Yeah, or like sinks, yeah, disappears / reappears sometimes. Okay, good. What's the next one? This is row. Well, see, I kind of want to add in the numbers now, so that way I just have them actually make sense. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That says 19, 9, 10, 11. Maybe we can get a little started today. I think we can maybe get a little started. We'll see. I think after making this, it'll be clear like what's going to be easiest to quickly put together to get like the general overview. But I want to get all this figured out. So 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So we've got, it looks like a consistent, I'm gonna call it medium. It's a little bit bigger than the trucks, but not by much. So that's just medium constant frequency, and it's about evenly spaced with the spaces. So the spacing is itself times 1, we'll say. Frequency is constant. Size is medium plus 1, we'll say. And this does have the occasional multiplier. So what is the frequency on that multiplier? Oh, I don't know. So there's 3. I don't know if there was 1 on that one that was here, but we'll see. I'm going to guess every 4th, but I don't know. Ah, there it is. It's going to take a while. I don't know if within the time frame we're even going to get an extra one. So it might just be like 1 per game. That's another thing to think about, is how does the time line up with the platforms? And is that like something I want to thoughtfully plan out? There's 3. So I don't even know if you get more than 1 per round. 1, 2, 3, blank. Let's see if the 4th one has it. Again, I'm just looking for that little frog down here. No! That's the 4th one. Doesn't have it. Okay, this is the 5th one. Also doesn't have it. It might not be so regimented. 6th one had it. So far, I'm not really seeing a lot of randomness. So it's hard to tell like how it's calculating it because nothing here changed. 1, 2, 3. it just removed it from it. So that makes me think that it's kind of actually doing some randomness here. Fourth one has it, with probably a very low probability. Fifth one does have it. So, okay, I'm gonna say it's pretty random. We'll say like 1 in 5 chance that it appears or something. I don't know, something like that. We'll say 1 in 5 chance. Well, we don't want to say that. So we're gonna say 1 in, oh, that's the wrong one. 1 in 5 chance. Okay. All right, so what's the next one? Long, super long. The longest that anything gets. Looks again like a constant frequency. So that's really simple. And it's probably about the small ones or the medium plus 1 apart. So we're going to say medium plus 1 spacing. Frequency constant. Size. We're going to say extra long. No modifier. It's just very simple. Okay, this one, we've got pairs of 2 instead of sets of 3. So there was a sinker, 1, 2, 3, blank sink. Is that the pattern? 1, 2, 3, blank and sink. We got a blank, we got a sink. We're gonna call that a pattern. So 3 pairs, 1 blank, 1 sinker. Or is it the other way around? I already forgot. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, or we're gonna say vanisher, I'm gonna call it. I guess we'll say disappear, just so it matches my language over here. And we want to think about this. You're already starting to tell us like what variable names I might do and stuff. All right, let me check in with that poll, by the way. I didn't forget. I'm confused with how the score system works. Do you get a score each time? Yes, that's another thing we gotta figure out. I do need to study that. I need to study that real bad. That's an excellent point. I don't know. I don't know. We should look into that. We should very much look into that. Right now, 3D, 58%. All right, I think we're doing 3D. Not that I was necessarily gonna go with it. If it was 2D, I was gonna have a long think. Since it's 3D, I think we do 3D. I don't know. That's a really good question. Size is tiny. The modifier... I almost think we should, instead of F4 every 4, we should say this here. 3 on, 1 off. But this is actually a little bit more complicated than that, isn't it? So maybe we should keep it like that. Yeah. This has a disappear/reappear mechanic. All right, what's the next one? The next one is logs that have the tiniest gap between them, and they are medium plus 2, we'll say. Medium plus 2, we'll say their spacing has tiny in between, and their frequency is constant. Nothing special there. And then there's the finish lines. So the finish lines have occasional fly, or occasional multiplier, or bonus. We'll say occasional, I don't know if it's really a multiplier. We should say occasional bonus. Occasional bonus. Spacing, I mean, we can, I'm not going to really type that out. Okay, so now we know a lot more about how everything is arranged on these levels. Let's look at score. No reason not to. It's a good next step. Thank you, Henry. Okay. Oh, yeah. Gotta go full screen here. So right now my score is 0. Yep, we get plus 10 points every time we get past a line. Did I just add an extra life? No, I'm imagining that. Okay, I imagine that. Okay, I just heard that sound. I was like, what is that sound? All right, so plus 10. So let's set up a whole separate thing for that. No, it doesn't. It absorbs my keys. So I'm gonna come up to this, and we're gonna drag out a new thing here, and we're gonna call it score. Okay. And in the scoring, can you do pre-submissions? I don't know. I don't know if you can do pre-submit. Well, here's the thing. I think not. I mean, technically, but they're going to be hidden, so no one will be able to see them, all right? So that's number one. Number two, after the jam ends, you're not going to be able to update it anymore. That's it. It's fixed in place when the jam ends. And that's partly because it's ranked. So we just want that to be fair. So it doesn't really make as much sense this time. But you can start getting your entry put together. But they're not going to be visible to anybody until the jam ends and we're in the voting week. And you do have to have your thing done by the time the jam ends. But yeah, plus 10 each time we hop across. So let's get an arrow off of here. We're going to say, I don't even know how I want to do this. I guess we'll just do this. I'll say plus 10. I kind of want to do another table. I wonder if Milanote, dude, Milanote seems cool enough. Milanote, you seem cool. I feel like it's going to let me do a table in the mind map. So let's do it. I really like Milanote. Not sponsored, but I would totally allow myself to be sponsored by them because they're awesome. Drag that. Beautiful. Okay, so we're going to say score and then modality. I'm sorry for that word. It's a weird word. Plus, or we'll say 10 points. And then you get it by crossing a line or moving forward successfully. Okay. So what other scoring do we have in here, pray tell? There must be more. So I'm going to try to keep a close eye on it. If it will let me play anymore. No? Okay, cool. No, you know what? We'll just refresh it. No problem. I'm a patient person. Usually. Okay, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Oh, actually the safe ones don't get you a point. So just to continue connecting things with my own setup, we're going to say if you cross an obstacle or a platform row. Crossing an obstacle or platform row. And only the first time you crossed it is another thing. So you can't go back and like rack them up. It's only the first time that you do. Crossing an obstacle row, crossing an obstacle/platform row for the first time per round. Okay. I'm already starting to see like the code come together. It's quite cool. All right, so there's 10. There's another 10. 10. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, jeer. 10. Ah! I have to not die. I can't see myself. There we go. Okay, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Now it's ending on top. So it is very much per round. Oh, God. I swear, by the end of this, I'm gonna hack a modded version so I can cheat. Oh, well, you know what? Who needs to hack a modified version? I'll make my own modified version. There won't be any reason to study it at that point, though. It's a hard game, man. Okay, here we go. So okay, 610. Now, there's the time. Okay, so there's a lot to think about here, right? Because depending on your time, that is going to probably affect your score. So there could be like a baseline flat amount. I think this is going to require a little research. That's my opinion. Somebody has to already figure this out, right? So it's 100. So basically you get 100. I'll just put some notes. Plus 100 total, or 100 total per round if all are crossed, basically. Not grossed. How dare you? I'm very confused by the way Milanote aligns these. Sometimes it's on the left, sometimes it's on the right. It's very weird. Okay. So I'm going to do a little research here. Frogger scoring system Atari. Like, I want original version. Yes, Wikipedia. Every forward step scores 10 points, and every frog arriving safely home scores 50 points. I'm just going to take its word for it, and we're just going to do that. So 50, modality, crosses a finish line. So I guess if you beat a level, there's 4 of them. 4 times 50 is 200. Is that math? Did I do math? I think I did do math. So 200 total per level if all rounds completed. Or if all rounds completed. Okay. What else? 10 points are also awarded per each unused half second. What? Why is... I guess wow. So it's interesting. That's really, really interesting. All right. So it's probably, we need some kind of like rounding or like flooring to check so we'll have a timer, of course, that's going to count up milliseconds or whatever. And then we'll just want to say, is that time closer to a whole number or 0.5 or something, right? And then based on that, calculate how many extra points. That's very interesting. Per each unused half second of time. Wow. So let's see. Let's check this math, just for funsies. Let's make sure it works out. So we've got 610. We had 100. That's how many we had. Plus the 50 for reaching the finish line. So 610 minus 150 gives us 460. So, oh, look at that. 46, 460. Bam. 10 times 46. So we didn't get a half... That's not half seconds. That's per second. So maybe it's counting a different version because that is per second times 10. So that's fine. Great. I'm glad I don't have to add extra code for that. Beautiful. I mean, I could be wrong. Like maybe you could get 465 if I was like a little bit faster. So I'll have to keep my eye out for that. For now, I'm just going to write it down as 10 points per second left in round. Is that correct? Yeah. Per second left in round. Keep an eye out for 5s at the end. I just want to note that. All right, so I think that's the scoring. Now there's some extra ones. Reminds me of when I went to school. We had to recreate Miss Pac-Man for my game AI class. That's awesome, Josh. I love that, right? I mean, there's so much to learn here. There's so much to learn here. And it's not a super complicated game either, which makes it easier. It reminds me, I don't know why it reminded me, but there is a cat hanging out with us. Not too, well, there is a second one, but he's out of the frame. But we do have one cat chilling by the fire. That's Lila. She's a very good cat. Yeah, man, that's like why I want to do this, because there's so much to learn here, right? So they say that lady frog. Is that what it is? Is it mating? Okay. So that's supposed to be a female frog that you collect. Or eating a fly gives you 200 each. Wow. That's a lot. Those are like essential. Like without those, you're really losing out on score here. Okay, so you get 200 by getting the, and we're gonna call it the row 9 bonus. That's what I'm gonna name that. Getting the row 9 bonus to a finish line. Or we could even say finishing. We'll say finishing with a row 9 bonus. And she's gone. Finishing with a row 9 bonus. We recreated it, and then we made a version that plays itself. Whoa! That's a whole other level of learning. That's really cool. Our grade was based on the score it got. What? That is so cool. What an awesome idea. Do I gotta make another game jam? Do I gotta make another freaking game jam? That's a great game jam idea. It's tough because you really have to structure it that way. Like first to make the game that is playable by a human, then make the version that is playable by an AI. Game like Jam Part 2, AI. Finishing with a row 9 bonus. And then add an extra one, 200 for finishing with a finish line bonus. It sounds super fun. So I think those are all the scores. And when all 5 frogs reach home to end the level, the player earns 1,000 points. Okay, there we go. That's the last component. So luckily, pretty straightforward. 1,000 points finishing a level. 4 finish lines complete. All right. Very good. Scoring, done. We've got the rows figured out. We have spawns that scroll. Some of them are obstacles. Some of them are platforms. We have spawns that don't scroll. The bonus in the caves. So we're going to rename that to a finish line bonus. We're going to try to keep consistent with these names here, again, to help us with variable creation and stuff. We're going to say bonus on row 9. Moves around, spawns on a random platform, on a random row 9 platform. It does seem random, more or less, with like a maybe 1 in 5 chance or so. All right, what are we missing? Certainly something. We are missing like health, right? We're missing time. And then there's some UI stuff. So I would say UI, time, and health. I think we're going to add those. And then I might be able to start just trying to slap a prototype together here. How are we doing? Only an hour in. We're cooking. We are cooking. And I hope you guys use, too, if you're, like, joining the jam with me, you use this to your advantage. Like, take my research and use it to help you make yours. I don't have any problem with that. I want you guys to have the best games you can. All right. So, let's make a UI section. And what do we call this? I guess I'll make a section for the level design. Just to keep it all a bit more organized. Drag this over. This is our level 1. I am going to want to do a level 2 soon, but maybe not today. I mean, look, that is so. I probably should think about it because you know, if I start designing level 1 and I don't realize that there's certain things that I should keep in mind for when we do level 2, I might be in danger. So I should make sure that I figure out level 2 soon. But for now, we'll just stick with level 1, and then we'll do level 2 maybe next time. We'll see. It depends how far I get into. If I start building level 1, maybe I'll start thinking about level 2. We'll see. I mean, it's simple enough. I don't think it's going to be that big a deal. This isn't like a massive game. So I'm going to actually break this down a bit. I'm going to make a spawns section. And then let's drag that arrow into here. Put that there, just so it's a little bit cleaner. Okay. So the spawns branch off here. I don't know if Milanote has a way to like collapse things, but that would be sweet. Group into column, create synced copy. I don't think so. I've never compiled C code manually before. I feel so proud. Nice, good work. That's so cool. Look at you learning stuff, using this as an opportunity. That is a smart choice. That is a wise choice. Well done. Okay, so the UI, and then the other thing I wanted to keep track of was the time and how health works. Time. Now this is going to kind of overlap with UI a bit, so we'll see how that goes. And health. Okay. So with health, I mean, you know, obviously collisions, really it's not really health. I'm just going to say you have 3 lives. Well, in the original anyway. I might want to change mine. So you have 1 life, 2, 3. Right? Okay, I'm on 1. 2. 3. 3. Yep. 3 lives. I don't think we're just gonna say that. And then what happens, right? So, yeah, I guess we should say that. We should do that. There's no way to gain life. So we're gonna say on collision. Oh, so we should actually say this. Things that kill you, right? Like losing health. That should be kind of its own thing. I'm in the way. Drag this over here. And then from that, we're gonna... I kind of want to do another table. I'm loving these tables. Milanote is freaking goated for that. We're gonna say type. And we've got... Well, there's a lot of different things. I guess there's like danger zones, right? Like in Frogger's case, and I'm trying to describe it without using the words in the game. In Frogger's case, there's water. If you fall in the water, you die. But here we have a road, and you're safe on that. So we have like danger ground and safe ground, I guess. Danger ground. That's one thing that'll kill you. So we're going to say health. I'm going to put in here 3. Losing health -1. So you could call it lives. We're just going to call it health. No, let's call it lives because that's very different, right? Health means you're still in like the same round. Lives means you have to start over. Okay. So there's also the obstacles. And the walls. So finish line walls. Which is kind of weird. Then there's also the left and right edges. Left, right edges. And you can either get carried off or move into that. I think that's about it. I think those are all the things that hurt you. Okay, can we get rid of these columns? What do you think about that? Yeah, just have one column. That's all I need. Sweet. Beautiful. All right, so that's how you lose lives. Time. What does it start with? I have no idea. I'm gonna have to look that up. Frogger Atari time per round. Now that seemed quite different in that PlayStation 1 version. It was very different. I'm gonna actually say Konami Arcade. Oh, maybe this is like the original one. I wasn't sure which is. I think this is like the most original one. That's cool. All right, how much time do you get? Not sometimes, just time. Timer. 30 seconds. I'm so glad that this is actually truly the original. Because I just like played through the different ones I could find, and I just picked the one that I thought was the best. And I feel very affirmed that I picked the one that's actually the original. Can I use a different animal than a frog? You are strong. In fact, I would almost say do not use a frog. Please don't use a frog. Please. Like, you can if you want, but, like, maybe don't. I didn't put that in the rules, but in my heart, I would think you should not use a frog. Because of plagiarism stuff, you know? We just don't want to risk it. Do not call it Frogger. Do not copy assets or code directly from the original game. That is to say, don't go and screenshot this, you know, or you know, overlay an image editor and pixel by pixel recreate it. But in general, you know, you can use a frog if you want, but really I strongly encourage you to not use a frog. The more original you can make it, and again, that's even part of, I mean, we have most like the, that's where it gets a little conflicting, right? It says most like the original. So it's a little confusing, but it's not supposed to look like the original. It's supposed to play like the original. It's a little confusing. We'll figure it out. We'll get better at explaining it as these jams roll on. So, yeah. Okay, so what are we doing? Oh, yeah. Timer. 30 seconds, I believe. The timer gives 30 seconds to guide each frog into one of the homes. Decompiling the game to rip the code right now. I know, right? It's kind of ridiculous to say the code part. Because then you have to take that code and somehow make sure you're using the exact same, like, well, you have to program it onto an Atari and then a cartridge, and then somehow, it actually doesn't make sense. I guess if you're using like an Atari emulation or something, that would be a problem. Resets back to 60 ticks whenever life is, what do you mean at 60 ticks? Why are you saying that? Why would you word it that way? Why would you say that? Are you saying that there's half ticks? That like there's 60 ticks in 30 seconds? Can you cite a source? I don't see a source being cited here, Wikipedia. What are you talking about? All right, let's look this up. Frogger, Konami, 30 seconds, 60 ticks. Like, what are you on about? We don't necessarily have to do Frogger-like, correct? What do you mean? Frogger-like is the entire point of the jam. Frogger-like. Frogger-likes. Yes, you do have to do a Frogger-like. That is correct. It is a Frogger-like jam. You might even think of it as Frogger-like jam, rather than just game-like jam. It is the Frogger-like jam. So if we do, like, you know, if our 1 hour jam topic is cats and dogs, right? You would make a game that has cats and dogs in it. In this case, game like jam, it's Frogger. So you make a game that's like Frogger. But there will be other ones, you know? There will be other games too that we do in the future. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, that's really helpful to know that you were confused because I would like to be more clear. I thought about naming it Frogger Like Jam too. So maybe the next one I'll do that so it's like more clear. Thank you for like letting me know. I suppose it's a question of what is a Frogger like? Slay the Spire is a roguelike, but has little in common with Rogue. Yeah, totally. Well, and I think that that's fair. Like that's an awesome thing. And the thing is that we can slightly, I don't want to for this reasons of like confusing people, change it too much. But we could add like a different, yeah, for sure. For sure. We could add like a different category on here. I just didn't really know how to word it because like if we say most different from the original, okay, so submit Tetris. You know, like, okay, yeah, that's very different. But like, how do you say make it different, but also the same? So the best I got was approves on the original, which isn't really make it different, but you know, it's like a little bit. So to me, that's really, it's Flappy Bird or Frogger like. I mean, to me, no, because Flappy Bird adds in the gravity aspect. I mean, look, whatever you submit, like at the end of the day, it's up to you. What do you interpret Frogger like to be? If it's a Frogger like to you, it's a Frogger like to me. You know, I don't think you're gonna get disqualified for that. But, you know, I think if you make Flappy Bird, I mean, think of it this way. Think of it this way. Here, I got an example for you. Would your game be better described as a Frogger-like or a Flappy Bird-like? Right? If it's the latter, then it's not a Frogger-like. How about that? Gonna work on this later. For now, I'm just to watch. Yeah, nice. And, you know, roguelike, you know, really the comparison with the idea of roguelikes and Souls-likes is more just to get people on board with what the concept is. But at the end of the day, yeah, roguelikes has really evolved into something very different than the original Rogue game. And that's just the way that that is. It is. It is. Exactly. So, to me, just ask yourself this. Which is it more like? This game or Frogger? If it's more like Frogger, you have a Frogger-like. If it's more like something else, you do not have a Frogger-like. I'm not going to get an answer to these ticks. I'm going to have to time it. I think I just have to time it. I think that's the only way this is going to work. We just got to time it with our own real timer. It's not going to be hard to tell the difference between 30 and 60 seconds. I mean, look, I'm 100% sure that it's going to be 30 seconds. But what do they mean by ticks? Okay, let's die. Okay, pause it, hold on. Hold on, let me get ready. Let me get my clock ready. Okay, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see. So this is going twice as fast. Instantly it makes sense now. So the ticks move quicker. They're not moving every single second. They're moving every half second. With that said, so that's actually probably, you probably will get a 5 at the end because it's counting the ticks for the score. It's probably multiplying whatever this is to get the score. Let's see if we can prove that out. I gotta kind of play and actually win a few times. You luckily don't have to win all the way. You just have to get to the end. This isn't the most important thing, but I'm curious, so I'm gonna find out. Basically, what I'm trying to do right now is... Whoa, there's a row back here? What? Why is there a row over here? Dude, we do have to think about Delta. We really do. Okay, apparently there's another row. If this was a bug, I don't know. I have no idea. But this is, look, in the Jam description, we say we're remaking that. I gave a link to exactly what it is, and you know what? That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. So I'm actually gonna call that I'm gonna call it row 0 since you don't start on it. That's what I'm gonna say. Fun idea for a jam. Yay, thanks, Roxy. I'm thinking about adding RPG elements into a Frogger-like game. Wish me luck. I do wish you luck. I'm like, hey guys, here's a jam with known scope. You don't have to worry about adding in new things. And Roxy is like, I'm gonna add in all the new things. You'll have fun with it. You have a month. I know your work, and I know that you can make it happen. So like, go for it. If you can handle it, go for it. But, you know, enjoy also the fact that you know exactly what the game is going to be. Try to appreciate that as much as you can. That sounds awesome, Roxy. I can't wait to see it. Ooh, Pico 8. That would be so cool. Because that's even like, I feel like that's even more simplified than this would be. Which would be really neat to see. You guys are so creative. I'm so excited to play these games. I'm not going to get to vote on any of them. Because I'm not actually submitting to it. So, I have nothing. I have no input into whether, so I can just celebrate you guys and and all that good stuff, and it's not biased or anything. Which is kind of nice. I'm very excited about that. Okay, so I'm just trying to see if I can get a half tick, which I think would have to result in a 5 at the end of the score. Right? Because if it's 10 points per second, I don't think that's a real thing. Oh, there it went super fast. That was on round 3. I wonder if that's consistent. Maybe I should study that. You guys can see I'm getting better at it. There we got 200. No 5 at the end. So even though it does those half ticks, I don't think you get like more points on the half ticks per se. Okay, real quick. Now I just want to check to see if that car goes super fast on the 3rd round. But I have to not die. I must not die. I said, death, come to me. I'm ready. Dude, that gets me so often. Like, I get excited to get to that log. One strategy, and another thing that I'm thinking too is like, will the game that I make have the same strategies? But one strategy I'm noticing is you want to be like not all the way to the right when you first get over here. Because the ones that move the furthest that you're most likely to be on are moving to the right. So it's easier to get stuck on those and potentially run to the end and die. Pico 8 is one I've been wanting to try. You're probably gonna try Bevy. Dang, that's hardcore. That's hardcore, man. I'll be very excited to see your learning in that, because Dungeon, I know you've been deep in Godot land for a long time. I think I just had like one lucky round, and then it's just all failure from there. Okay. This is the one. I can feel it. And if it isn't the one, then never mind. But what I want to see... You want to learn it too? Nice. I mean, it seems like it's to me it's kind of like it's like a nerdy one. You know, it's one to learn if you just like are nerding out about game development and want to try like something different. Not to say it isn't like good. Install has been a lot. Oh no. Yeah, right. That's just it too. It's not like made to be like user friendly, right? It's just like a very interesting approach to game development that has this kind of unique concept to it. All right, 3, and it didn't go super fast, so it's not every 3rd time. So I wonder if it's like kind of random when that one race car actually decides to go fast. Weird. See, right here is very dangerous because I might get stuck at the end. I'm gonna try to go for the one on the far left because that's the hardest one to get. Dude, I haven't gotten level 2 on this entire stream. Oh, now it's going fast. Interesting. I don't know why it chose to go fast. Okay, be patient. We're getting to level 2, baby! We're making it to level 2, y'all! Level 2! Okay, this won't last long. But I need to study everything I can immediately. Okay, what do we have? So far, everything looks exactly the same. And similar to what Dungeon was saying, it's just all probably a little faster. But the layout all looks the same. Now, I do believe an alligator is going to spawn. Yes, Mindslide. So this is a game-like jam. Sort of like roguelikes, Souls-likes, in this case, Frogger-likes. And you are tasked with making a game that is as similar to Frogger as possible, but still unique and different also. 2 race cars online for... Yes! Right! Thank you. So yes, you should go check it out. You can join in. It's a month long. And the game that you're basing it on is embedded right in here. I'm going to join along, although I am not going to submit an entry since this is ranked. I don't want to have some kind of weird advantage or something. So I'm not going to submit mine, but I am going to work on one here every Wednesday and try to finish it right in time with you guys. So yeah, we're making Frogger likes. So we're not trying to identically replicate it for the reasons of intellectual property for the most part. But it also leaves a little extra, you know, creativity room. So you can take a little bit more inspiration of your own and put it in there as well. All right, yes, 2 race cars. Excellent point. Excellent point. So what I might even just say, like, I might even do like a level 2 section for now. And then we'll say level 2 change. I might expand this to another table, but for now, while we're catching it, let's just do it. So that's this one. Sometimes extremely fast. So the frequency is 2 on, or we'll say 2 at, it's probably 2 at a time. 2 at a time. And then overall, the speed is faster. So maybe I'll even add, well, let's say this. Let's add a pull off of here. And we'll just say level up. On level increase or level up. Speed, overall speed increases. Okay. Overall speed increases. Keep pressing enter. It doesn't do anything, but actually what you'd expect. Okay. What else we got over here? Yay! I'm so glad you like it. Let's go! Mindslide is in! Yeah, I wanted a game where I know I can finish it. I know I can finish this game. Like, its beginning and middle and end are well defined, and it's right there for me to reference. And then, you know, I'll have that experience. Awesome. We got Mindslide, y'all. So that's the only difference that I notice right now. Now, I know that an alligator pops up. I'm not sure if I'll survive long enough to appreciate it. And the alligator should be up here on this 12th row. All right, here we go. Unpause. I got 1 frog left, so 2 lives, basically. The one I'm on and the next one. There's the alligator. Why did it appear? Why did it appear? Oh, and the alligators appear on the finish line row, too. Okay, hold on a second. We got some information here. So I think this is basically replacing the log. Okay, so level 2 change is occasional we'll say obstacle, occasional obstacle instead of finish line. And then for this one, so often, which one is it? That is, I don't know. a platform replaced with obstacle of same length. Okay, let's see what that is frequency-wise. Again, I don't have a lot of time. So that was 1, 2... So that's 1... There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is it every 6th one? I don't know. 1, 2... Oh, what? Oh, that was a sinker? Dang, well, I kind of lost count. I didn't know I was on a sinker. Okay, 1, 2. Oh, I shouldn't have done. We're gonna say every 6th one. I'm gonna assume it's every 6th one. If I'm wrong, we'll fix it. So I'm gonna say every 6th platform replaced with an obstacle of same length. Of same length as platform. All right. Great. Where are we at? Lives 3, time. Okay, so for the time, it's 30 seconds. 30 seconds per round. I don't think there's anything more to say about that, really. You lose... Oh, I didn't actually put this in damage types. So we need to actually add below here. Time runs out. That will kill you. All right, so UI stuff. What do we got? We got... Now, what is this 1-up? What is that? Frogger... Konami... Arcade 1-up. What does even that mean? Is it like 1,000? Is it like if you get it oh god. All right, let's just go to the Wikipedia page. I don't know what I'm looking at here. I don't know what I'm looking at here. 1-up. 1-up. Is it 1,000? I don't actually know. I mean, what, am I gonna play it? No. I'm not gonna try to play it to get that. What do I look like? A PogChamp? I'm not actually sure how that works. Life. Losing a life. Hey, what's up, Ollie? Good to see you. Happy New Year to you as well. Thanks for stopping by. All right, so I'm actually not sure what the 1-up means. I don't know if I'm gonna... Frogger 1-up. It has to mean something. It must mean something. It can't mean nothing. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT might very well hallucinate the answer, but it might give me some guidance. In the original Konami arcade game of Frogger. Yeah, right, but like when does it happen? That's what I'm not sure. Right? So it's up here. Right? It just says 1-up. So I'm trying to basically deconstruct this. So current lives. Whoops. Let's go full screen. So current lives is actually in the bottom left here. So right there, you see there's 2 frogs. So I'm on frog 3 right now. So if I die, 1 frog will disappear. So this is where your health is tracked. Right there. This is actually your score. Where all these zeros are. Let me get you out of the way. All these zeros are where your score goes. It's in the menu. It's in the menu. Dungeon. The genius we need. Number of players. I think it's not the number of players, but I do think that there are a number of players. I think Dungeon Martian figured it out. It says 20,000. That's a lot of points. That's a very lot of points. Does anybody ever get that? I love how the game is just like, the instructions are right here. We got it right there. There it is. So, I mean, I'm curious what happens when you get that. Like, does the 1-up change? I'm not about to get 20,000. Like, I'm just not. There's no way that's going to happen. I guarantee it. No way. Maybe, probably. I'll keep playing on my free time, but as of right now, I don't know what that does. It just says 1-up. So I don't really like that. I think I'll like omit that. Like, because I don't know what it means. I don't know what it does. What's the point? I used to play a lot of Frogger clones growing up. Nice. Nice. Yeah, you know, I mean, I feel like there's like those things you can plug into your TV. Like they were like bootleg games. Those had a lot of Frogger likes. All right, hold on a second, guys. There's a strange sound outside. Hold on a second. I have to investigate. What was that? I had to investigate, but it has been investigated. All is well. Okay. Someone had some Taco Bell. You heard it? You heard the sound? That was crazy. All right, anyway, it was plumbing. It's called something, like when plumbing like makes a super loud sound. We have to get that fixed. All right, so 20,000, like I'm not going to get 20,000 points. I'm just not. I'm simply not. Yeah, it's probably ghosts. So that's just the reality. So I don't know. To me, the 1-up thing, I'll write it down, but I don't know that I care about it. Yeah, you heard like, it's called something. Okay. When your pipes make a loud noise, it's called something. It's like a drop, a noise, a drop. A water hammer. Yeah, we had a water hammer. We're gonna get a plumber in here. It's like some kind of like the pressure changes at like a weird time and there's like a gap and so like this and that and it's crazy. It's a weird sound. Yeah, water hammer. That's what that was. All right. Okay, so we already know about the 1-up. It's 20. I'm kind of curious now since we were going to ask ChatGPT, like, is it correct? In the original Konami arcade game of Frogger, how many points are needed to get a 1-up? What if it's wrong? I'm really curious, actually, to see if it knows. Oh, it's wrong! It said 10,000! Wrong. Wrong. Not true. Lies. 10,000 isn't even on this page. You liar. Oh, there's $10,000. Freaking hallucinator. Actually, it's 20,000. Ah, my bad. You're absolutely right. You got 20,000 when you asked? That's wild. It doesn't know. It doesn't know what's going on. All right, so we got UI here. And I don't know that I care to put the 1-up thing. Like, what does it do? Maybe we could look it up. Frogger 20,000 points. Like, maybe someone has done it. New world record. Whoa. I mean, All right, I'll watch it. I'll watch it. I'll do it. But where are they at? They're already at 28,000. This video starts when they're at 28,000. That's not that helpful to me. I needed it right before then. Maybe if it's every 20,000 points, we can see something happen. Okay, I'm very curious actually to see. Let's try it. So they're at 34, 36, 37. Look at all these rounds. So this clock at the bottom is what round you're on. Now it seems like the health has like how many lives you have has either disappeared or they're on 0 lives. I'm not sure which it is. 38, 39,000. 30, almost. Oh, they got to 40. I didn't see anything happen. So, you know what? I think that 1-up is silly. I don't want that 1-up there. It doesn't even change. It doesn't even do anything. We're not going to include that. So there's score, and then there's high score. I think those are definitely great. I would just replace 1-up with score. Like, that's, to me, that just makes more sense. So that's what I'm going to do. All right, so we're going to say... let's make a new note for score. Not soar. Score, and then, you know, whatever the numbers underneath, it's probably going to have, like, just like that. I'm even just going to type it out like this. High score, and then that will be like that. Okay, score and high score. So I'm guessing, how does it, so wait, okay, wait, actually back to that. What happens when you get, yeah, it's 99999. How do you know what your score is after a certain point? It crashed after 182, but how do you keep track after that long? Okay, wait, I'm actually very curious. Oh, but they're not even gonna get that far. This isn't even the whole video. You clickbaited me. That's still a very high score, though. That's still a very, very high score. So, I mean, it actually says 99990. Like, is that what they got, or is that the maximum? I have so many questions. I'm filled with questions. Let's say Frogger record, world record, or something like that. 7 hours. Oh, this is that video, but it's 7. This time it's the actual whole thing. Thanks, Facebook. Appreciate you. Just kidding, I don't. Okay, let's move forward a bunch. 60,000, 75. I want to know. I want to know what it does. Oh, they died before they got there. Okay, there's 95. There's 97. 98, 99. It just resets. Okay, well, we can obviously do better than that. Or did they die? No, so it actually overflows is what it does. So we don't have to do stupid overflow. Like we're in 2025, we can do better than that. So we're not going to worry about that, but I was just curious what it did. Okay, so there's that. And then at the bottom, there's some more stuff. We're not going to do a credit screen. We'll just have like a start menu or something. At the bottom, we have lives on the bottom left and time on the bottom right. And then I think what these clocks signify is how many rounds you've completed. But I'm not sure, so let me just check. Uh-oh. Oh, God, I think I trapped myself. So I just died, and the clocks didn't increase down here. So I think that's a pretty bad system, right? Like, if you want the game to be... I mean, we see it in that world record there, right? Where eventually it goes so far that it's... You made it endless? It gets so far that it, like, is off the screen. Like, that's pretty silly. So, obviously, they didn't expect that anyone would do that, really. Okay, so actually, it's not per round... because it didn't just increase. So maybe that's actually per level that little clock icon goes up, which is like weird. Like, what even is that? Is that a clock? Like, what is that thing? I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to be, but I think it's supposed to represent what level you're on. So to me, I would rather there just be like a number, like level 1, level 2, you know, than to have it be like a special icon. But out of curiosity, I'm just gonna confirm that I'm understanding how that works. Because again, I want to make it as similar as possible within reason. I think it's unreasonable to have an infinitely growing list of things. I don't like that. That's silly. It looks like a green apple. It does look like an apple! I just assumed it was a clock or like a stopwatch because it's time that's right underneath it. Okay, so the round... There we go. So I think that's a per level. So I think we're on level 2 now. And if we were to beat this, we'd beat on level 3. I'm not going to beat it. But just to study level 2 a little, let's go and die. I actually think there's something different going on. If you look at the pattern on this row, look, there's 2 of them. Oh, I died. So it's actually not quite the same. Let me just make that quick adjustment on here. I only noticed it on one of those rows. I probably have to study one of those world record things to understand how the levels change the most. But it seemed like on this row 3 here, there would be sometimes less spacing between 2 of them. So something like that. Something to keep in mind of how we're going to scale it up or whatever. So we'll see. Actually... Sometimes you gotta actually the ChatGPT. Okay, so we've got, let's go back to our UI section. Score, high score, I'm down with that. That works for me. And then what the heck, we'll just make a separate thing for the bottom. There is lives. And then we got, I'll just type out these like bars for time. And then on it, anyway, above the time, there's a level. I don't know if I like how I feel about that, but just so we're starting from its starting point. So start button. I kind of like the information on here, 1 extra frog. Now, in terms of 1 or 2 players, I don't necessarily expect you guys at all to do a 2-player version, especially if that like requires obviously like 2 controllers and stuff. I don't know how to do that. You know, you could have like WASD and arrow keys being 2 players. To me, not necessary. I'm not really that interested in making it 2-player. So I'm not going to worry about the 2-player thing. But there's also like, so start menu stuff, right? So let's at least kind of fill that out just a little bit. I'm running out of space here very badly. So let's reorganize a bit. I'm going to drag all of this out here a lot more. That's all level stuff. Drag that out. This is scoring. Whoa, wait, why do these cross into each other? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Just kidding. I thought that was something else. Okay, drag this. That's time. This is UI. Just to organize it a little bit better. Just a little bit. Not a lot better. A lot better would be too much better. I don't got time for that. I'm going to make this ideally branch out in a similar way. So just to me, it visually looks better. You don't have to do a mind map, obviously. You know, your game dev document isn't going to look like mine. But I think it's still important to just generally map out what you want it to look like. All right, good, good, good. Okay, more space acquired. High score, time. And then I'm going to add one more section here. And we're going to call this the main menu. I don't see any like options or anything. I don't know if that's really necessary. We might want to think about controls too. We're not going to worry about credits. Really, there's just like start and move. I don't think there's anything particularly different there. So let's actually do this. Let's do main game or gameplay. I'm going to have this grow into that, and this branches out into those. Delete these, and do it kind of like that. So then from the main menu, we might be able to get a little start on this. I do want to think about, like, what do I want my main menu to be? Something I've never done in Godot is have, like, different scenes. I've only ever made, like, one scene games. I don't think I'm going to start today and do multiple scenes. Yeah, I don't feel like it. Okay, UI main menu. And then on the main menu, we'll just say start game and extra life at 20,000. Okay. All right. I think this is pretty much all the components. It only took me a couple hours, but we got there. I like your graphical game dev doc. It's easier to scan through versus a text doc. Thanks, Ripley's. Yeah, you know, I don't know. It just kind of works for my brain type. And, you know, sometimes I make other types of documents. Like I'll make like spreadsheets or something. I rarely do a text document. I've never been a fan of those limitations. I need a little more freedom to move around. Thank you. It's very affirming. All right, let's do one more playthrough for a little bit, and then once I feel like pretty confident, I'm gonna start building something. I want to start building something. I only got a few devlogs, so I will waste no time. Oh. I'm sorry to myself. I apologize. All right. It would be good to actually get to like level 2. I've never even gotten to level 3, so I'm not even trying to do that. But it would be nice to study level 2 a little bit more. I think before I start building it, I do want to do a little research into what the future levels look like. Just to make sure I'm not missing any like scaling things that I really am gonna want to think about implementing sooner than later. But overall, I mean, how complicated can it be? Oh, I should also clarify that that multiplier carries with you and it stays on top of you. That's not on my document. And would be kind of nice to track or to remember. Nice. Oh, well, I'm on my last. I was like, we're gonna make it to level 2, but then I saw I have no more frogs. Unless I get to 20,000 points, I'll just get 20,000 points. Then we'll have a 1-up. It'll be super easy. Oh no! Wow, that car had it out for me. That car was like, oh, frog, yeah, you're gonna die today. Okay, all right. So that was a super fast one. Sometimes it goes fast. I'm not sure I totally understand the frequency, but sometimes it does. I wonder if studying this game and remaking it will make me better at it. Methinks not. But it can't make me worse, right? So the other thing to think about is like music and sound, right? Oh, I should put that in my document. I totally forgot to add that. So we obviously get a sound every time we move. The music changes. So it's kind of like just this song that's just... It kind of like this is a different song now. Is it? Now it stopped. Like I wonder if it's just like a little melody that plays when you score. Yep. Okay, actually, we're gonna write this all down. We're not done yet. Hold on. We need to do sound. Very important. Let's do it over here. We got some space. It's too important not to. Okay. One more section for us here. We're gonna call it sound. And then from there, we'll say sound effects versus music. So the music actually gets interrupted by these melodies. So let's say from here, looping main theme. We have this main theme that's always playing, except, so let's say that you, can we put text on here or anything? Or like do something with it? We can bend it. All right. So let's say we score finish line. It's going to be interrupted. Score finish line melody that interrupts the looping main theme before actually going back. I wonder if it'll let me, probably not, but maybe. What if it lets me draw an arrow back to this? Oh, it kind of, you got an arrow that goes both ways. That'll have to do. Okay. What else? Let's quickly actually get the sound effects here. We have, I mean, I kind of almost want a table for this one because this isn't really like a order of operations or anything. So I'm going to get us a table, drag that in. I guess I need to move over here. I'm going to make it just one column for now. Maybe that'll change. Okay, connect that. And we're going to say, so this is trigger, and we'll say every move, there's a sound. I guess we do another column. Just like sound, movement, quick, repetitive. I didn't spell that right, did I? And then bonus, there's probably like different bonuses. Yay sound. There's the death sound. Does sound very sad. It's a very sad sound. Nothing is good here. There might be different sounds. There's also effects when you die. That's not on here. Forgot to get that on here. So if you lose a life, we would also want to add in a column that says what happens when you lose that life. So we'll say effect. I'm not even sure. It just keeps going. So let's hit a car. Wait, okay, not yet, because I'm actually about to beat this level, and I haven't died once. So we're actually gonna... Whoa! Dude, that row just went fast! Hold on! Wait a minute. This row sometimes speeds up, and it seems like it sped up at the same time that this one did. Haven't used Milanote before. It looks super useful. I really like it. Not sponsored yet. I really like it. It's freeform. And the nice thing is you can like export everything. So you have some limited space, but I haven't even used it up yet, and I've been using it a lot. You can export it as like these different types of documents. And so even though it's all kind of all over the place, it'll try to logically organize it. And so far, with everything I've tried, it's done it pretty well. You'll see it says like plain text. Like, how do you make that a plain text? It'll try to figure it out. And it's pretty good at it. So like, I definitely recommend it, honestly. Okay, so this is a really important note here. It's kind of like this whole event. I would almost say, it's not really a timer. I mean, if it is, I don't know what the time is on. But I'm going to go ahead and branch this off from the time section. Because we will need some kind of timer to decide when that happens. So I'm going to say speed up modifier. Happens every once in a while. Speeds up rows. We know that it's going to be row 5 and row 8. Speeds up rows 5 and 8. I love Milanote. I did the refer a friend thing to max out my cards on the free plan. Very good app. Nice. Oh, sorry. I guess I should be smarter about this and refer friends. I will refer friends. Why am I not doing that? Why wouldn't I do this to myself? Well, maybe next time I'll start doing that. Welcome, Gab Games. Good to see you. Thanks for checking in. 10-hour shift. Oh my gosh. Hope you're getting paid for all those hours. Good to see you. Thanks for checking in. Welcome, PawnX Pawn. So we need to say that row 8 also gets a speed up modifier. It's row 11. Sometimes extremely fast. That is new. Time and a half. All right. All right, fine. Give me the money. Happy New Year, Gamer Therapy. Welcome. Let's hook up that. Good. Speed up modifier happens every once in a while. Speeds up rows 5 and 8. So that's a new discovery. Very interesting. Good to know. See if we can beat this level. We gotta go all the way over. Should I try to get that bonus? I'm gonna do it. I'm getting good at this. I'm not getting that bad at it. What? What happened? Dude, that's not the first time, and I assumed it was because it was a sinking one. I don't think it was. Was I like too close to the edge? Oh no, this run is going to the toilet so fast. Oh. So yeah, so you can see that row's going a lot faster too. Now it's not going as fast as the other. Let me pause it. So I'm gonna actually clarify this a little bit. We're gonna say speed up modifier. Oh gosh. Speed up modifier. I don't know, +2 or something. And for this one, let's say speed up modifier +4. It's kind of arbitrary, but just to indicate that one is quite a bit more than the other, or something like that. One of your resolutions is posting more on YouTube. You got this. You got this, Gamer Therapy. And it's good to check in, too, at the end of the year. Like, did I meet those goals? You know? Yeah, I guess my New Year's resolution is to start this jam. Oh, man. Well, we didn't make it. Okay, so there was like a sound when you died. There's no real effect when you go off the edge because you just disappear off the edge. So there's that very sad death effect. That happens when you die. We get this like exploding animation and then a skull and crossbones. Let's see if it's the same thing when you go into the water. Oh, it's a different sound. So it's trying to tell you like, oh, it's like I think it's trying to be like a water sound, like boing or something. But it doesn't have water sounds because it's old. So there's different kinds of death sounds. There's it's a little tricky. Very sad, various depending on thing that killed you. You know, I don't have to like make it exactly the same as long as it kind of like feels like it makes sense. You fall into this thing, it's a different sound than if you fall into that other thing. The animation looks the same to me though. If we go off the edge, we just vanish. Oh no! We do come around the other side. Oh, wow! Oh, wow. I didn't know that's how it worked. That's actually very interesting. That kind of like reveals something about the mechanics of it, right? Because to me, I'm looking at it like, okay, like it's spawning stuff, right, from the left, and then when it gets to the right, it deletes it and spawns a new one. No, it does not. It actually loops around and around and around over and over again. Like, that's pretty cool. That's good information. Okay, I died before I could try it. Maybe I'll do it that way. I don't know. I mean, you know, we could get a similar effect either way. Okay, so here I'm gonna die. And look, I appear right away, right there. Not quite right away. You can see it's not as soon as that log disappears, one starts to appear, but it's pretty darn close. So does that mean when this one that's sinking comes around, this one's gonna be a sinking one? Oh! So there's actually a fixed number of things here. Okay, that's really helpful information. I think I'm gonna build it that way. I like that. Now, of course, how does it move it? How is it doing that, right? I don't know. I don't actually know how to do a wraparound effect, personally. I mean, you could do like a viewport thing, you could teleport stuff, but it's hard when it's coming out of one side and it's like half of it is here and the other half. So if we pause it right there, right? This is the same log on each side here. Logger, where a logger jumps over frogs? Adorable, I love that. Right, tiles. That's a good idea. Although, yeah, that kind of makes sense, Pawn, because there is like a bit of time here where it's, because this isn't though, you can see the log is supposed to be this long, right? That's how long this log is right here. It's quite a bit shorter. So what isn't being seen is like the amount of time it has to take, let's say, those chunks. So as long as the chunk size is big enough that you can move all the other chunks to the other side, it'll work. So we'd have to set up these different, like, I think maybe that's the first thing I'll work on, is getting that stuff to like the base mechanic for it looping around. Because it also has to be scalable, so I can add different obstacles in, have those obstacles change speeds. So, you know, something like the car, right? I don't even think that this truck would fit. So I don't think we'll see half of a truck on each side. The truck completely disappears, and it's even a little bit of time before it comes in there. So you don't even need the chunks for that. For that, you can literally, so it's gonna depend. So this wouldn't even be the size of a single chunk. Or it would be, but it would be even smaller, in fact, than what a chunk would normally be. This one goes over, so it's a little, so it's probably the easiest way to measure it would just be to say, like, how much time before that truck disappears and a new one appears. It's probably, like, about that big is the chunk size. This is interesting. Possibilities are endless for this theme while keeping the gameplay. I hope so, Mindslide. I'm really excited to see. I mean, we've got almost 50 people, over 50 people, who are at least willing to try it. We'll see how many entries we get by the end of it. It's a whole month. So I think a lot more people are going to join in, and hopefully we'll see some interesting interpretations. I'm very, very excited. Submit your own entry, and you can vote on the best ones, too, which is pretty exciting. I say stick to what You know, and Endless Runner the Rose, it's the new hotness. Yeah, I have, right. That's right. So I have a bigger game I'm working on called Harvest Earth. I'll have better promo for it soon. I'm not doing the devlogs on it as often anymore, publicly. So I need to be better at promoting it. But I am working on a bigger game, and it is an Endless Runner. So it does have things at the end that, but the problem with that is, it's a little different, right? Because we're not like chunking things up in the same way. And to be fair, I didn't make that code. I borrowed that code from a tutorial. So like, I don't even really, we'll see. Yeah, we'll do, it is kind of the same concept. All right. I'm tired of planning. I want to start making, you guys. I'm super bored with planning right now. I'm not bored. I'm bored with planning. So let's start building this thing, yeah? You guys said 3D, so 3D it is then. The first scene has been placed. It could be 3 logs, but you only see 2 as well. What? What are you saying? What do these words mean? I don't understand. It could be 3 logs, but you only see 2 as well. I don't understand. What do you mean? All right, so I'm going to set up a camera. Let's put a task up for this one. Yeah, I understand you're talking about the item wrapping, but I don't understand this logic in terms of applying it to it. It probably makes sense. I just don't get it. Okay, so let's get a task going. And really, I'm just going to try to prototype the like, what do we even call it? The wrapping, the movement. Let's say prototyping row movement. That probably makes the most sense. So I'm gonna need a camera. We're gonna need a world environment. There's a lot of things to set up here before we get quite into all of that. So I'm going to add a world environment. I'm also going to play some music to get into the mood here. I should probably start playing some like retro sounding music, but for now, this is what we're doing. Welcome to the second part of this stream. The first part, well, it was the intro, but really the first part was planning. Now the second part is beginning to prototype. We have entered the prototype phase. You might do like a penguin ice dash. Whoa, what is penguin ice dash? That sounds fun. Penguin ice dash. Whoa. Oh, so maybe kind of even Endless Runner style. Looks like there's a few different penguin ice dash concepts. Yeah, I think actually Endless Runner fits pretty well with this. An if statement, maybe. If mesh is passed to endpoint, then spawn. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Alright. Can we just add the sun and add the environment? We're gonna keep it really basic for right now. Super basic. We obviously want to ground. Now, am I going to be dealing with like static bodies and physics? I mean, I don't think it's necessary. It could be kind of fun to get like hit by something and it like moves you around. But I think it introduces more complexity than is necessary. The logs would be ice. Oh, so like slippery maybe? Oh, I love that. Nice. All ears. Welcome back, Gab. So for now, I'm gonna say no physics because like a couple ideas I have are like maybe you're like parkouring across the tops of buildings or something, right? So if that's the concept, the art concept I go with, well, if you fall off, you need to get smaller as you get down, right? Otherwise, it like doesn't make sense. And I probably need to do that no matter what. But if we're dealing with physics, that just complexifies that so much more. So I think I'm gonna not do any physics. So we're just gonna have it be like all non-physics. I'm gonna add a mesh instance. We're just gonna call this the ground. I'm gonna make it pretty big here. Kind of ridiculously big. We'll say 2000 by 2000. I do want it to be a little unique, but maybe for now we'll stay kind of classic. And I'm just gonna make it black. Blackish. Obviously, I need to make it unshaded for it to be perfect, but maybe that'll give it some of its uniqueness, is if I do have it be shaded. Okay, so the camera, I'm gonna want it to mostly be completely up and down. Maybe with some angles so we can appreciate the 3D-ery. Let's put some junk in there just so I can like see things. So I'm just gonna just say debug object 1. Just so that way I can have something there to look at. I like just going with the default sizes and stuff for now. Yeah, I see. Okay. And then let's make sure we save everything. This is our main scene. Select it. Just look at what we've created so far. Yep. So obviously we're not zoomed out quite enough. Something I like to do is set the window to be on top. Now, in a future version of Godot, I'm not going to need to do this because it's all going to be set within the, you're going to be able to, like, test it within the editor, but right now we can't, so I set it to always on top. Obviously, I don't really want to shit my game always on top, but we're going to be putting it in the browser anyway, so, okay. I'll still probably want to turn that off, though. So I would imagine this is like the size of our player character. And I personally would kind of like the whole level to be visible at once, rather than set it up like that 3D Frogger we played, where the camera followed you. I don't know, something about that I don't like as much. So I'm not gonna do it. And we can actually use these debug objects as like markers for where everything is. So you know what, I'm gonna create a node 3D that's just gonna act like kind of a little folder for me here. I don't know why that message isn't popping up. I see your message, Mindslide. Do I need to... But my chat app has decided to ignore it. Shame on it. How dare it? We are a family. Let's see if I can get it here. There you are. If you're making a game, you should submit it, in my opinion. Dude, I don't know. Alright. Here, I'll say this. New poll. 49 votes, 63%. That is significant. All right, 3D it is. All right, so here's what I'm gonna say then. Should I submit my entry? Remember, it's a ranked jam. My opinion is no. My opinion is no, I shouldn't. But I'm curious, actually, what you guys think. Oh, just the chat app just stopped checking. It just stopped. All right, looks like I need to update it. Oh, well. I kind of had a feeling that might happen. You could always post and not include it in the rankings. Is that possible? How do I can exclude a game from rankings? I can just qualify mine, I guess. I don't know, I've never run a jam that is ranked. I've only ran unranked ones. So I'm just not exactly sure what that looks like. 50-50. See, it's like, to me, that's too close. Yeah, there's only 4 votes, but if even a plurality of people say no, I just think that that's, I don't want to do it. But I will make it like available, yes, if people want to check it out. I mean, in fact, I'm gonna make sure, oh my god, I didn't even set this up with GitHub yet. I'm gonna make it as open source as can be. We'll make sure there's a build people can play. All of that, yes, 100%. But I'm not necessarily going to worry about anything beyond that. Oh yeah, the chat app is broken. Okay, all right. No, I see that that's true. Well, we'll just have to do chat the old-fashioned way today. All right, so that's the setup. I'm gonna say, so I'm gonna make a Node 3D here. I'm just gonna use it kind of like a folder. And in that folder, we're gonna put different debug things. I'm gonna say this is placeholder boundary. I'm gonna call it like front, left, right, and back. Let's just say front boundary. Now you're gonna want some collision here so the player can't move too far back. That is going to be important. Okay, let's move this. I am gonna want to make a GitHub for it, so it will be like open source and all that too. I'll make sure that that's all true. I promise. A lot of yeses, but I don't know. I feel weird about it. Yeah. Chat app needs to be updated, y'all. Well, that's okay. We just won't worry about it. Alright, so I'm gonna move this forward a bit. So it's gonna be kind of off camera, actually. Well, you know what? Let's actually call this, let's duplicate it. We're gonna say placeholder player. Then we'll make this one the front boundary. So I'm gonna place that just off camera there. But before I do that, let's make it a lot wider. So I'm gonna have to make that a unique mesh. Drag it out. So that's gonna have to go the full width of the camera. Now the other thing is I should decide on the size that I want. I'm just gonna use like the default Godot setup. I'm not gonna change that. So actually I think this is fine. Okay, transform. Let's push it back. Okay, that's behind the camera. I'm gonna duplicate that. We're gonna call this back boundary now. And that one I'm gonna move forward. And so then in between here, we'll have to get those rows. Now that might change depending on, oh, yeah, putting it at an angle changes things a little bit, right? You can see how much smaller it is up front. So that means that the game would kind of like go inward a bit, right? As opposed to being straight. I kind of think that there's something kind of cool about that. Maybe we could even add UI on the wings, on the left and the right, where there isn't level. But it does raise the question, like, why are we in this little section? And if it's gonna wrap around, how is that gonna work if you can see it? Well, it'd just be like darkness. It's just mysterious darkness. It's gonna be kind of trippy. I'm going with it. I'm going with my impulsivity here. And if I want to change it, we'll change it. All right, I'm going to increase the width, which is going to increase the width of the other one too. We might actually end up using this as like the collisions. I think that would be a good idea, actually. Okay, I'm going to move this back just a bit here. Obviously, we don't want these to be casting shadows and stuff. Now, the front boundary, the back boundary is going to be a little different, right? Because you have those slots that you go into. So I don't know why the player would ever get this far back. I would hope that they don't. I guess I don't really need to do the back. Well, we're doing it now for like visual purposes, actually. So we'll do it. Okay, back boundary. I'm going to also tell it, the mesh, not to cast a shadow. Geometry, cast shadow off. Okay, let's make one more, 2 more. Left boundary. Bring that one down here, or up, as it were. That would be your y-axis. Rotate that 90 degrees. So we do want that to actually be in the view frame. You can see that like yellow line, so I would want it to be contained in there. So we'll say something like that. It's at negative 14.715. I don't like that. What is negative 15 like? I don't like that either. What's negative 14 like? A little closer than what I had in mind. What about negative 14.5? All right, I'll do 7. 7 it is. Duplicate it. And we're going to call this right boundary. And then we'll put it at 14.7. There we go. It's kind of like a pinball machine. Oh, it's going to be like a pinball game that's like Frogger. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Maybe you're like, what if you're like on a pinball table though? And you're just playing pinball wrong. It's just like wrong pinball. That's the game idea. We'll see. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Okay, so obviously all of this is not going to be visible, but for now, I'm leaving it. But ultimately, I am not going to want this to be visible. So I also want to make sure that the ground doesn't receive a shadow from these things, which I'm a little confused. Why is there shadows? Oh, because I didn't set it for each of them. Off. There we go. Okay. Good, good, good. Excellent. Nice. Now, I guess I do want to add collision to each of them. I wasn't going to make them a static body, but I do need them to be a static body, so we're going to do that. So we're going to say front boundary. I'm just going to call that mesh instead. Let's make another static boundary, or static body, and call that left boundary. Add the mesh in there. Call it mesh. Add a new static body. Call it right boundary. Oh yeah. Drag this in there. Call it mesh. Thank you. Thank you. I could have done it this way in the first place, but I didn't think about it. Back boundary, it's gonna have a 2 on it. Drag that in there, call it mesh. Okay. Obviously, we are going to need collisions for each one. I'll just base that on the mesh. Well, yeah. Yeah, that would be kind of nice if we did. If I had made the static body in the first place, this would be a lot easier. Can we try this? Can I say negative 14.7, what's that at, 0.609? I'm gonna try something here. Negative 14.7, what is this at again? 0.609. we'll say 0.6, well, let's keep it the same, 0.609. And then if I reset this, nice, 90, let's reset that, because I might be able to do this a lot easier. 90, if we do it this way. Yes, I could have done this simpler to start with, but perfection is not my strong suit. That's a nice mantra. Perfection is not my strong suit. It's not a great mantra. It's a little negative. Okay. Somehow that doesn't have any rotation. Oh, that's the front boundary. Gotcha. It's really confusing. Okay, then for this one, 14.7, 0.609, 90. Okay. 14.7, 0.609, 90. And then reset that and that. So the reason I'm doing this is because I think I'll just be able to create a collision shape and just make it the exact same dimensions as this block, and then I'll just have the collision shape, and I don't have to generate anything. I don't have to resize the collision. It'll just match the mesh. I think that's why this is a good idea. Negative 30.896, fine. All right, there we go. Now, if I add a collision shape, we just look at the size of our mesh here, which is 88.225 and 11. We're gonna create a box shape, and we're gonna make it 88.25, 11. And now the collision shape will match. I'm just gonna call it collision. So you can see it's that blue line, those blue lines there. If I hide the mesh, there's the collision. Okay. Copy the collision, paste it, and paste it. Done. Collisions. Now obviously for the player, let's add in a character body so it can move around. Should be pretty simple. I'm gonna name it player, and we can get our placeholder player mesh in there. I'm just gonna call it mesh. We again wanna set the position to be reset. Now something to think about here is, do I want it to be like tiled movement, right? Do I want it to be mathematically, you move forward a certain section, and you know if you click forward 13 times, you get to the end? Or do I want it to be a little more push and pull? I gotta be honest, I don't know. I'm not sure what I want. I'm kind of leaning towards the latter, though. 80% of you so far, out of how many people? Out of 10 people think I should submit it. That's a lot. That's pretty high. Okay. Obviously, we need a collision for that. So we'll do the same thing. Just make a simple collision, box shape. Gets the job done. Then we'll add a script on here. Godot has a built-in character body movement script. Slap it on, and we should be able to play. Getting it started is always the easiest part, design-wise. So we're actually off camera, apparently. Did we fall through the... Oh, because I didn't make the ground a static body. I was like, I don't need to do that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I'm just gonna rename this to mesh. I'm gonna add a static body, call that ground. I'll drop the mesh in there. We'll do the same kind of thing, create a collision shape. I like having all these things be named very generically. That way I know I can always reference the name in code. It's just my preference. Some people are like, don't use names. They're not good for references. I don't care. If I always know I name it the same thing, it doesn't really bother me. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but I'll live. Okay, so we want this collision XY 2000 by 2000. that Y, that Z, or sorry, not Y, just kidding. That Z, or that Y value might not be quite correct, so we'll see. Now I notice that the player is kind of sunken into the ground a bit, so let's pull our player up. Well, we should be able to snap it to the floor now. Is that what you think the floor is there? Okay. I don't think that's the floor, but I hear you. I hear you that you think that's the floor. All right. And we can move around. I want WASD. It's just a personal preference. I like it to be in my games. So I'm actually gonna just create some new actions. We're gonna say forward, back, left, and right. We'll add some new input. We'll say W, arrow key up for back, arrow key down, and S. I see your guys' chats. I'm sorry I missed them. My chat app is being a little goofy unless I reinstall it, which I don't feel like doing. So I have to pull up my chat normally. We gotta do it the old-fashioned way. I plan on making mine free roaming. What? Oh, you mean like versus it like being like this or like that? Yeah. That's good to know. Yeah, like that. Okay, maybe I will. I don't know. I mean, it's just different. It's like a different skill set that way. I almost want to try it both ways. Isn't there a world boundary 3D collision shape? Oh, is there? What does that mean? What's a world boundary 3D collision shape? It's like a hollowed out collision shape or something? That sounds awesome. It's just the way I've always done it. Potentially not the best way to do it, though. Or like, will that like keep it to the camera or something? Okay, so we're gonna say for the left key, I guess I'll start just for the consistency's sake. We'll make it A, and then left, and then for right, I'm gonna add D, and the right arrow. Now, I need to go into my character player here. We don't want jump. I don't think jump is going to be of interest here. I think that's not gonna work. Left, I mean, you obviously could. You could add in like power-ups or something, like maybe you get a free jump. I don't know. There's like jump pads. There's a lot of possibilities for stuff that could be added in. I at least want to get the base game down. But, oh, we went forward and back. But, you know, the thing about that is if I don't plan for some of that stuff early. This is where game dev document also comes in handy, is making sure you're planning on a lot of these features sooner than later. So there's still a lot to think about here. Okay, I'm just testing my chat. Okay, it's back for now in its normal form. Temporarily. Alright, let's test it. Show me your moves. As our Lord and Savior Captain Falcon used to say. Alright, there we go. So I'm moving on WASD. Now we've got, this kind of introduces this like diagonal movement. So I don't know how I feel about that. You know, and if I wanted to have like grid-like movement, I might want to actually implement like a grid system. I think... I don't know. I don't know what I want. I just don't know. I gotta think about it. I kind of want it to be like grid-like movement, honestly. That's just kind of what I want. To me, that I'm not saying that makes it a Frogger-like, but to me, Oh, we kind of want to bring that boundary forward maybe a bit. To me, that just makes it feel more Frogger-like. You know, the other thing too is like if we like really turn up the speed, like make it like 20 or something. Like you don't get a lot of movement wiggle room there. And it's actually quite treacherous. But it's obviously not fixed, right? It's got like this special direction, speed. You know, it's I don't know. I think I want it to be fixed movement. I really do. I think that's what I want. So I don't really know how to do that, if I'm being honest. So we're gonna figure it out, because I have no idea. There's probably some way I could change this code. So this is just calculating the direction, which you don't need to worry about that. Velocity. I think that's it right there. Velocity is the thing. So velocity is like a built-in thing. So I think we just want to say that instead of that, something else. And then it's related to move and slide as well. Like, I mean, if I were to comment out move and slide and try to run this code, literally nothing happens. So tell me more about this move and slide. I don't actually know much about it. Moves the body based on velocity. If the body collides with another, it will slide along the other body, so like the ground, rather than stop immediately. If the body is over a character body or a rigid body, it would also affect the motion of the other body. Modifies velocity if a slide collision occurred. When the body touches a moving platform, general behavior properties change according to the motion mode. What is motion mode? Sets the motion mode, which defines the behavior. See motion mode constraints for available modes. Grounded floating. Okay. I wonder, I mean, if we could just like have it just jump, like we could interpolate the movement. I'd kind of like it to just feel very immediate and very responsive. You press it, bam, you move. You press it, bam, you move. If you want true grid movement, it might be best to use static bodies and make your own movement system. That's what I'm doing. I think that's what I'm doing. That's what I think. Yeah, I don't think I want that. I think move and slide has to go. That's what I think. That's what I think. Func grid movement. It's not really going to be a grid per se. So instead of velocity, so like what is this going to equal? Like we're setting it to that. So I'm going to actually say move X, move Z, move X, move Z. Like just out of curiosity. And if we say print move, that's going to be a vector. So we have to set all this up, of course. So let's come up here and we're going to say variable move vector 2 you know, whatever it's going to be. It doesn't really matter. Like that, right? Oh, just kidding. It's a vector 3. My bad. Vector 3. Right, because we're in 3D here. Yes, 3D, of course. Okay, so that'll print a vector 3. Let's just see what happens. It's gonna be weird. Like, understand, it's gonna be strange. So we're all zeros right now. Right? Nothing but zeros happening. So I'm just gonna move a little over to the left. It says -20. Ah, so it's literally just taking 20. So it's literally just taking the speed and it's just setting it to that, excuse me, it's just setting that speed. We've been drinking tea. So that way we kind of know. Now it doesn't look like it's like interpolating it or anything. I think it's just straight up making it 20. So that's pretty much it. Like, I don't think there's much more to it. We just have to make sure that that move value then gets fed into the position of the thing. This is actually going to be really simple. 20 is a bit much. Let's bring it back to the 5 default. And what I'd actually want to say is we could try global position plus move. Like, what is that like? All right, nothing. Cool. I don't think that's how that works. I think you say plus equals. I think that will make that work. Whoa! Okay. So what we do get is like the repetition, right? It's happening every single frame. We don't really want it to happen every single frame. It's kind of like you press it once and it happens. Maybe if you hold it, it'll like loop it slowly, but I don't necessarily want it to just go, it's like constantly going, you know? So I think we might want some kind of like input check. Maybe even like a movement cooldown of some kind. I think a movement cooldown would be sufficient. If you want to keep move and slide, you could use a navigation agent 3D child and just set the target position every key press. Navigation agent 3D. You know what I don't like about the navigation agents? They really slow down the game a lot. I am very unhappy with the navigation in Godot. With that said, that is such an interesting solution. What a fascinating idea. I never would have thought about that. Props for creativity. I don't like the navigation stuff in Godot. I've had bad experience with it. Plus, you know, I think I'd rather build it, but that's very intriguing. Nice idea. I think what I'm gonna experiment with is like a timer. And I'm gonna create one now. I know, it's wacky. I know. And let's even set up a state machine here. So I'm gonna say enum move states. And we're gonna say there's, let's say stand, stay, move, or something like that. How do you set up an enum? What have I done? Expected colon after enum name. All right, fine, whatever. Stay move, and then we're gonna say variable move state, and that's just gonna be set to move states. I did this wrong. Why does this look so wrong? I gotta open my other project where I have done some of this stuff before. That doesn't look correct. Something about that isn't right. What is it about that that looks so wrong? It should be like green or something, right? Alright, well, while that gets sorted out, let's create that timer. I'm gonna call this timer movement. I'm gonna unready it. I'm gonna make it accessible as a unique name just in case we ever move this around for some reason. Timer movement. And then I'm gonna say every time that it ends, so let's set up a ready here. Func ready. Timer movement timeout connect on timer movement timeout. I don't like the way, I like starting things with timer with like what it is, but it's really bothering me like linguistically. It just isn't like making sense. So I'm gonna call this movement timer in here, just to like make it make more sense to me. Movement timer. On movement timer timeout. Function movement timer. Okay. And then this would set the different enum. So we would want to say that, well, we've done something quite wrong here. Just gonna wait for my other project to load. It has almost loaded. It is getting there. This is my main project. Move state state, right. So you need to wrap the callback function in callable. No? No, I don't think I do. Now there is a different way to connect. There's different kinds of connects that have that are set up differently, and maybe you're thinking, this is my other project that I work on. I don't have a Steam page or anything yet. I will soon. And I'm gonna use it to inspire me. But I did set up like a different kind of connect once. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. It may not be. But I have used that before. You know, I don't know where it is. Anyway. Where have I set up enums? I've set them up all over the place. Let's check out the one on the player. I just forget the syntax of things, so I gotta go back and look. Oh, colon! I was supposed to not do an equals. I was supposed to do a colon. That was the problem. Okay, got it. Yeah, there's different ways. So wait, where's the other? Okay, now I want to show you though. What was it? HP? What was it called? Now I'm just, oh, we're on the wrong project. Now I'm just curious. Health bar. Didn't we do that in here? Here. So this we're saying we're running a connect function, and then we say, here, let's pull up this in here. Connect the signal, then we define the callable, and then we can do flags. So there's this way, there's this way of doing a connect. All right. And then there's the other way, which is more commonly what I do, personally. Which is this one. So one returns, this returns an integer, interestingly. This is the one that I usually use. They're just a little different, but they both achieve the same thing. All right, so I needed to say not equals move states, colon move states. That I knew. I was like, this is supposed to look green. And then like what IE was saying, we then come down here and we say that when it times out, I actually want it to be at the move state, not the stay. So we'll say move state becomes move states stay when that ends. Oh, sorry, this is supposed to be on movement timer timeout. There we go. I should probably set up a credits list for this too, so you guys can have contributed to it. Although, I guess I'm kind of waiting for there to be a contribution that I actually implement. Move state equals move state stay. Now, when does it go back to... Oh, sorry, move. When does it go back to stay? Whenever it starts again. So it times out, it goes to move. Well, if you move, basically. So whenever grid movement gets called, move state equals move state stay. I guess we'd want to say move it once and then set it to stay. right after that. So let's do a function. Let's do another function, which is start movement timer. Func start movement timer. IE, thank you for gifting a membership. And Jonas Newhouse got that membership. Let's go. Congrats, Jonas. As a member of this channel, you're gonna get access to an extra live stream I do every Monday. It's 6 to 10 hours, I should say 12, sometimes it goes very long. 6 to 12 hours, just like this one is gonna be. So thank you so much, IE, for supporting this channel. That way you'll get that long live stream. And then also, emotes. Sometimes I sing member songs. I haven't today, because I'm getting used to the new live stream style, but once in a while I'll sing you a member song. And what else? Bonuses on the Game Jam wheel choice, all kinds of stuff. So thank you. It's gonna be a podcast soon. Thank you, IE, for gifting that. Congrats, Jonas. We're gonna sing IE a little song for that. I think that earns a song. Let me pick one that I usually sing to. I know, guys, you're like, wait, what? Is she gonna sing a song? I'm not a good singer, but I do it anyway. I do what I have to do to show my appreciation. So we're gonna give a little, I only have the overlay for member song, but it's actually just a general song. All right, here we go. This is for you, IE. Perfect. Oh, when I see that I gifted a membership, I scream, IE, but in a good way. When I see that IE gifted a membership, I scream, IE, but in a good way, but in a good way. I see IE is gifting memberships to people like Jonas Newhouse. Thank you, IE. I see IE gifting memberships. Thank you. I appreciate you. And there's your song. I apologize for that song, guys, everybody. But also, thank you. And you're welcome, IE, in a way. And congrats, of course, Jonas. All right, we're making a function here. Func start movement. That is some spelling. There's ways to spell things, and that is one of them, as far as they go. Also known as StuLab. That's right. Oh, I remember. I know you got your multiple accounts. All right, let's spell this good. I kind of like func, like thick, but func. All right, func start movement timer. And what that is gonna do is we wanna say movement timer start. It's not gonna be long, it's very short. It's just to prevent, you know, spamming it super fast. So you can, it's honestly for your own protection as a player. I don't know if this is gonna work, it's just an idea. So let's say 0.3. That's a pretty long time, so we'll see. That might need to change. Movement timer 0.3. And that's gonna start right there. We also could have the state change happen there, right? So as soon as that timer starts, move state stay. And that's gonna move us, start the timer. I would even say we could do it before then. So it happens quite quickly. We kind of want to be a little more specific here. We're gonna say if move state equals, or is set to move states move. That way it doesn't like keep restarting the timer over and over again. So only in that one situation will it bother doing it. I could also call it at that point too with the if. I don't know, we'll just do it like this. If move state is set to move states move, then make it stay and start the timer. The timer is gonna end, and when that timer ends, it is then going to set it back to move. And we need to also disallow grid movement. So I would even say, don't even run any of this. If move state set to move, I could put it here. I kind of actually want to put this here. I don't know what is better, but if move state is set to move states move, then run that function. Because otherwise it just kind of doesn't matter. Oh, we gotta do that. Well, I guess I'll do the same thing here, just for the consistency's sake. But we already know that's gonna... Grid movement... Well, that's the thing, I really don't need that, because this will never run unless move states is in move. So we kind of don't actually need to put that if. We're basically moving it to a different point. All right, let's see what that does. Let's just see where we're at. Do things work? I don't know. It looks like they do not. So let's check what's going on. Well, the default state is stay. So I'd actually probably want to say move and then stay. So that way we're starting out. We're starting out there. And we'll make this an export variable. So we can change that or something. All right, let's see if we can move now. Yes, wow. All right, that's a bit further than I could ever want. And you know, I'm tapping it, right? I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I'm tapping it, but it's not going. It should go whenever I tap it. I think this timer is not a good idea. I think it's very unresponsive. Let's try making the speed a lot lower. Oh, we'll see, we'll see. We'll see. I've only got a few other devlogs left, so I need to pick it up a little bit. Okay, so we're moving, but again, you can see it's not very responsive, so I think this is not a great idea. I wonder if we could say instead of, so we're doing this input get vector thing, but that's running every single frame. I almost want like a just pressed instead of what this is doing, which is like it's constantly checking it every single frame. Where I'd rather it be only if it's been pressed does it check for that. I've had pretty bad luck with using an input event. I found that it's not very responsive, but maybe in this case it'll be fine. So we're gonna pivot a little bit here. I'm gonna try input event. We might still want some of this stuff. We'll see. I don't remember how to do this, so I'm gonna pull up my other project. Actually, I think this is gonna be a lot better. Pull up my other project. I'm gonna go to the pause menu. All the 1 hour jams are paying off. We're gonna find out. We are gonna find out, aren't we? I like that optimism very much. Oh, maybe in the main menu. Wait, where do we have the input? Oh, right there. If event is. Okay. All right, that's fine. If event is, and then we say like what it is. We have like a more specific one, right? For pausing. That's gotta be in the pause code. It is. If action is okay. And so this also checks for certain states, which we might want to think about. All right, let's do this. If input is, let's see if we can get some autocomplete for me here. Is action, oh, there is no just though. Really? Are you sure there's no just? I was really banking on that. I was really banking on that working. Yeah, I know it exists, but it's just not auto-completing here as a child of an input event. So I think that it might be for something else. I think that's the problem. Yeah, see, there's input and there's input event, which are different. Input has just pressed, but if we come down here to input event, you can see that it actually does not have a just pressed, unfortunately. But I wonder if the input event just does that already. And we might want to do this state setting here. Let's find out. Let's find out. Let's just see what happens. If that does happen, and then we're gonna say that it is, well, the trouble is we gotta have it for every single direction, right? Which kind of sucks. We're just gonna say print forward. We're not gonna get that nice code that's already broken down into forward, left, right, backward. Forward. So I'm gonna hold forward down. Oh, it takes it once. So it basically already is that. See, it's only running it once. Great. That's why it doesn't exist, because it doesn't need to exist. All right, we're good. So it's not as clean as before. I don't know if there is that. Let's see. Let's look up input event. Just out of curiosity. Maybe it has a vector thing. I don't know. Input event. The action strength is action pressed, released, action type. What is action type? Returns true if this input's type. Oh. Yeah, I don't think we have like a vector thing here. So we'll just, if we do, I don't know how to find it. So we're just gonna do each and every one ourselves. I don't really care about the print right now. Left, right. So all we need to do is set move to be. So you can really only do one at a time, which I think is fine. So if you're moving forward, we would want Z to be 1. So like that. So let's copy that line. Paste it in. For back, that's gonna be -1. For left, -1 on the X, and for right, +1. And we actually we kind of don't want any of this stuff at all. We don't want any of that. This is all just going in the trash. It's just all gone. I don't know that we even need the move states right now. I think that was just an experiment that didn't end up being necessary. Run grid movement, which isn't gonna do much at all right now. Global position move. I'm gonna comment out the timer thing. And let's see if we be moving. Oh, I set them wrong. I did -1. Did I do left and right correctly? Right, -1 is forward, not backward. Or whatever. Okay, left and right is good. This feels much better. Oh, this feels perfect. This is exactly what it should be. Okay. We got it. -1 and 1. You know, part of me wishes it would kind of interpolate forward instead of like leap forward. Because it could still have that like sudden movement, but visually take longer. I don't think that's necessary. If I'm being honest, I just think that it feels responsive. I, the player, know things are happening, and that's good. Now, here's a question that I have. How far forward are we moving, and how far forward should we move? I think that in Frogger... Oh, I said prototyping row movement? That's hilarious. We're doing player movement. We've been lying. I was lying about that this entire time. Okay. So yeah, Frogger is about the same size as the actual row. Let me get this out of the way. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna duplicate this player mesh. I'm gonna move it outside of the player, and I'm gonna put it right next to it. And I wanna see, and actually, before we do that, let's actually make another one too. And let's put it directly next to it. And let's make it a slightly different color as well. And what I want to see is, are we moving our actual length forward? Yeah, dude. Absolutely. Wow. All right. Perfect indeed. Good. So actually, we're gonna be making this level a lot smaller. So we need 13 rows. Actually 14, I think, if we count the one behind us, right? So that's already perfect. This is row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now something I don't like about this, right, is how much smaller it gets the further out you are, which is like kind of not great. But yeah, let's adjust this. I'm gonna actually move the boundary first, because we actually have a literal distance. So by row 13, you should be inside of the finish line, right? Let me just check my notes. Make sure that's correct. I think it's correct. Row 13 is our finish line, yes. So we would be inside of the end of it by this point. Oh, look, the collision doesn't work anymore, right? Because we're phasing through the walls. The walls don't mean anything. So we need to be a little more thoughtful. Luckily, since we're actually doing like grid positions, that means we can tell it to stop at a certain point. Now that actually gets a little tough on the left and right, because since we're kind of doing it like at an angle, I don't think that's gonna be that tough. I think this will actually be pretty easy and doable now that I think about it. No, I think we can just say like very specific, we can work, this is actually a lot better. Now, one problem I'm having is I can't hold it, which why would you want to? You know, why would you want to be able to hold it? Out of curiosity, can you do that here? You cannot. So it's all about spamming. We are spam, spam, spam here in this family. All right, I mean, look, you're not gonna want to really do that if the perils are everywhere. You are going to want to be careful about your movement. So I think it's actually kind of fine. Okay, so we're gonna have to set up our own collision setup. So let's do that. Let's make our collision code. So I'm just gonna call this boundaries. Yeah. Let's add a script on here called the boundary script. And we're gonna set up back boundary. See, I started to build things I didn't need to build, which is like kind of an oopsie. Boundary back. That's the thing about prototyping and placeholders. Is sometimes you set up things that end up being kind of a waste of time. 90% of y'all, out of how many people think I should submit it? Out of 20 votes. Dang, think I should, that's a lot. That's a lot. But it's like to be ranked. Now I guarantee you, mine is not gonna rank that well. Mine's only gonna be so good. I know you guys are gonna make something better than me. Maybe that's a good reason why it shouldn't be a big deal. Very interesting. I wasn't even considering reconsidering it, but because that's such a landslide, I'm not sure. So let me find that exact position, right? Let's actually report it. It's just gonna make it a little easier to me. If we just say at all times. Oh, we don't do it all times. You can just say every time it moves. Print global position. That won't be that big a deal. Okay, all right, it's a big deal. Oh, yeah, right. Let's comment that out. Can't just leave an empty variable. 21 votes. Oh, and you gave a no. See, it's too uncertain. Okay, so really we only need to look at X and Z. So right now we are sitting at 0. That's the starting point. If we're at 1, we need to not be allowed to go back anymore. So in theory, the back boundary is like hit or something. How bad does it look with orthogonal projection? Ooh, that might be your first actual credit today. What? It's kind of worth a shot. That is an interesting concept. Let's try an orthogonal camera. Now I gotta find everything, obviously. Wait. Oh, maybe the rotation. Wait, how do I even set it? I don't even know. I don't use orthogonal enough. How do I make it look like something? Usually when I do orthogonal, it's not top down. Here, let's look into this so I can see where we're actually at here. Okay, so right now the camera is way up here. If I switch the camera to orthogonal, also welcome Dormouse. If I set it to orthogonal, what does that even mean? Orthogonal kind of confuses me. Like I get it, I understand what it is in theory, and I use it all the time. Like here, right? Right now I'm on an orthogonal view. So here I'm clicked on what, Z? So we're looking like straight down from the top. But I don't actually know how to set that up here on this camera, if I'm being very honest with you. So it almost, I'm starting to worry this is a time waster because I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. I see the sun. I see chaos of some kind. Yes. Okay. Alright. Oh, okay. I think we need to change the like near and far and the size. Oh, what? Oh, those are the boundaries. Whoa. Dude, this is kind of awesome, Dormouse. Dude, I actually love this angle though. This is like very cool. Wait a minute. Is this awesome? I just like have to wrap my head around how this fits with anything. What? How do I do this? How do I make it make sense? Let me try just moving it around physically. Maybe that'll make it click in my brain. What the heck is going on? Let's shrink down the preview a bit. Oh, we have to let go. Okay. Oh, because it's appearing flat. I see. So if I hide all the boundaries... Oh, I thought that was going to reveal the cube. It didn't. Change the size. The near, the far, something. Dude, how do I do this? Maybe that arrow at the top? Is that arrow at the top? No. What is this? What is this? Like for a second there, it looked mighty dang cool. I liked it very much. I'm just not sure how to like replicate that. Like understanding what, like I don't logically understand what's going on. Okay, so like that's the front. Make it look like Crossy Road. Do I know what Crossy Road like actually looks like? Oh, nice. Nice, dude, that looks awesome. Oh, it looks so cool. I mean, right now it makes sense because we have like blocks. It especially makes sense. Oh, so okay, so this is the front of it. The front, so that little arrow is telling us what up is or something. So this is the front facing. It's kind of hard to see. Maybe overdraw will be a little easier. So you can see that wireframe. This front section is what the camera sees. Now this makes a lot more sense. That's the logic that I needed to be wrapping my head around. Okay. So we would definitely need it to be moved a lot. Now that's not actually changing the distance. That would be, I guess, our size. Would change our distance. Oh, wait. Up and down are now, whoa, okay. We're looking at this in a very wrong way. This is very incorrect. We'd want to be, let's put this back at 0. This is intriguing. I'm actually very intrigued by this. And I might actually do this. Okay. Oh, I see. So we would actually want it to be flipped this way. So, okay, put this at 0. Rotate it that way. Push it backward. Let's get out of overdraw for a second so we get the nicer gizmos. Pull this back, and now I move forward, left, and right, and down. Wow. So there's row 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Neato. Okay. Rotation's a little iffy there. I guess we want the Z at 0. Put this at 0. Put these all at 0. We do have to kind of think about, like, you know, clipping through the ground and stuff, so I'm gonna have to definitely change, like, the ground color. Maybe it's just because I resized my... Let me see what we got. Could you not clip through the ground, maybe? Just an idea. Something to think about. I don't know why that happens. It still kind of hurts my brain a little more than I'd like it to. Why does the ground show up in there like that? Oh, do I understand? You need to move it up more? It doesn't look like it's in the ground, but I guess it is in the ground. Oh, I guess relative to the size that it is. I see, so size makes it... I gotcha. That's why it looks like it's in the ground, maybe, kinda. But then it's not. I don't know. It doesn't look like it's in the ground based on, like, the gizmo, right? That gizmo is above the ground. That is above the ground. But in my viewport, you can see the ground is visible. It's a little tricky. This definitely feels like potentially a waste of time, but because of how awesome it is, I'm still a bit interested in tinkering with it. But I'm also willing to give up. You know, then we don't have to worry about that, like, angle. I kind of like the angle, but maybe I don't. Maybe I don't like it. Maybe I just choose to like it. Neat. And then if we could like rotate it like at an angle. That gives it, that's like super crossy road now, right? Like, we basically are Crossy Road at this point. Which is, we're making a Crossy Road-like, which is, by the way, deeply, absolutely a Frogger-like. This is the most, this is a quintessential Frogger-like, I would say. So, you know, from a creativity, I mean, like, I don't really like that angled look, if I'm being honest with you. I kind of don't like it. It just kind of irritates me. So this is a cool, this is like a cool thing. Do I actually like it though? Is the question. Do I like it? Do I like it enough to go with it? I'm not so sure. Now, obviously, if I switch back, oh, I was gonna say if I switch back to perspective, it's gonna look super messed up. It does not look super messed up. It looks pretty good. Frustrum, no, probably not. Something about it I like though. I kind of dig it. You know what? I gotta give you a credit for that one, Dormouse, because that is deeply within consideration. That is well within the boundaries of consideration. So normally I give credits for my Harvest Earth game, but starting today, that's changing. So I would love to duplicate this sheet now. So let's do that. And we will make a credits page. I should put that in my game dev document at some point. Make a copy. This will be Frogger-like credits list. Whatever happens to this game, this credit entitles you to no compensation, but it does entitle you to a credit on the game. So thank you. Thank you, Dormouse, for this cool suggestion. We're just gonna get rid of all of these. Burn it all down. Except for one. Okay, so we've got Dormouse on here. Give you one credit for, I don't know, camera setup, camera angle. we'll say like visual design. How about that? Done. That's a really cool idea. I think this actually looks really awesome. I love like the softness of the shadows. There's just something about the way it renders that's really beautiful. Oh, and we could even do it like this. I don't know. It's just like I like it. It opens my creativity up a bit. And we don't have to worry about those angles, which is also wild because no, it's not wild. No, it's great. I thought that I actually put them at an angle, but I didn't. That was just like the camera doing that. All right, cool. No, we're good. This is good. So let's figure out the actual rows. I think we did. We already did it. We set it up. So this is the size. Now, what about left and right? Oh, dude, I didn't even think about that. What's left and right? You know why? You know, Mindswept? Here's why I don't like the lerping. The reason why I don't like the lerping, and maybe I'll change it. I might change my mind on that. But I like how responsive it feels. It's like, if there's lerping, that means there has to be a delay in time between when we start here and we get there. Even if it's just visual, there's technically some degree of delay. Whereas this feels like I'm moving and it's happening. But on the other hand, I do agree. So yeah, we could do a little lerping. Let's experiment with it. But before I experiment with the lerping, one thing at a time. How wide is it? Well, you talked about rows, but I never mapped out the columns. See, this is one thing about game dev documents too, is like, I don't know every single thing that I'm gonna need. Sometimes I have to get in there and actually start making it to realize the important things. All right, so it's gonna go on the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. The same amount. Oh, and look, safe left and right doesn't kill you. Wow, so actually, kind of interesting. If I come all the way to the edge on the left and right, I don't die. Whereas if you go to the edge on the water section, you do die. So like, that's very different all of a sudden. Only the edge in the top section hurts you. That is not something I had been accounting for. Interesting. All right, so it's a square? Are we quite sure about that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That doesn't look like a square. Maybe it's like shorter one way than the other? 0 or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It is, it's a square. Lerping with a small time value could work, although no lerping makes it more Frogger-like. Yeah, right? Let's try it. Wow, it's 14 by 14. Cool. So we need to set that up as well. We're at 0. 1, 2, 3, well, I guess we want to say this is 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, it's already almost perfect. Look at that. Oh, you're right. Frogger is using lerp. You're right. Because you get that like little jump animation. That's a good point. All right, lerp it is, lerp it is. Yeah, it is lerping. You're right. You're right. All right, Mindswept. You get it. You get the credit. The credit goes to you. And despite being entitled no compensation, you're certainly entitled to credit in the game. Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Welcome. You got some frog... Oh, we do? We got some Frogger stuff happening. You know it. We're getting there little by little. We'll say player movement. Credit given. Right thing done. You're impressed? Are you sure? I mean, look, we gotta jam this out. We gotta jam this out. Yeah, we're doing a credits list for, I got to. It's important. It's too important. So by the way, I feel like I can get rid of this timer. I don't think we actually need like these movement states. The only thing to consider is like animations and stuff, but you know, for now, I don't want to start bloating my game before we've barely even started. So maybe we go back to that someday. For now, I don't see the need for it. So we're just gonna get rid of all of that states stuff. I think that is quite unnecessary. So that has been removed from the game. And I'm just gonna adjust my boundaries, even though they kind of don't matter at this point. But they do from like an art perspective. Like in terms of like designing it, I think it does help a lot. So that's gonna actually be the furthest you can go, and then it's death zone outside of that. So let's move the left boundary in just a teensy weens. You know what I'm gonna do even? I'm gonna actually reset the position entirely and use the snapping so that way I can actually make it exactly the right place. There we go. Perfect. So that's the actual left boundary. We'll do the same thing on the right. Reset it. Yeah, so a plan that I have, by the way, which I haven't mentioned, a plan that I have, and that's at -13, a plan that I have is to actually make a video. And I want to make a video that's me remaking this game from scratch in one video. So not like a live stream, but a video. And I'm going to remake the entire thing. And hopefully it'll only be like a couple hours or something. And it could be like a build along. So if somebody was like learning for the first, sort of like a coloring book, or like paint by numbers or something, it would be a live or a video where you would just like watch me explain exactly every step I'm doing, and you could just follow along one-to-one and make this game. So I'm glad that it's coming together quickly for now, because that means that idea might actually work out. But that's one thing I hope to get out of doing this jam, is those videos. Now, I'm not saying this live stream is going to become that video. Although it might in some ways, but for the most part, we're gonna be making that from scratch. All right, let's get, since we have exact numbers now, I'm just gonna go ahead and reset the position of all these boundaries. And make sure they are quite exact. That way the art can reflect it correctly. So we're at -12. We should be at -13. That's where the last one should be. So that is to say, we can't actually cross that. That doesn't look very exact to me. Using clips of these streams, or you'll remake the game? I'm gonna remake it again. Yeah, I'm gonna remake it again. That's the idea. I don't know why that didn't line up perfectly, but whatever. Okay, go back till we're at 0. Wait, I'm confused. -1, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wait, 0, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, okay. So actually, we would want it to be right up against that, is the final boundary. In 1 hour, we'll see. I don't know how long it's gonna take. I imagine it's not gonna be that fast. But I am gonna try to do it as fast as I can. But I also want it to be instructive. You know, I don't want it to be like kind of stupid and like a rush. Now, I do want some room on the camera for the UI, right? So since now we don't have that angled, I'm not gonna hide the UI on the left and right. Instead, I'm gonna wanna try to go classic with it. So we do need to adjust the camera position just a little bit. So I guess we're just prototyping base game is really what we're doing. It's hard to know exactly what you're doing sometimes, at least for me. So I want to make sure there's enough room. Oh, so I guess, well, wait, so I guess it's not a square on Frogger because that's where the score and stuff goes. Yeah. So it is a little longer. It's almost like it's got 2 extra rows on each side. A little less than 2 on the bottom. So we would probably want more than that, because this should represent about the width of a row, this boundary. This should be the same size. So, approximately. So we probably want to make it a little smaller, but on the sides it's perfect. So obviously ours is gonna be a little different than that, right? Because, well, I mean, I guess I could make it whatever resolution I want. Dude, I'm making whatever resolution I want. Screw it, let's do it. Why keep to like norms? It's so boring. I like 19, it's kind of like an even size here. It looks a little bigger than it needs to be though, which I'm not crazy about. Yeah. Oh, it's your. You can do whatever you want. That's you. That is an artistic decision that I leave up to you. Make it any old format in the whole world. Completely up to you. You can make it itty bitty if you want. I don't care. Actually, that'd be pretty awesome. I think that'd be really cool. If you got super weird with it. What is negative 1.5 like? Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. So now I kind of want to get a little crazy here and change the actual viewport. So you can see that yellow. I don't know if I go into project settings, so I'm going to get to see it in real time. But what I'd like is for that yellow to actually wrap around right on the boundaries. So right now our width is 1152 by default. I kind of hate this number. Can we say like, can we do like 720? What about 1024 by 720? What is that like? That's very square-ish. I'll try for the world's first 3 by 6 pixel resolution game. Do it. Oh yeah, 1024. And how far to the left can we get? Perfect. Yes, this is what I want. 1024 by 720. That's like an old school monitor size. I love it. Perfect, dude. And we got plenty of space for score. Yes. I'm very happy with this. All right. Oh, look at that. Dude, what? Look at the viewport. It lines up exactly with the boundary. That's crazy. And dude, that must be what the resolution is. It has to be, right? Like it wouldn't just line up that well. That's ridiculous. Okay. I'm just like dealing with the emotions that are coming up with how awesome that is. We're doing good. We're doing good. All right, let's set up the interpolation. I think that'll be it'll be fun since you guys mentioned it. Player movement interpolation. Now I still haven't set up a GitHub repository. Okay, actually we should do that first. Because this is when I would make a commit. So let's just add a new repository. Kind of the way that I like to do it is not like this. I'm trying to remember, because like if you use like the command line, this is a lot easier actually, but I don't, so I'm not gonna. But I just don't want it to create a new folder. I have to make sure, I think if I name the repository exactly the same as the folder, and we make sure this is the path, I think it'll do what I want. I'm pretty sure. You can always change the folder too if we have to. Hey, look, it's the thumbnail for today. Well, the current thumbnail, it might change later. So, Jam templates, we are in documents. Frogger-like. There it is. Okay, so that's what we'll call it. The repository name, Frogger-like. The repository will be created at documents/Frogger-like. That should be fine. And we'll just do that. Create it. Hopefully that will just work. Publish it. You know, don't make it private. And I think that'll be sufficient. So let's just make a little change. I don't know. Why is this so difficult? We'll do that. All right, there you go. We have done it. All right, committed, pushed. What's next? Interpolation. That was easy. Love it. So for the player interpolation, first of all, let's get rid of all these prints. This is not helping me that much right now, but I'm sure it will momentarily. For the interpolation, we just want to change this right here. So instead of global position plus equals move, I think we could do a move toward, right? I think a move toward would work here. Why not? I already just deleted a perfectly good move toward, so I'm gonna look at my other project where I've set it up so I can just, okay. This is actually the same thing. So we want to say that we want to say global position equals move toward move, and it's like okay, I see. So this time we're saying equals move toward from to delta. Oh. So I have to set that for each. All right, well, let's do X. Move toward move X. But we're not really moving toward, we're adding it. So we'd want to say global position X plus move X. So let's just define some things here. We're gonna say variable to move X. This is a float equals global position X plus move X. Right? Underscore X. To move X. Variable to move Z. Float equals global position Z plus move Z. I don't know if I'm doing this right, but we're going to find out. And then we want to say that global position, we can even say, I think, at this point. Well, I'd kind of rather do it separate, if I'm being honest. Global position X equals move toward to move X, and then next is like what, a speed? Remind me? No? Okay, somewhere. There we go. From float to float, and then like the speed. So we already have speed defined up here. Sure, use that. Perfect. So from global position X to move X at speed. Copy that, paste that in, change these all to Z, and let's see what happens. I think that's gonna be a little slow, would be my guess. So let's lower that down. Is this gonna work? Oh dear. That's very much not working. So now that's only moving it. Oh, are we using speed somewhere else? No? Oh, that didn't work at all. Okay, I think we need to use a tween. I think we need to create a tween. I think move toward is not the play here. That's what I think. All right, so let's create a tween. So we want to say variable tween move X. I don't think we need to set that as anything in particular. Probably. I think we'll be safe not being particular about that. get tree. Oh, okay, right. I always forget. Create tween. And then we do this. I think this is just gonna make more sense. Sloth hopper. Whoa! That sounds awesome. Is that gonna be the name of yours? I love that. That's a cool name. Get tree, create tween, and then we want to tween a certain property. This is gonna be tough because that's like supposed to be like a visual thing, right? So we'd want to have like the position of. I mean, really, it's the global position. That's what we're moving, right? All right. Tween property on self global position X. Is that gonna work? Tween move X. And this is what we're tweening to. To move X. Just kidding, your mouse is hopping very attentive. Oh, just a little bit sloth hopper. Yes. There's a concept there. There's a concept there, right? And then we'll say speed, because we're not using speed anywhere as far as I know. Okay, that's just on the X. Create Z. Z. I don't know if this is gonna work, if I'm being honest. Okay, so far it doesn't appear to be working. We got debuggery for days. Tween property global position .x does not exist on the character body. Let me see if I've ever done this before. Rotation, oh, colon, really? You don't say. All right. Okay. Ah, there we go. Bam. Success. Yeah. It's so weird. How would I have known that? I mean, I just happened to look back at my other code in the past. Apparently, I went through that suffering already. All right, sweet. Nice. It's a little slow for my taste. Let's try 0.1. Nice. Nice, dude. It's awesome! Okay, good. Great. Now, I will say, I don't feel like we're right. I think we need to bring the states back. Wait. See, I'm getting off the grid. Now, can you do that in Frogger, actually? Can you get off the grid on Frogger? I actually, like, don't know. No, you cannot. Something there, the topic of hurry up and wait with Frogger. Yeah, right? I'm very inspired by that, but not inspired enough to change this. But the inching thing is an interesting idea. I think we need move state again, or something, because we need to wait until the tween is finished before we're allowed to move again. Right? So I'm gonna bring that back. We're gonna say enum move states. Move stay. Variable move state is move states. And we only call grid movement if, oh, okay. That's, well, actually it's probably easier if we put it in here. Let's actually do, I'm gonna make a new function here. I know this is kind of wacky. Try grid movement. Func try grid movement. You know, with a fresh game, I want to try to experiment a little with the way I do this. We're gonna say that this checks if move state is set to move states move, right? And if it is, then run grid movement. So grid movement will run, and you're gonna either do tween move X or tween move Z. One of those two are gonna start. Yeah, a lot more folks. We got a lot more folks joining up in the jam. 53 people now. Hey, I gotta let you guys know. All right, the link, I'm gonna put it in the chat. There's one in the description box. If you would like to join up in this jam, come on through. If you do join and you submit something, you can vote on what the different winning entries are gonna be. And there's multiple categories to potentially win in. So you can help be a part of this jam's history. I'm gonna make sure on this page we'll update it with the ones that win. So you'll be able to see that. So yeah, come get involved. It's really exciting. It's gonna be a fun jam. And we're gonna do this every other month. So it'll keep happening. So how do we know when a tween is finished? I don't know. Thank you, IE. The more people who join, the more visibility the jam gets as well. So even if you don't think you're gonna submit something, just join it. Just join it. There's no harm in joining it. Plus you'll get updates about all the submissions and stuff. You'll get updates about the jam in general, which might be something that interests you. Tween finished. Is that really a thing? Is that really a thing? On tweens. Tween finished. It is a thing. Tween oh, you were already on top of it, Dormoused. Did I call you Dormoused? Emitted when the tween has finished all tweening. Never emitted when the tween is set to infinite looping. What even is that? Tween callback. What is that? Creates and appends a callback tweener. This method can be used to call an arbitrary method in an object. Whoa. Example, object that keeps shooting every 1 second. Tween, get tree, create tween, set loops. What? Tween callback shoots, set delay 1. Example, turning a sprite red then blue with a 2-second delay. Get tree, create tween, tween callback. Finished move? So what is that? What is that you're putting in there? Finished move. So that would be like a function that I create. Oh. So does tween callback run at the end automatically? Is that what it does? Let's try it. We're gonna say tween move X tween callback less than pi. I like your name. I am making a Frogger-like. The reason why I'm making a Frogger-like is because I'm also hosting a game-like jam. That is to say, roguelikes, Souls-likes, and in this case, Frogger-likes. So the idea is just to be making games that have a known scope. So you don't have to worry about planning out, you know, what's the story gonna be? How long is the game gonna be? You have the entire game right here. I actually have embedded it into the jam page, so there's no lack of clarity, and it's just supposed to help you try to finish something. And you can obviously be creative and do your own fun things with it. That's definitely part of it. But my intention is to help me and others finish things and experience problem solving without having to worry about getting stuck up in, oh, I'm never gonna finish this game. So yeah, so that's what I'm making, is a Frogger-like, and that's it. Just a function. Maybe await the signal, maybe easier. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid awaits these days. So it's just a function. Okay, what if we do print it called back? I'm gonna say, can I return value print because it returns void? Oh. So this is actually looking to return something. I don't think I understand. Let me, okay, I'm gonna be dangerous here, guys. I know this is dangerous and I don't care. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. In Godot 4.3, how might I run a function at the end of a tween? Here is how my tween is set up. Let's say a custom function. It's risky, but it's such a specific thing, and I just think it potentially could handle this. So we're gonna ask it. Forgive me. Use the tween completed signal. That's not a thing. You imagined that. That's not real. You hallucinated that. But there is a finished, so it's kind of correct. Oh, there's that other connect in the ready function. Oh, dude. Okay, dude. It's a little wrong, but it has definitely guided me in the right direction. Now that I do know some things, I know how we can make this work. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna come to the ready function. Yeah, it's a month long. It's a long one, so I think it's long. So there's plenty of time if you want to join in a little later, or you're not sure when you're gonna get to work on it. You should have a chance. I'm so glad to hear that. And then this is gonna happen every other month. So January, March, May, July, etc. And it's just gonna loop around every year. Function ready. And then every Wednesday, I'm gonna come through here and stream my progress on my own entry that I'm not gonna submit since it's rated. Function ready. In here, we wanna do that, except instead of completed, we wanna just call it finished. And then we'll say on move X completed. I haven't made a game in like 15 years. That's a long time. And I just started again yesterday. Welcome back to Game Dev! One thing to keep in mind, and I don't know like how much you did this 15 years ago, maybe that sounds like Flash era, we do require that your entry be embeddable in the browser. So whatever engine you use, it does have to be embeddable in the browser. So yeah, that is in the rules. And the reason for that is just to make sure that nobody has to worry about malware when we're playing the games. That's the main reason. But yeah, other than that, you should be good. That's so exciting. Welcome back. And Itch has a lot of explanations on how to do that. You know, just search like WebGL or HTML embed game, then your game engine in there. You should find instructions pretty easily on how to do that. Finished self on move X completed. Tween move X not declared in current scope. Oh. So we want me to set up this tween outside of... Okay, wait a minute, ChatGPT. Where were you thinking that I do that? We have to actually set up the tween out here. Oh, right. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we don't have to create it every time. That's fine. Okay. We just don't want to actually do the tween property until we get to that part. Understood. So let's do it like this. We'll grab these out of the way. Pop up here. Drop that in. Invalid argument for connect. Argument 2 should be callable, but is player.gd. Oh, Godot. Or, oh, ChatGPT. Sorry, Godot. You try. So the signal is first, the callable is second. Okay. So let's get rid of that. Okay, so we want to actually make sure that is not a string. And then... And the reason why I'm going to do this is to change the state. So this would be like after you move. So I'm going to say function on move X. We're going to call it finished. I don't like completed because that's not what it's actually called. It's ChatGPT. All right. So when move X is finished, let's just have it print. Let's have it print its position. Why not? Comment that back in. Tweet move X not declared in the current scope. Oh, because that's on the ready. Yeah, another thing, chat. See, ChatGPT, you can't rely on it to be correct, but you can rely on it to inspire you, which is fair. Probably might want to on-ready that. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it gives me an error. It might. And then we want to do the same thing for Z. Down here. Duplicate this. Obviously, there's still more that I want to do, but I just want to see where we're at this point. I have a feeling we need to on-ready that. Yeah. Let's try to do it on a null value because there's no tree. Okay. Never tried to create a tween up here before. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's the on-ready. Okay, so none of the movement is working. Our debugger has a lot to say about that. Let's see what it has to say. Tween invalid. Either finished or created outside of scene tree. What? What? Let's see. Let's look at the remote. Where is that? It is nowhere. I don't think it's getting created at all. If I'm being honest. I see. Oh, I wonder if it needs to be recreated every single time. That's the problem. So I think we need to put it in both places, right? It's probably getting created once at the beginning. I'm very confused about what's going on here. I'm just going to be super honest with you. I'm concerned about this. I think ChatGPT might have failed me in every conceivable way. Oh, great. Okay, actually, it's working good. So we're moving, the tween works, no problem. What I am not seeing is the function being called. So the first one, I think the one we create on ready doesn't make any sense. It starts with no tweeners. So I wonder what happens if we just like, oh, sorry, not that one. If we come up here and we just do that. We just make them like these empty variables. I'm getting a little more experimental than I would like. See, the tween thing, like, I know it's good and important, but like, oh man. Oh, so then that's non-existent. Wow. Okay, all right. Geez, sorry. So I think we don't necessarily want this in the ready function. I don't think we want this in the ready function. I don't think we want this up here. I think we want that down here. So we're gonna go back to putting it this way. And then but how is that gonna work? How is that gonna work? That would have to be... Oh, look, it worked. It's happening too often? Oh, because both of them are... So if I comment out the X, do we just get one at a time? So if I look down here, you'll see this says 3 right now. let's clear it. So it says 0. If I press 1, it goes up by 1. Left or right? Because it's on move Z finished. Why would that run twice? Thank you, Less Than Pi. Yeah, get back to yours, get back to yours. And you can check in to see where I'm at if you'd like. But obviously, no pressure to stay. I'm so glad you did come through, though. Hit that thumbs up button before you go. Like the stream if you haven't thumbed it up yet. Hit that thumbs up button because it means more people will find out about this stream and then this jam, and I'd really appreciate it. Good luck. You got this. On move X finished. On why is it running twice? Is it? I'm a little confused about that. I would like it to not move twice, run twice. Because I'm saying that when Z is finished, let me try something. I'm gonna set the speed to like a very slow amount. So it's gonna take a long time for it to finish. Well, relatively. I do have it set on Z, but not X. So Z should be forward. If I move forward, yep, it's right on time. And then it prints. If I move left, what's it doing? How is it doing that? I guess let's add this on here. Let's say X, and then global position, X2, that. And we'll say Z2, that. So that it's on Z2, and there it's on Z2. So it's running it. I see, because it's whenever we move, no matter what, it's not checking to see which direction we're going. All right, so let's try this. I have an idea. We're gonna say that try grid movement is gonna actually call with something. I'm gonna have a call with forward. Yeah, I'm gonna have this call with back. So we could even get a little fancier with this. And I could set up directions. Is there a way to like reference an action? I'm just gonna do it here. This is kind of wacky, but I don't care. I'm gonna say variable forward string. This is really weird, and I know that. We're gonna make that forward. Variable back. There's probably like a better way to do this. Variable left, string left, variable right, string right. And then in here, I'm just gonna type in forward, and then we can pass forward directly in there. I don't know, just to like make it, I kind of don't need to. It's a little bit pointless, but I think it looks a little better to me anyway. Now we're gonna get an error at the moment because I haven't had it actually call with something yet. I haven't set that up in the function, but we'll get there. Right, okay. So then down here in try grid movement, we want to say direction, and we're just going to pass direction into there. And then we have direction here. Now, we're going to add a match statement. So we're going to say match direction. If it's forward, can we do... I don't think we can do an OR in these. I don't think you can, because I think matching is about matching something very specific. GDScript match statement or operator. I feel like you can't do that. Yeah, but in a match statement. I don't think it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. I have a feeling it's not, but let's just find out. So if it's forward or back, then, well, you could even do it simpler than that if you don't want to bother. Okay, hold on. I'm going back on this idea. I have a better idea. We're gonna say forward. And instead of doing, well, I still kind of want to do a string. So this one's on the z-axis, right? I know. I'm trying things, you know. This is still on the z-axis because that's all we actually need to know is if it's on z or not. This one is left, so then this becomes x. This one is right. This one is also x. Okay, and then we don't have to do any worry about ors or anything, and we'll just say if that's x, then run that tween. Okay, then we say z, and then we run this tween. So then it's only going to print it that one time. And we can also make sure we only connect that signal at that moment. Right there. All right. Much better. That's beautiful. Heck, we don't even need to create the tween if we're not gonna use the tween. You know what I mean? Clean it up. We don't need the to move either. Just like, use them if you need them. Otherwise, don't. Keep it clean. Now, I know they say it's good to put like a wildcard in there just to be safe. So we'll say underscore print unexpected input direction received. Alright. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay, let's try it. Reset this. I don't think I need to, but I'm just curious. Z to that, move to the left, X. Nice. Beautiful. I'm definitely gonna make a commit here. So I'm gonna say grid movement improved. I think that'll do. Let's bring this back down to a short speed and make that commit. So we're staying safe. All right, so why did I want to do this? So we could have move states. So that way we can't move too many times and mess up our grid positions, right? Because I want that to be pretty particular. So when we move in any direction, we want the move state. It's going to be quite an issue. I kind of think we should put it in the match, because if in some bizarre universe we get the wild card, well then you'll be locked in and you can't actually move or anything. The game just breaks, which that's kind of boring. So let's say whether it's X or Z. Well, you could do an if statement. You could say if direction set to X or direction set to Z. You can use or in a match. Just put commas between each value. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Wait, so could I do that like right now? If I say X, comma, Z? Oh yeah, I did know that. Did I know that? I don't know. Let's try it. Print X or Z. Let's try it. Yeah, but so in this case, not working because it's absorbing the match. And then it does neither of them. I suppose within there we could say if, but at that point I might as well do the if. You still taught me something and I appreciate that. Thank you, Sean, for teaching me. Maybe I'll use it later in the project, I don't know. I guess we should give you credit just in case I do use it. Just in case I do use it. Like, what if I do? I'm gonna be glad that you told me that. On that note, I should probably also give Dormouse a consultant credit as well. Oh, it's not adding that up on that. Oh, you're not copying that all the way down. Oh, I guess I did delete it. Oh, yeah. All right, let's bring this down. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Oh, this. No, no thank you. No thank you. Not right now. So we're going to say if direction... I should probably be able to undo that back into existence. Try to add frogs that attack you. Whoa, that's a cool idea. I hope you do that in yours. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Frogger on Switch is $8. Holy moly, that's a lot of money. That's like very expensive. Like, what kind of Frogger are we talking? Are we talking about like classic retro Frogger, or is it like fancy Frogger? If it's a fancy Frogger, okay. So if it's either of those, what I wanted to do is change move state to move states stay. That's a lot of money. Nintendo getting away with robbery. So it's gonna set it to stay, or I'm gonna change this to I'm gonna refactor these a little bit. It's a little wacky, but I'm gonna say movable moving. Can we do better than that? No, I kind of like this. Okay, so movable. If we are movable, then grid movement will be allowed. If indeed we got a correct direction, X or Z, then we go into the moving state. As soon as that moving state ends, we want move state to be set to move states movable. If it was $2 or $3, I would have gotten it to play in the cache, but no thank you. Yeah, that's really high. It's like quite a bit. That's too much. That's too much. Oh dear. It would seem like that state is not getting unset. Why not? What's going on there? I need some visibility. Print X finished. Print Z finished. We should probably have the states on screen. Yeah, so it sees that it's finished. It's supposed to be setting it back to movable. Print moving. Oh, my bad. Did I do that somewhere? Ah! Thank you. Good catch. Bucks is a weird. It is. I'm not. I would look that up. I think word origins are really interesting. All right, let me look it up. Word origin bucks for money. But some things that I find out All right, this is less bad. Sometimes they're really upsetting. The origins of words. It turns out they're horrible. In this case, this isn't the worst thing. It is. It's deer skins. It's deer skins. That's what it means. Thank you, Dormouse. That is... It's okay. It's all right. I want to be a little distracted here and there. See, guys, that's part of the reason why I started doing this stream, as opposed to working on my main game. When I'm working on my main game, and this is the only time that I work on it, I have to be like, guys, leave me alone. I'm busy, right? But like with this, it's a little more flexible. It's not as serious. So I'm down to be a little distracted here and there. You learn something new every day. Dormouse, that is an Eagle Eyes credit. That means you were noticing things that I wasn't noticing. You were paying attention. Thank you for that. Dormouse, racking them up today. All right, there we go. Thank you. I do that all the time, the equals. Nice. Great. So now what I'd want to make sure is that we're not losing our grid position, and we're not. I'm able to just like spam all types of nonsense, and we stay right on the grid. Beautiful. Ooh. So I don't even know what my task is now. I mean, we got the player interpolated, the movement is set up, the code is pretty clean, all things considered. I think it's time to move on to another task. I think boundaries would be good to set up, so we actually like bump into walls and stuff. That would be nice. So we can't go too far to the left or right, except on the top rows. So I think, okay, I think what I'd like to set up is like the concept of the different rows and things that happen depending on if you're on this row, that row, or the other row, right? So I might want like a dictionary. I might want a, like that would say if you're on, you know, these 5 rows, then being moved to the left or right hurts you. You know what else we should say is how are we going to decide it picking up and moving you? Because the other things aren't going to obey that grid, right? So how is it going to keep you on that grid? You can't be jumping off at an in-between point, or else we're going to leave the grid. Whoa. It's going to blow my mind a little bit. All right, I gotta consult with our great and mighty game. Should probably mute the music while we do this, because it gets a little chaotic sonically. Okay. I don't even know how to handle this right now. Frogger, you just die. But I'm saying, right, like, you see how it's moving me off of the grid right now? You see? Yeah, so it actually moves you off of the grid, and you get like, but do you move back? This is very interesting. Mindslide says, my movement is done. Nice! Moves like yours, but my C# code is completely different from yours, obviously. That's awesome. That's so cool! I love that. I love how like we're all achieving the same thing, but it's like happening in different ways. I love that you're on like the same like step as well. This is cool. That's the other thing about all working on the same thing at the same time, is we can like exchange like progress and track each other. I don't know, it's like cool to like be doing the same thing. That's really awesome. Okay. So right now, I'm kind of like centered on that. I don't think it puts you back on there. I'm kind of, there's like this red, let me zoom in here. I gotta move my zoom around though, so you can see what I'm talking about. So right down here, I'm not sure. Right down here, you can see that I'm kind of on the center of that. There's like that dot, that like dirt dot right there. And then there's like this like kind of line that makes. I'm right centered on that. That's where we start. And that's kind of like the grid marks. The tick marks are these right here. So, if I move around here, I stay on that. But if I hop onto something that's moving and we come back, we're off the grid. So it actually changes your grid position fundamentally. And you're still, and you don't reset back to the grid. You're forever off the grid now. That's very interesting. But I'm very glad that that's true. So I would think that would very much change the way you like collide with things. What happens if you run all the way to the wall? So normally when we run to the wall, nothing happens. We just stop. But if I'm a little off the grid, what does it do? Let's go, well yeah, it's fine. So going all the way over. Wow. So now I'm actually closer to the right than we usually are, and I'm further from the left. So it would appear that Frogger has like a collision shape. And it's not necessarily detecting, or it's detecting what... Because I was going to have it like detect what grid, what position number you're at. But I don't think that makes that much sense anymore. We could have it track... So I think we should do a collision shape. Look, see, now we're hanging off the edge. That's wild. And then wouldn't you be more likely to fall and die on the other end? That seems a little flawed to me, but whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. Very interesting. Do you get pushed back on it if you go to the edge? No! It's kind of stays separate. So I think what I'm going to do is we need to create a collision around the player. And then when that collision detects those boundary areas, it then has to switch us, well, see what I don't like about that is we then have to tell it, we have to turn off either moving left, right, up, or down based on whether that's what we're up against. Which, is that a best way to do things? It would be nice if we could actually physically collide with it, but I don't think we can, because the way that I've set this up, we're actually moving our position, which means we just phase through walls. Technically, I should be colliding with this, but we just phase right through it because I'm having global position be modified, and it doesn't really care about physics. That's what Move and Slide would have done, is made sure that it responds to physics. So since it's not responding to physics, I'm going to need to do it differently. Wow. And then, again, with these ones up here, that would have to behave differently. You're making the car movement before the frogs one. Nice. I mean, that's what, dude, that's exactly what I was thinking of. Like, when I first started working on it, I was like, let's get the rows moving. And I just did it. I don't know, I just did it. That's interesting. I don't know why. I guess I felt like I wanted to contextualize the way that the cars would move relative to the player position or something. I don't know. I don't know how that happened, but it did. All right, so I think I'm going to do something a little wacky here. And I'm going to say, let's just define, let's define collision. I'm going to define how collision works. And then I'm going to worry about what sections collide in what ways. So we can just even set up any arbitrary thing that we want, and it could, in theory, collide with that. So we can be more free with how we set up collisions. Make a modular collision system, essentially. I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay. So, first of all, let me make sure my node stuff is in order. Is it a mess over here? I don't know. We got player, a mesh on the player, collision, I like to call these collision. World environment, I'm gonna put the light in the world environment. I'm just gonna put this at like the top or something. Camera, let's put that up at the top. Top. Boundaries, we'll come back to that. Ground, let's put ground a little higher. Static, it has a mesh and a collision. Okay, then we have all these boundaries. So right now there's static bodies. I don't think that's particularly necessary at all. I'll leave it, but I don't think it's gonna, well, not really, because we don't need the platform. Well, no, we don't need the platforms to collide. I mean, it depends where I want to go with this. I want to make it as similar as possible, so for now, I'm not going to worry about how I might creatively interpret it. Front boundary, right boundary. Right, so we have the mesh and the collision. The mesh is nice for debug purposes, so I'll keep it. It would be kind of nice if they like disappeared at the beginning. It's pretty unnecessary right now, but in theory it would be nice to do that. All right. So I guess this is all pretty cleaned up right now. So let's make a new node. It doesn't have to be a mesh. It doesn't have to be a static body. It just has to have an area. Really, I think we want an area 3D, right? Let's add a mesh, and we're gonna call this area collider. And it's just like a little experiment. We're gonna give it a mesh, and it's gonna just be a box, something quite simple. And we're gonna add a collision. I mean, really, we could just copy this from the player, but it's fine. We'll make it fresh and make it a box. I did not mean to check that box. Box shape. Okay. And then visibly, it should be right around there somewhere. I'm gonna need to think about how the platforms work as well, but I'm gonna just start with this. There's a lot of different things to put into place here. So this should actually be a good test that it's off. In fact, let me duplicate this. I'm gonna make a new node 3D. And I'm just gonna call it debug. And in debug, I'm gonna make even a new one, and we're just gonna say colliders. And I'm gonna add my two area colliders in there. I'm just trying to organize it so it's not messy in here. Inheritance wise, it doesn't really matter. I want to put my boundaries in there too. Okay. So we got our two colliders. This one, I'm gonna reset the position, and I'm just gonna make sure that it is actually moving on a grid. Just as like an example. Okay. So now we have one that's off the grid and one that's on the grid, and we want to test collision on both types of things. All right? So in order to do that, we're going to want different kinds of areas, like areas that detect that you've crossed the finish line, areas that detect that you've run into an obstacle, areas that detect that you need to collide, areas that detect that you're standing on a platform or not a platform, areas that detect if you've gone too far off. That could actually be done with values and not an area. So that's something to think about. Okay. All right. So I probably want to use groups or something. Somebody in this community, who was it, Ocean, was talking about metadata as something that they use to check things. I like groups. But this could be a chance to try metadata as a way to set up things. Whoa, and you can give it a type. So I could just like add a string and just say like it is a type. Because the reason why I'm thinking metadata is so I don't have to add a script to it. Because why make a script where it doesn't need to exist? Here's something I don't know that I like about metadata. I guess I should add it through code. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna, because I like to be able to search my whole project. I like to be able to press Control-Shift-F and just search, you know, something and see everything in the project. But things I set up in the inspector, we don't see well in the project. And whether I use metadata or groups, I'm still gonna have to make a script if I want to be able to search it. That's just like a personal preference. So yeah, let's make scripts. Let's do it. I wonder if we could have like an enum. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. We're gonna make an area collider script, and this script is going to have an enum on it. Now I could also, we should do base class, subclass. We should do inheritance stuff. Because it might be nice, yeah. So really the base class, okay, I'm just trying to plan it out from the beginning nicely. Class name, we want to call it like an interactable, an object, a thing. Really what makes it fundamentally part of this class in my mind is that it can collide with the player, or it can be detected by the player. To me, that's like its fundamental thing that differentiates it from something else. That, for example, wouldn't collide with the player, or wouldn't be detectable by the player. Right? Because this is for things that hurt you, things you collect. Class name, I'm gonna call it player detectable. I kind of hate myself for that. I don't know why. It's just like, it's not pretty. It's not a pretty name for something. We could also just say detectable, since really there's nothing else. Everything's just relevant to the player anyway, or relative to the player. So let's call it a detectable thing. A thing that is detectable. Yeah. So I wouldn't necessarily want to attach this to the collider, but we're going to set a variable. We'll set an enum first. We're going to call it types, and we'll say wall, obstacle, or let's say enemy. We can call it an enemy. Wall, enemy, bonus. What else really is there? I could look back at my guide, although some things have changed, and this is where I think dev documents sometimes can be a hang-up. Like, I don't want to go back and like really update it that much. Like, oh, I just realized there's this new way I'm wording something. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like that's super necessary here. So there's things that we score if we, a finish line, that would be a good type. So we'll say finish. We score points when time ends. Oh, the bonus pickup. So there's a couple different bonus pickups, right? There's like, there's a finish line bonus, and then there's a mid-level bonus. There's one you like carry, and there's one that you get. I'm gonna call it bonus end and bonus carry. And just to make it a little more readable here, I'm gonna indent it like this. You know, when you start getting like the underscores, it gets a little wild to read otherwise. Okay, wall enemy bonus end, bonus carry, finish. And you know, I can add more of these later as needed. Water type, true. And then the other thing also to keep in mind is it might be also better to just do like a new, extend it as a new class rather than set these types. But I'm not sure yet. I don't really know, so I'm just kind of doing this for now. But yeah, Raphael, that's a good point. That's a good point. Where do I even give you a credit for that? We'll just say it's not really eagle eyes. It kind of is. I'm gonna say that's eagle brain because it's something that you knew needed to be added. So that's what we're gonna call that, eagle brain. Although this entitles you to no compensation, assuming I ever sell this, which I doubt with 100% certainty I will, it certainly will entitle you to a credit in the game. Okay, there we go. Okay, check for anything else. Because there's like the water, but there's also, so I would say it's, to me, that's an enemy. I don't think that is a type that I need. I'm glad you said that and you reminded me, but to me, that doesn't really actually need to go in there, because I would just call that an enemy, personally. Because again, this is just defining detectability. We'll see. So we should even be more specific. We're gonna say collision types. So specifically, how the collision is handled. Is the collision handled the way walls are handled? Is it handled the way enemies are handled? Or how the end bonus is? Or how carrying bonus, or the finish line, basically, if that makes sense. Here's something fun. I'm making an account on the official Pico 8 site, and the captcha it uses is to complete a playthrough of a small Pico 8 game? That's so cool! What? Why is that so awesome? That's delightful. Just amazing. Well done, Pico 8. Keep up the great work. Keep being you. Losing lives, left-right edges, sometimes. Top rows. Danger ground. Obstacles, finish line walls. So I think that's a, if we need to add more, we'll add more. I'm not gonna obsess over this. Variable, collision. We need to hurry up. This is a game jam, for crying out loud. Collision type equals, oh no, colon, collision types. Okay. So in this case, we'll want to set things to wall. In the ready function, I'm also gonna want to add the group. So add to group detectable. And then from there, we could also check to see what enum it's been set to. Okay. So with that in mind, I'm gonna make a separate, so I'm gonna actually detach this script, and I'm gonna attach a new script onto here. Do I need to set this? I don't know. Do I have to make it an auto load? I'm not actually sure. Let's call this script wall. Can I now extend this from a detectable? And that's fine? Cool. I think that that works. And does that mean if I click on this, we're gonna have those options? No. So I don't know that that actually worked correctly. I might have to do that like as an auto load, right? So that way it's actually available. Because if that did work, we should see detectable be up here. Let me try to run it and see if we get an error real quick. No error? Funk ready. This isn't something I do very often, but it's something I want to learn. Let's say print collision type. It doesn't give us an error there. It says 0. Nice. Okay, so that is working. I'm disappointed that we don't have, and I'm actually, oh, because I didn't make it export. Ah, I see. That's why. So we have to say export variable. Now if I come to the wall and we click on this, bam, collision type. Let's go. All right, good, works. Don't need to make it an auto load. It's already accessible globally. So now that we've set that up, we know this is already gonna be in the group detectable. I think I'd kind of like to refactor this script. Instead of area collider, we're just gonna call this detectable. And it's detectable as a wall enemy, and it's in the group detectable. Okay, lots of detectable going on here. Couldn't we also check if it's like a certain class, right? Is class. So I don't know if I even need it in a group. Well, we do need it. Well, no, I don't think we need the group at all. Forget the group. Kill the group, dude. Although I don't know if, if I wanted to like, anyway, let's not worry about that. Let's just say that that's good enough. Okay, so what I want is for it to at least report that it sees our player. So even though this is an area 3D that it extends from, and it's detectable, we don't necessarily have a function connection. Now in my experience, or signal connection, in my experience, in doing this like class system, it's not actually gonna work, and I'm just gonna prove that out. I could be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think it's gonna be able to detect that signal if we do it this way, but let's try it. So we're gonna say area entered connect on area entered. So I'm gonna set up that signal right here. Function on area entered. And I'd want it to like say the name of what it is, right? So we're gonna say print self. I think this is where it's gonna fall apart at least. Self collided with, or overlapped with area. I don't think this is gonna work, but I'm setting it up anyway. And then the other thing is the player is a body. Oh, so we actually want to say not area entered. My mistake. We want to say body. Change all of this to body. Body, 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 body. Now, for it to know that it's the player, we might indeed want a group in case it collides with other types of bodies, which I'm sure it will. So the player, I think I'm certainly going to want to set a ready function, and this we're going to add to a group player. Okay, so player's in a group player, which makes sense. And then over in, well, I mean, you know what else you could do if you wanted to keep it? You know what? I'm trying to adopt some new habits here. What if instead of that, we say that the player class name is player. Right? Then, on the detectable, again, I think this is going to need to be set up on the individual things that are being detecting, but it's fine. I wanna prove that out. So we want to say if body is class, how to use is class, by the way. Dot is class, and then it is also a colon a double quote situation. Is class player. But does that make sense? I don't know, we'll see. If body is class player, print that. On many levels, this might not work. Okay, now in the wall, we still have to do something, but let's just do nothing. All right. I don't think anything is going to happen here. Okay, that's something else. That's moving. So nothing did happen. Let's make sure we get that moving print out of here. No thank you. But thank you. So now I'm going to try just to actually move this. Just literally 100% of that code. I think it's the ready. I don't think a ready can be set up on the original thing. Okay, so let's try this instead. See if it prints something this time. Oh. Yeah, we have a collision on here. Oh, nothing printing. I set it up on this one over here. No prints whatsoever. Okay. So let's try printing in general to see if anything is seen. Yes. So it is seeing anything. Let me try that. Let me run that test. So I'm actually going to pull that off of there and come back on here so I know that I'm actually testing this. Save that. Oh, it does print it. But does it know the right things? Let's see. Area collider. Oh, overlap with player. So actually that did work. Awesome. Cool. Great. Now, why didn't player is class work? If body is class. Well, it says player character body, and we are setting the script to the class name player. Sprite2D is class Sprite2D. Yeah, but I think it's what it extends from, right? I think that's what it's going to. So I would have to have the player derive or extend from player. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. We could say character body, unless you want to do other character bodies. Then we'd have a problem. All right, we're doing group. Just thought I'd try it. It was worth a shot. I'll leave the player class there, though. Nah, I don't see the use for it right now. Maybe someday. Okay, so instead we are going to actually add in func. I know it's a game jam, but I'm still trying to experiment once in a while here. Add to group player. And then we want to say if body is in group player, then print that. Okay. Let's try it. Nice. It is seen. Excellent. It would be great if you just did the name as well. That would be easier. Just so it's not printing all this nonsense. It's not nonsense, it's IDs. Area collider, overlap with player. Excellent. Now that one, we haven't put the code on, so let's do it. I'm going to attach the wall script on here. Load it. Let's restart it, so that way we get all the right things set up. There we go. Area 2 collider. Oh, it seemed like it overlapped right away as soon as we started. Which actually is good. We do want that to be the case. So that way it sees you right there and it says, well, now that I see you, you can't move left. We would want to block left movement in that case. Now, what's going to happen when you get part of the way there, right? Well, what it's going to do is it's not going to interrupt your movement. It's going to let you actually overlap. But what it's going to make sure is to say you can't move right or whatever. So I think we actually want, like, overlapping bodies, right? That's like a thing. More than entered. Isn't that a thing? I'm trying to remember. Overlap. Get overlapping area. Yes. That's area 2D. Area 3D. There we go. Get overlapping bodies. It's a method. I see. It kind of doesn't matter. Like, if it hasn't exited yet, it would be kind of nice. Has overlapping bodies. Yeah, but I'd want to make sure that those bodies are a certain thing. I was kind of hoping that you could check. Like, there would be some arguments there, but there's not. Overlaps area. Overlaps body. There it is. Returns true if the given physics body overlaps. Dude, this is awesome. All right, that's what we're going to do. So instead, we want to say if... We might want this like in a process rather than even a signal call. And say if overlaps body now what does that look for? A node. Oh, then I don't need no group no more. Because we just say player. If it overlaps that, then print it. Now that's going to print it a lot of times. Right? It's going to be like print. In which case we might as well do like entered anyway. Yeah, you know what? Let's do the entered. I think that's going to work fine. And then what we'll do is we'll set a state machine, just like we did on the player, or just like we have right here. Well, with the moving and the movable, we're gonna set a colliding, not colliding. But we're also gonna want to know: are you colliding on the left? Is it a wall? Is it an obstacle? So there's a lot more to know about that. So we'll just say. I guess it could also emit, like, what it is colliding, and then that could be connected onto the player. There's a lot of different ways to do this. I think I would rather it communicate with the player. And because we already have a state machine on the player. Because we have moving and movable, but we could break that down further into which directions are you currently allowed to move? Which ones are you not allowed to move? And then it just changes based on what is true there. Let's do that. So if it enters the player, well, it's gonna have to know which side the collision occurred on. Right? That's gonna be a little tricky. You almost want to have like multiple colliders, right? So it knows is there something on my left, my right? Maybe like raycasts, right? This is there's forward, left, right, back. Those are the only movements that are possible. So if we did raycasts off each side of the block, then that could help us determine, then I wouldn't need much of anything at all. We wouldn't need to do like any of this code, actually. That might actually be a little easier. We still want this collision stuff. This collision stuff is still going to be useful, but I think we can omit walls from this. I think this is going to be a lot easier with a raycast, in my opinion. So we're going to do it. I know we're bouncing all over the place, but it do be like that sometimes. Okay. So let's add a raycast in here. It's a little hard to see, so I'm going to hide these boundaries. I think, yeah, I guess we can move it and rotate it. You can set the direction in here. So we can say that this raycast 0 on Y, and it goes like -1 on Z. So there you can see it's sticking out a bit. Probably a bit further than we particularly want it. We don't want it to be very far out, but we obviously want it to be far enough out that it can like see things. But there's overlap, so I think we can do 0.5 because there's overlap. Show me overdraw. That should be like perfect. Yeah, let's do it like that. Let's set it up this way. So I'm gonna say this is ray forward. Let's duplicate it. Call this one ray back. Duplicate. Ray left. Duplicate that. Ray right. For the back one, we're gonna set it to positive 0.5. For left, Z is 0. Negative 0.5. And then for right, Z is 0. 0.5. Alright, so now we have these 4 raycasts. Now I will say, I think they do need to actually stick out just a little bit. But I don't even know if that's true. We'll get there. Let's not worry about that right now. So on the player, I'm gonna set up these raycasts. I'm gonna make them all accessible as unique names, which means that they're gonna have these little asterisks, which means in case I change where they're ordered in the node tree, it's all gonna be, it'll still be able to find it and reference it, which is nice. Right forward, back, left, right. We could check on input. I think this is a physics process thing. So let's just have a print right now. Let's do a function. We're gonna say wall detected. Now that could be different for if you've gone into like the finish line. No, I don't think we wanted to finish. I think this is only gonna be for walls. This is literally 100% wall detection. So we're gonna say check for wall. You can even say walls. Function check for walls. And I think that these raycasts, I think they just like return true or false, right? Is that true? I've used it before, so I'm gonna look at my other larger project. architect surface is colliding. That's what we want, is colliding. Okay. So we could do a match. Wait, can we? I don't think we can do a match here. If ray forward is colliding, you could I don't think that's necessary. Print wall in front. If ray back is colliding, wall in back, etc. and so forth. Wall on left, wall on right. Very good. Let's see if that much is working. I don't think so. I feel like there's something. Oh, no. Okay. All right. We got some prints here. We got a lot of prints. So that's not seeing a wall on the back yet. A wall on right. Wall on back? What? Well, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, we definitely got some problems here. We got some problems. Let's try making these raycasts a little longer. Ever so slightly longer. .05 longer. Okay, let's try it even longer. 0.6. I don't know what's going on. I'm not getting it to see behind it. Let's make sure I'm doing that correctly. It looks like it would be sticking off the back. Here, let's make it 1. Very quite a bit long. There. I think it's not collide with bodies. That's why. We need to say collide with areas. Or that's one possible reason. May not be the reason. Collision mask. We haven't set up any kind of collision mask stuff. But it should just work. And so now it's not reporting a bunch because before it was colliding with itself. Oh, maybe it's too low because the wall is like down a bit. Maybe I need to push it up. Let's try that. That's gotta be it, right? Right? There it goes. Okay, now it's seeing it on the back. Beautiful. It also sees it on the right somehow. Let's try making these shorter again. I'm actually going to make them quite a bit shorter. Let's make it -0.2. 0.2. -0.2. 0.2. Just like that. Okay. And then I'm going to move them like out a bit or something. not entirely sure, but I'm gonna try. I don't use these kind of raycasts very often, but I think it's a good use case for them. So I'd like it to work. I'd quite like it to work. Okay, so ideally it's only gonna see it on the back, and it's still seeing it on the right. And now it's not seeing it on the right. Okay, what's going on here? So right now, it should be seeing it on the left, but it isn't. Oh, we gotta set them all... Okay. They all need to be set to collide with areas, for one thing. That would help. That would help a lot. Ah, okay. Still seeing back and right. It sees front and left now. And it doesn't see left there. Let's make sure my code is correct. I'm rather confused, I would say. My other idea is we try not setting the target position on the inspector here. Let's make sure I did this right. Ray forward is colliding. Front, back, back, foot. That would do it. Yep, that'll do it. That's gonna make that happen. That's exactly what would make that happen. Yep. All right, cool. No, it's fine. It's totally fine. It's all good. We just rename it. Everything's gonna be okay. All right, and then over here, I'm gonna actually move these back. I would rather keep it the way I had it, truth be told. If it wouldn't mind. Okay, so like that. Select all these. Make sure that we set them to collide with areas. And let's see where that gets us. I think this is gonna work. Okay, so now nothing is being detected, which is good because it's too short. Excellent. So let's, I'm even gonna get real, well, we don't need to be that tiny. Let's say 0.55. Whoa. Oh, because we have them all selected. I was like, what? 0.55, 0.55, so they just stick out a little tiny bit. Okay. Let's just restart it. Still not enough for it to see it, huh? It's set to collide with areas. All right, let's make it further. Let's just try with 1 for now. I thought that would definitely work. Okay, doesn't see it. Let's make it -1. That saw it. That saw it. Okay. I want to get the smallest we need. Let's try -0.7. That saw it. But -0.6... Wait, that didn't see it. Oh, I'm bugging. I thought that saw it. That's a different collision. Oh, dang. So actually, none of that's working. Okay, -2? I think this is just direction, Lise. I don't think that's how far out it goes. So what if I move forward? Forward. Like that. Then does it see it? Well, I'm confused again. They're all still set up. I got confused by that collider overlap. which technically we don't really want right now. Like, this is something we'd want for anything except a wall. So we kind of have a little confusion here. I would actually say that the wall does not derive from the detectables. I don't think a wall should be a detectable, in my opinion. So that way we can get rid of that print, so it doesn't confuse me again. Okay, so what are we gonna do here? Did it ever work? Am I bugging? I think it never worked. I think it actually never worked at any point, because this is all the way sticking out at the front. I would really think that that sees something. Oh, the positions! The positions got moved back down again, so that's why it's not seeing it. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's undo this back. I would really like it to not have to be sticking out if it doesn't need to be. So let's get these all shrinked back down. Shrinked, whatever. Make sure they're all colliding with areas and not bodies. And then I need to actually bring the walls up high enough to, like, be detected. Would be a good thing. Okay, so pull that out. Pull this up. There we go. It's seeing it. But is it seeing it correctly? Wall in front, wall in front. Wall on right, wall in back. Let's go. And we didn't have to make them a little bit longer. Just takes a little bit of effort sometimes. Happy New Year, Insane Alpha Beta. Welcome. Good to see you. This is the start of the game-like jam. I am doing my own jam entry, which I will not submit due to anybody having a problem with that, which is fair. As the host of the jam, and someone who might get more attention to their game, thus skewing the ranking, mine will not be included. But I am going to make it because I really want to make one. So, yeah. Frogger-like is the jam. Link in the description, in the chat, if it's something that you're interested in getting involved with. And this time around, it's going to be Frogger. It did overwhelmingly, but to me, if anyone has a problem with it, then I have a problem with it. You know? Because, like, if two people don't like that I'm submitting it, those two people, it's unfair to them. And I don't know. To me, that's not fair. I would want to see 100%. I want to see 100%. So yeah, Game Like Jam, we've got Frogger right on here. I've spent some time studying it today and learning a bit about how it works, and I've mapped out some of the things that I want to consider. It's quite amazing looking at it like that. And then I've started to slowly put together a few different components. We've got movement in the last few hours. We're moving in this grid-like fashion. I've got the camera lined up to the right amount of rows to work out in the game, left and right, so columns as well. And then right now I'm setting up collision so it can detect where walls are and how to adjust the movement based on that. So I just set up this series of raycasts that detect if we have a wall in the back, a wall on the right, a wall in front, or on the left. And then if that happens, I would like it to stop the correct movement from being possible. Now I did combine X and Z movements. I think we just have to say up here on is action pressed forward, I think this is where we would want to add in the checks for if that move is allowed to happen. I might even want to make that its own function. We'll see. We could put it in try grid movement. We could have it call with like negative or positive as well. That would be pretty sweet. Well, it can also just call with move, right? I think that would be a lot easier. So let's do that. Move. And then when it tries to try the grid movement, it's going to check for direction. Well, I guess this is more like axis. This isn't direction. This is axis. So we want to call that axis, call that axis, call this axis. And then over here, we want to add direction. So we then want to say match, and this would, if move state is set to movable, I think we'd want to set an enum. Well, we don't want it to be an enum, right? Because it's not necessarily only one of them is true. You could have a wall in the back and on the left. So we'd want to say that how many of them are true. And then a match statement is not necessarily tricky, but potentially, because a match is matching it to just one, not necessarily all of them being true. Although if it's running in the physics process, it's going to hit them all anyway, like over and over and over again. I don't think that works. I don't think that's how a match statement works. I don't think we want a match. I think we actually want an if statement. And we have to prevent certain movement based on that. So, if movable, yes. Grid movement axis. But we don't even want grid movement to run yet. So we'll say if, I guess we don't, we need to set some variables here. I think that's what would make the most sense. And we could have these be Booleans. I think this is a good use case for Boolean, actually. So let's do that. I'm going to set ray forward. I'm also going to add a Boolean in here for wall is forward. We'll just say it's all false to begin with. I'm going to set another one. Ray is back, or wall is back. Wall is left, and wall is right. At least that's the way I'm thinking of it. Is it the best way? I don't know. It's my way. Okay. And then we're gonna say wall is forward becomes true. If it's not colliding, wall is forward becomes false. And we just do that down the line. There's gotta be like a simpler way to do this. I think there is. Well, you could say easily, I think, wall is forward equals ray forward is colliding. That would be an easier way to do it. For example, wall is back is set to ray back is colliding. And just do that for the rest of them. Easy. Wall is left equals that. Wall is right equals that. Let's go. Okay. So, if wall is forward, can we do the, wait. Yeah, no, we still, well, yeah. What we want to check is if the direction matches this. Right, so I think we do want it for here. Hey, what's up, Frank? Welcome, 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 welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on through. I appreciate you. How you doing? How you been? Define how collision works. This one, the emoji is called collision. Yes. Yes. Dog pointing to explosion. Oh, you're the dog, and you're pointing at the explosion. That one's called collision? I didn't know that. Thank you for that fun fact. I had no idea that that was called collision. This is good to know. This is important information. I appreciate you for that. Thank you. Let me just take a screenshot of my screen too. I see you don't have a moderator title. This is important information. I must note this down. And you are supposed to have one. Okay, so I do want a match statement. I kind of think we need to run something else here, which is like, I'm not actually sure how I want to do this. Like, I'm sure there's a way I could like try to envision it, but like my brain is just like not really able to right now. So I'm just gonna type it out, and then if I think of a better way to organize it, I will. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, so we'll say match. the brain is doing that, Frank. Huh? Precisely. I like what it looks like. The brain has left the head. It's actually very scary. Match direction. So we have different possibilities. They're all vector 3s, and either it's gonna be forward, which is 0, 0, 1, right? -1. So if it's that, then our direction forward would be 2. So we'll say move forward. I guess that could be like a Boolean that we set up. And which just kind of need to be set up like in the moment. Yeah, dude, this should definitely be a function. Okay, so let's say check direction. This should definitely be a function. Because we can just have it return with something. And we can just say moved variable, moved direction. And this can be we could make a match statement. There's a couple different ways. I don't know what the best way to handle this is. An enum, you know, that would be something to make it more readable. You could do a string. That's pretty horrifying, though. People love enums. They really do. And I understand that. All right, let's make it an enum. Let's make it an enum. So then I don't think we want to type that necessarily. I'm not really sure how I'd want to do that. Variable move direction is going to be what check direction returns, right? Hey, Pepe, welcome. So I'm making a Frogger-like today. We just started the game-like jam. Day 1 just began today, and I'm super excited about it. We also announced what the topic will be, and the theme is Frogger, the 1981 Konami arcade version. So this is the game like Jam. I'm working on my own entry, and the game is embedded right here on here if you wanted to try it out. You can use any engine. You have a month to work on it, and I'm going to do devlogs working on it, and then we're going to play all the games at the end of the month, or after the month is over. So I've got a little bit of progress. We're still doing some things, so I don't know that I'm totally ready to show you where we're at, but we've got some progress. We're getting there, little by little. That's what we're doing. Specifically, I'm setting up the way it detects walls, and if you're bumping into walls, I could even be more specific. Setting up wall collision. That's what I'm up to. If wall is forward, okay, so we're not going to worry about that right now. I need to set up check direction. Func check direction, and that's going to call with a direction. And we are going to make an enum. So I'm just going to say enum move direction forward, back, left, right. Move directions, variable move direction, colon, move directions. All right, very good. And now we'll do a match statement. In here, we specifically want to match direction. And if it is vector 3, 0, 0, -1, I want move direction to become move directions forward. If it's vector 3, 0, 0, 1, it is then going to become back. All right, show me that autocomplete. Thank you. I like to see it. Okay, I'm gonna take a risk and I'm gonna copy this. It's a risk because I often forget to name everything, rename everything. So here, in this case, if we're moving left, that's gonna be -1 on the x-axis. Change this to left. And if this is +1, that's right. I'm trying to set this project up a little better than my main project since I've learned a lot since I started that one. Try grid movement, move direction, check direction. So it runs this function, and we also wanted to return that direction that it ended up setting it to. So after it runs the match, it's only going to be one. Return move direction. What? Oh, eagle eyes! Pepe with the eagle eyes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You saved me a bit of trouble. A bit of... What's going on? All right, let's fix it. That's a total credit, by the way. Utter and absolute credit, Pepe. Which, while it entitles you to no compensation, I don't think I'm gonna charge. I know I'm not gonna charge for this, but it is gonna get you a credit in the game. That is eagle eyes. That is straight up eagle eyes. Well earned. Thank you. Okay. It's gonna return move direction. Now down here, moved direction gets set to check direction. If move state is set to move states, movable, we need to make sure. So let's say that, oh, we got a cat. Hold on. I gotta get the cat in frame here. It's just the cat's head. That's okay. The cat head is still a cat. It's just like his chunk. His chunk. Just there for the world to enjoy. That's Travi, by the way. He's a very good boy. So if the wall is in the front and you try to move forward, we don't want grid movement to happen. Grid movement will not be allowed. So that's gonna be a little weird to try to write here. How do I want to write that? Well, if wall is forward is true and move forward is true, we don't want us to be able to go. So if we could say, if wall is forward is set to, no, but that's not gonna make sense. I mean, unless you say move direction said to move directions. Moved direction is set to move directions forward. Wait, this is very confusing. Okay, we could do this a little differently. We could say maybe instead of making it a return, I guess we'll say that if wall is forward, maybe we'll say match moved direction. And if that's move directions forward, then it will check. If wall is forward, nothing happens. Otherwise, grid movement access. It's pretty wacky. There is definitely a neater way to write this. This actually would be a good question potentially for like ChatGPT. Like if I write all of this out, paste into ChatGPT and be like, what's a better way to write this code? I think it could probably do that pretty well, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'm just going to keep moving because this is a game jam after all. If move state is set to move states movable, match moved direction to move directions forward. If wall is forward, ignore otherwise grid movement. So the way I'd rather not write this is if the wall is not forward, then allow grid movement access. We can also do like not. So let's try that. Let's do it like this. I don't love it, but it'll do. So if back, again, we check this on back. Then we allow it. I don't know if there's a flaw in my logic here. I'm not doubting it. But I'm excited to see what happens. Right. Alright. Let's see what happens. What goes wrong? Nothing! Dude, it's working. What? Flawless. All right, let me show you my keyboard. Okay, so we're moving W, S, A, D, S, bam! No movement, baby. We come here, no movement. Let's go. Why is that so satisfying? And then here with the one that we overlap with, oh, that didn't work here. We are able to pass through on the left. Oh, you see why? I see why. The reason why we were able to pass through it is because it doesn't see it until we get to here. And by the time we get to there, I think it's seeing past it on the left. Which almost makes me, instead of wanting a raycast, I'd rather it be an area. Because the raycast is seeing beyond it. I'm surprised that it doesn't consider that as it being on the left right there. Because, I mean, that is an overlap. Oh, it doesn't see it on the bottom either. Why not? Is there like raycast collision debug? I don't think so. Maybe. Let's see. I don't think there is. At least not in this version. No. Huh. So it works if it's on grid, but as we know in Frogger, that's not going to cut it. Because in Frogger, if you land, if you don't die, assuming death is not what you experience, the reason why I need to set this up with the overlap is because if you land on these moving platforms, it takes you off of the grid. So like right now, I'm right on the grid. You can tell because there's kind of this like red line here, and we actually are right on top of it every time we move, left or right. You can see we're right on that center of that red line. And that stays true if we move anywhere in this section and come back. Left, right, anywhere, we stay on the grid. But as soon as we get on this moving platform, it takes us off of that grid. So see, now we're no longer on the center of that red line. Now, you'll see I'm actually moving left, but it collides with the wall a lot sooner. Wow, that was way sooner than I expected it to be. So it's already thinking I'm running into the wall right now. So it's quite a long raycast, in fact, or something. It's almost like its collision stays put. But it doesn't really. It's like the collision is moving with the grid. Like, it continues to stay on the grid. But Frogger's visual is not on the grid. But that's not even true. Because we're able to still land on these moving platforms. So it's like either there's multiple collisions going on. There's like the collision that collides with the wall. And there's the collision that collides with platforms and obstacles. Or there's some kind of raycasting going on that happens to be long enough to account for a lot. So I would almost wonder if it's like checking the distance. Because if a wall is too far away, it's obviously not gonna bother. We wouldn't want to be bricked no matter where we are. So there's definitely like a furthest away. I mean, that almost looks like an entire grid, at least an entire grid point. What if you detect the wall, and if the same input is done again, that results in a game over? Wait, why would we do that? Why would I? That's not fair. Why would I? So, I mean, I hear what you're saying. Like, if I wanted to make my own way of things working, I don't really want to do that myself. But I'd love to play your Frogger-like. I almost said roguelike. I want to play your Frogger-like that does that. If you want to make it and submit it to the jam. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I kind of want to imitate it as much as possible. Like, this is exactly the kind of thing that... This is why I want to do this. Is because I love trying to solve the same problems that they had to solve when they made this. I love discovering those things and having that. You know, but you guys should totally be like, wait a minute, I'm going to use that in a different way. I love that. But actually, in here, the wall doesn't hurt you. Actually, sometimes it does. It depends what wall we're talking about. And to me, for mine, I'm going to label that as either a wall. It's auto-playing right now, by the way. It labels that as either a wall or an obstacle. So like out here in the distance, these actually do hurt you. So if you run into that finish line wall, you will die. And to me, I'm just seeing that as like an obstacle, basically. I'm trying to set up the walls, so if I run into this, you die. But I want to set up walls, things that actually stop you. I like your workaround, though. But I really want to try to imitate what Frogger is doing the best that I can. So what I need to do is I need to figure out how to get it to see that raycast from here and make sure that we hit it. Obviously, we can only have that be so large, otherwise, I won't be able to move to the left if we're close to it. So it has to be, like, relative. It has to kind of know how off of the grid are we. Oh. What if the raycast length changes on each side based on our X position? So right now, I have the wall piece here off the grid. Forget that. Put the wall on the grid. The way the mechanic works is that Frogger goes off of the grid. And so we could say, however, because it's right now, Frogger is at like a even whole number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's up, Squakey? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? That's where it's at. It's a whole number. If I want it to be at, or let's say if it ends up at 6.4, 6.2, 6.1, we would say add 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 to the raycast. However off of the grid that it is on either the left, the right, so that depends if it's like positive or negative or something, it's going to adjust the length of the raycast. That's what I think we should do. Which is nuts, but I'm gonna do it. Wow. Okay. So we need to, so that means I need to be able to move Frogger off of the grid, which means I kind of need to get moving platforms that we can land on, which I was not expecting to be setting up right now. So, okay, so about the moving platforms, right? Those actually wrap around the level. So if you go all the way to the right, they wrap around. And guess what? Frogger can wrap around too. You can't really tell most of the time, but Frogger actually can wrap around, and I can prove it. So if, oh, I just died. So if, couple things. Let me draw your attention to a couple things here. Number one, the logs. So if I pause it right here, this end of a log is the same beginning of the log on the other side. That's the same log. So you can see there's like an area where the log is being cut off, right? It's almost like half the length. So that log does technically exist out here in part. And that is the same log wrapping around again and again and again and again. Now, if we put Frogger, now watch this. Frogger is gonna die. All right, I'm gonna ride this long moving platform. And once we get too far off the edge, it's gonna kill us. And then we're gonna come back the other side as like with the death animation. We'll see the death animation come through the other side. So I would like to try to set it up so fundamentally anything could wrap around. Frogger, obstacles, platforms, check it out. See? Frogger wraps around. So the platform wraps around, Frogger needs to wrap around, everything needs to wrap around. I have no idea how to do this. But actually I do have some idea. Who gave a suggestion earlier? I should have, I don't know if I remember who said it, or if I can find who said it. I think chunks, someone said to use chunks. Pawn X Pawn. Pawn X Pawn, you really helped me think that out. Whether you're still here or not, I'm going to give you a credit. Because I think that that is the way to do it. So what we would do is, and what I'm thinking I'm going to do, is we kind of split these up into parts. And if that part is detected as going off, it teleports to the other side, but off screen a little bit. Now, for some of them, that's not going to matter. This truck, for example, is not bigger than a single chunk or a single part, and it just looks like it smoothly goes around. So we would want to make sure that it does smoothly go around. So I kind of want to set up like a detection area all along here, and if a thing crosses that detection area point, it then teleports it to the other side, and it continues its movement. And then for things that are super long, like this log, like that log, I think those are the only ones. I don't think this log set comes around again. It does! Just a little bit! Just a tiny little bit. But you can see these turtles don't. The turtles, in their entirety, make it across, which is... Oh, they are! They're a little bit longer than these logs are. So that actually ends up making a bit of sense there. Wow. Okay. So we need to set up some collision areas on each side that detect an obstacle. Now, I haven't actually made an obstacle yet, so that's going to be something to do. Let's give Pawn X Pawn a credit for that. And that's going to be obstacle, or just movement in general. I guess non-player movement, spawn movements. Let's say spawn movements. Well, let's actually do wraparound effect. Let's say wraparound effect. I think that makes more sense. All right, that's for Pawn X Pawn. And then I'm gonna get the music back. Now, it sucks to be like, all right, we're stopping work on collisions for now. I mean, this works as long as the collision isn't outside of the grid. So we're not gonna worry about it for now. I'm gonna say this accomplished for now. So we're gonna get rid of that area collider. We'll keep this. This is technically a wall, by the way. This is a wall. And great. I'm gonna make a commit here. And I'm gonna say walls are collidable. They stop the player movement in a certain direction. Does not work if wall is off grid. Probably won't if player is off grid either. All right. But we're gonna work on that. We're gonna sort that out right now. So I'm not gonna be setting up wall collision. Instead, we're gonna have to set up platform movement. So we need to make a way for Frogger to get carried, or a player to get carried by something that's underneath it. That's new. All right. Wow. No problem. I'm gonna keep this in my debug section for now. I'm gonna add a node 3D, and this is our first platform. Now, I don't need this to be in the detectable class. There's not really different, there actually are different kinds of platforms. There's two different kinds of platforms. They're the ones that are static, and they're the ones that sink into the ground, and the ones that disappear. So these turtles, basically, right? They vanish and they reappear. So two different kinds. Their properties are that they move different speeds, and then they wrap around, of course. So I don't know that we need a different class for that. It doesn't feel like there's that much difference between a syncing platform and a non-syncing one, so I think I'm going to worry too much about class inheritance. We're going to want this to be, I'm going to say an area 3D, because we want... I guess we could do a raycast going down. We could do an overlap, an area overlap. That should work as long as the platform is on the grid, even if it's underneath the player. I think that should work just fine. Or it will see it, because right now... Oh, and that is on detectable. Well, maybe we do want it to derive from detectable. That way we don't have to set up all of... You know what? Let's do that. Let's say platforms. Let's add platform in here as a detectable type. Because it is detectable. We do want it to detect. All right, cool. So we're going to make it an area 3D. We don't actually need to make it an area 3D. In fact. You know? We don't have to. Wait, yes we do. Wait, do we? Because it is an area 3D. I don't actually... I think it does have to be an area 3D. So let's make it an area... I think it does. Because if I were to come in here and create a detectable, you can see... Yeah, so create a detectable class on its own. Okay, I see. And then we're going to call this platform. And it's going to require a collision and a mesh. So let's give it everything it desires. Please don't look like that. What are you doing? Okay, there we go. So, platform. Add a mesh. Make it a box. Let's give it some width. What's the player's... I need to really normalize that. The player's Y position is 0.533. So that's what we want for everything, pretty much. It has to be at 0.533. I kind of hate that, but whatever. Or is that 5.33? Nope, that looks like 0.533. Okay. So we don't want to move the mesh to that. What I actually want to move to that is the platform itself. 0.533. For the mesh, we want to make it a certain width. Let's just say 4 for now. Well, we kind of want it to be long so we can test it. 10 seems a bit long on the long side. Let's try 8 for now. Okay. So there's 8, sized 1. And then I'm going to make a collision on here. That is also going to be a box mesh with a width of 8. Now, we actually want it to be, I said it's a 0.533, but we actually want it to be below the ground. So, like, right there. But at least now it's relative to where the player is going to be at. And we don't have any Z fighting, amazingly. Now, that does mean that it's... Actually, the player is floating. No. It's going to hit the ground once it gets there. I think it's okay. I think it'll be fine. It's not a big deal. Dude, that looks great. Nice. Okay, so that's what that will look like. Now, we kind of want that to maybe be 3 dimensions. Now we can't move the ground down. We can. Yeah, so right now the player character is like a body that collides with the ground. I think you want like, well, just make the ground not have a mesh, right? So we're gonna say this is ground collision. But I think I would want to actually move the mesh outside of that. And we'll call this ground visible. And we could move this way down here, which is weird, but then we can see the 3 dimensions of the platform, right? So maybe we want to say like lower. Ground lower. And we can actually keep this in here then. I'm not exactly sure how I want to handle this. I think it would actually be cool if you could like fall like down, because part of like if I wanted to like build on this, I like the artistic concept, kind of what I'm imagining is like you're parkouring. And so instead of like, maybe you're hopping on planes or something instead of on logs, and you're in the air, and or maybe you're like jumping between buildings, which is a little weird because I really can't use the buildings because those are stationary. So like what would be right in your way that's an obstacle, but then things that you could stand on? It kind of doesn't make any sense. But it presents this opportunity to have things like fall down. We can have it be like, I'm almost imagining like maybe like a dungeon in a volcano. There's like lava at the bottom. And so like the things that are moving left and right are, I don't know, some kind of dungeon platform that moves left and right. You know, dungeon platforms that move left and right. Naturally. I don't know. I gotta think more about it. Alright, well, I'm not gonna stress about this right now. Okay, so ground lower, that's for like 3D things to be visible that are below the player. And then we have the mesh ground collision, and this would be above, but it's only visible at certain parts, right? So I wouldn't want this to be visible everywhere. We only want that in like the first half. So actually, what I need to start thinking about, let's actually make this be half the length here, maybe even more. Let's start designing the separate areas. I'm gonna pull up my guide here, my game dev document, if you will. So we have sections 12 through 8. I'm gonna actually color code this a bit. I think it'll let me do that. Cell type, text style. Maybe not. Cell type, I don't think we want to do cell type. Cell color, there we go. Nice. Nice. Those are a bit extreme, in my opinion. Yeah, give me a custom color. So this is, I'll even make it like water. We'll make it like blue, so it's like the water color, right? So that's the water section, if you will, or whatever it's gonna be in my version. And then over here is like the road section. And it's a group of 5. I'll make that gray colored. Okay. Oh, that zoomed out more than I thought I would. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we have the safes in between, which the safe is actually kind of similar to these in that you can stand on all of these. So this is kind of its own section even. I might even, let's try this. I'm gonna make that a green color to indicate that it's safe to walk on, technically. Select that. Make that color. Oh, you're not gonna remember? Boo. Okay, there we go. So technically, all of these are safe to stand on, and then this is where it's perilous unless we're standing on something. The finish lines are a little different. They're kind of unique in their own way, so I'm not gonna make that a different color. So if there's only a certain number of like tiles, right? There's 14 overall, so it's literally half. It's actually half of it. 0 through 7, which is 8. Oh wait, it's more than half. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, so there's 8 safe ones and 6 perilous ones. Although there are some safety spots over here. So we need to make 8 grid spaces, grid rows, be the safe ones, is what I kind of wanted to figure out there. So I'm just gonna move in a bit here. If it doesn't mind, thank you. Thank you. Keep it going. Okay. So right now the player starts out at 0. And then we should be moving at exactly all the right spots. So therefore, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So right there, that should be the furthest safe spot that exists. So then I'm gonna move this ground mesh, not its collision, just its visible mesh back. Not its collision. We could say it's collision. You know what? Maybe it's collision. Screw it. Maybe it's collision. What are we doing? Let's just do the collision. I think I just got lost in here. Hold on. There we go. We want that up front. Okay. Let's move the whole ground back. And we can always make a new ground. What I should really do... Let's call this ground. I'm gonna say 0 through 7. Let's just name the rows. You know? Why not? And then let's just keep it really good and smart and consistent. And I'm actually gonna adjust the mesh size to be exactly what I need it to be. That way we're not loading more of the game than needs to load. Why bother? I'm gonna move the whole ground to be right there at the starting spot. Heck, that may even math out perfectly to 8. Okay, not quite. Wait, almost. This isn't on the same grid that the player's on. There we go. Nice. That looks excellent. Great. Now this is aligned with the grid as we want it to be. Oops, but it's on the wrong. I did that on the mesh. We don't want to do that on the mesh. We want to do that on the whole overall thing. So that's at 1.5. So we're going to come over to this and set its Z position to 1.5. Negative 1.5? Right? No? Okay. I guess because it was already at a little something. Okay, hold on. I gotta get this right. Negative 3.5, apparently. Oh, but even that is like just... No, I think that's correct. Oh, it's so hard to tell. We're gonna say that it looks good enough to me. And if we run into a problem, we'll know why. I think that looks pretty good. Okay, negative 3.5. And then we want the collision to be the same. So in this case, that's 8, and it's 2,000 wide. We don't need it to be 2,000 wide. So let's actually define what the furthest over is gonna be. Let's use our wall here. Oh, I actually already have that with the boundaries right here. There, great. So then we're gonna go to the ground, and let's start with a mesh. Would that be 14? No, it's not. Let's go ahead and make it the full width of that grid. $29 looks to be 29, close enough to 29 anyway. All right, so now that's exactly what the safe area should be. And then we're gonna do the same thing for the collision. So we've now set that to 29.8. So 29 and 8. So the collision is exactly the size that it needs to be. Which means if we play it, we'll be able to run off the edge and die. Well, we won't really die, but it won't be good for us. Why did we not fall? Does the player not collide with the ground, actually? I thought we did collide with the ground. Maybe because move and slide is gone, it doesn't have physics anymore? That's gotta be it, right? That has to be it. Huh. Alright. I thought we were still, like, physics-based here. But evidently we have just transcended physics. Which is a little unfortunate. I think it would have been nice to have that option. And maybe we still do have that option. I just don't know how to do it. Exactly. Player. I think we need move and slide for it to be able to fall. That's what I think. I think that makes the most sense. Motion mode grounded. Floating. I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean? Does that mean something? It must. Nothing helpful. Alright. Well. At the end of the day, I don't really care. But it would have been nice. It would have been really nice. I didn't know that we weren't falling anymore. Let me check the player script. We still have gravity, technically. So to me, that must mean that if we were to jump... I actually deleted the jump. If not on floor, velocity Get gravity delta. So it just must not be checking. Print not on floor. Else print on floor. Like, which one does it think? Not on floor. So it just has no concept of a floor anymore. So how does is on floor work? Returns true if the body collided with the floor on the last call of move and slide. There it is. Otherwise returns false. So we would have to create our own floor and stuff. So does that mean... Okay. What if I were to just leave that right there, like that? What happens? What does that do? Nothing. So does gravity even, like, work? Returns the gravity vector computed from all sources that can affect a body, including all gravity, overrides from area 3D nodes and global world gravity. Let me look this up. GD script, body removed from, or character body without move and slide. And if I were to add move and slide, we'd be in a lot of danger, right? Like, that would be bad. I wouldn't want to do that. That would be bad. If I just toss it in there. Or maybe it wouldn't be bad. What's up, Traumatized Edgeworth? She, her, are my pronouns. Thank you for asking. Welcome. Oh, it falls! Nice. Let's go. We are in good shape here. No problem. Cool. And that's not messing with our grid or anything, so we just leave move and slide on there. As long as we just leave move and slide there, we don't have any issues. So we don't want to get rid of move and slide. We want to keep it because it gives us the, like, gravity aspects. Now I can't override it. So we would want to also have some extra checks that say, hey, if you're not on the floor, you can't move, right? So that would be something to check. So if not on floor, we would also want to say that grid movement can't happen. So we could check that pretty easily. If wall is not forward, do it. So if you try the grid movement, we could say if where's my kitty cat? Where you at, kitty cat? There you are. Welcome to the stream. If is on floor, then bother with any of this. So then, right? That should mean that we don't have to worry about falling or anything like that. Nice. So just movement is done. Perfect. I wasn't able to move. I'll show you the keyboard. So now we can actually have ourselves fall down into whatever is gonna be there, whether it be water or something different. And it doesn't listen to me anymore. Excellent. Perfect. Well, I'm going to definitely do a GitHub commit at this point. Movement and collision improved. Move and slide returned, so player can fall. Alright. What's next? This is getting to be quite an indent, I have to say. It's getting to be a lot here. I do have to wonder if we don't need a function. Let's do a function. Let's say a variable can move equals check movability is what I'm going to call this. So we don't really need anything here. I would actually put this at the very top. Func check movability. And that's just going to literally do this. And the cat has left as quickly as he came. Colon. If move state is set to move states movable is on floor. We could even say and if is on floor, and we could just say return that. Return move state set to movable and is on floor. Right? Is that allowed? You can't just return right away. Wait, am I doing something wrong? Oh, I see. We got a problem elsewhere. So in this case, I don't even know that we need can move. We could just say, we could even just call this can move. Right? Forget all that. Here, let's do it this way. If can move, then do all this. Heck, we don't even need to put this in here, do we? What calls try grid movement? Oh, it is in many places. No, it'd be easier to put it here. Okay. Well, you can also say that none of this happens unless that does. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Alright. Make all this indented. If can move, and then we're going to change this to can move. So if it can move, that is to say, we're in movable and we're on the floor, then check all this stuff. Just try to make it a little cleaner. Make it a little neater. Nice, nice. Looks good. Very good, very good. And there you go. Nice. So let's just say cleaned up move stuff a bit. Alright. Now we're moving. What game are we making? What's up, Sengeki? How you doing? So today I am making a Frogger-like. And the reason I'm making a Frogger-like is because today is the first day of the Game Like Jam. Link in the description box, and it should be in the chat momentarily. It is a new game jam Hyper Game Dev is hosting, and it involves making... It's kind of the copycat jam. If you remember, I did like a poll, I asked you guys, I told you guys about it. This is the copycat jam, but it's been refactored a bit to the Game Like Jam. So the Game Like Jam is, think of it like roguelikes, Souls-likes, and in this case, Frogger-likes. So it's going to be a simple game, something that hopefully people are familiar with or can quickly get familiar with. And we're going to do this every other month. And it's a game with known scope. So that way, if you're going to jam this out, you've got a month. You don't have to worry, if you don't want to, about having to be super, super creative with the whole process of the mechanics and the gameplay loop and everything like that. So you get a little time to actually learn how to make something and finish something instead of just being in this perpetual state of never finishing things. So yeah, I've got the Frogger game embedded on here for you, so you can play it right in there, or you can open it up and play the full version too. There's some rules. Things are going to be ranked in there and judged, so that way, that's why I'm not gonna submit mine, is because, I don't know, it just feels weird to be the host in a ranked jam, and then like, I get like my own entry. It just seems odd. So I'm not going to be judged on it, but you guys can be, and you can vote on different ones and stuff like that. So every Wednesday I'm going to be doing these Jam Devlogs where I work on my own entry until the showcase right there on February 5th. So that's the plan. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Dude, I appreciate you guys saying that, because I want to finish a bunch of small things, and I don't want to have to worry about like what they're gonna be. I just want to friggin' have the game figured out for me and just get some practice and learn some things along the way. That's just me. Yeah, right? So we've got the movement. I still need the platform to move. Now I needed to get the collision going so that way we can have the platforms be like visible. So let's move the platform so it is visible. Now obviously the road in this case is kind of blocking it. Well, that's not going to be the road. It's actually going to be a safe row right there. So visually you still can't quite see it. That's just going to have to be okay. I think that kind of makes sense. Now we want that platform to be moving. And then I need that platform to actually be out there, moving to the outside. And then it loops around. Let's at least just get, let's get it moving and see if we can get our character to move on top of it. So this is gonna be tricky because we kind of have like a set of a few platforms and they move together. So we kind of want to think about, like, do they inherit from something that is moving? Do they move independently? I'm not sure. Welcome, Salmon. I will catch you up. So I'm working on a Frogger-like. There's the game-like jam, which is a jam that just started today. There's a link in the chat and the description box. And it is sort of like making roguelikes, Souls-likes, stuff like that, except in this case, it's a Frogger-like. So I'm making a game that is similar to Frogger. In the last few hours, I've got set up movement, so we can move between these different boop, 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 sections, rows, kind of. And then I still need obstacles that come across. I still need a platform to carry the player across, and things like that. Finish lines. We don't even collide with that yet. So there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do. And we're specifically basing it on a certain version of Frogger, which is embedded on the jam page itself. And it is indeed playable right here. So that's what I'm trying to make, basically. And specifically, I'm working on these logs, if you will, that move across the level. So I want to make sure we have some kind of platform. So right here is where we have up to. We can move up to this part, but we need like platforms that you can get on, right? And that kind of move along as we go. So that's sort of where we're at. And I need to figure out how to do that. So of course we needed to collide. Whoops. We needed to collide, and we needed to move the player. We also want to loop. I think I want to try to set up, I don't know, do I want to set up the looping now or later? It's going to be tough. Yeah, same, Salmon. I also can't wait to play it. Not only mine, but you're going to get to play all kinds of other entries. Right now, 55 folks have joined. We'll see how many people actually submit. And there's a whole month left, so we might get more people joining. So you might have a whole bunch of Frogger likes to play, which is kind of cool. But definitely there'll be some to play by the end of this jam. All right. Let's set up some collision. So I'm just gonna make this platform on a base level, collidable. All right, so right now we need to set it to the collision type platform. I've got this enum called collision types, and then we're exporting a variable called collision type. And this is my platform, which derives from the detectable class, which means I can set it to be one of these. Now, it doesn't mean anything that we've set it to that, but let's make it mean something. So it's definitely going to do this, which means when we collide with it, it's going to print, and you can actually see right here, platform overlapped with player. So it knows that the player is there, but we want to make sure that it actually keeps you up. Yeah, it's 1 month. I can take my time with it. Now, I'm only going to be working on it on Wednesdays. So that means I only have a few sessions to get it done. But yeah, everyone else is going to have so much more time potentially. So we're going to see some really impressive entries. Mine will be meh. That's okay. That's all right. And that's part of the challenge, right? Is making sure I scope for that time frame that I have. Which I have to say, I'm excited to do. But yeah, I agree. We can take my time a lot better. I can take my time a lot better than the 1 hour jams. It's not much free time. 4 days. Well, I mean, 4 streams. 4 live streams. Maybe it's more like 5 even. Is it? No. I think it is 4. 1, 2. No, it's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5, baby. I don't know how that works out. January, months, weeks. Somehow that does make sense. Yeah, there's 5 Wednesdays in January. Nice. Awesome. So 5 days. And by days, I mean 6 to 10 hour sessions. So I might get up to, what, 30 hours on it? So probably about 30 hours. So that's not 4 days. It's less than 2 days. If you count it in hours. It's really interesting to think of it like 31 hour jams. I'm doing 31 hour jams length of a game jam. All right. I traded my whole life for it. What was all those 1 hour jams? Exactly. Precisely. You got it. 2 years. 2 years we've been doing the 1 hour jam. Just about. So I want to make sure that this keeps the player up, or it doesn't think that the player isn't on the floor. I want it to think that it's the floor. Well, in order to do that, the platform actually has to have a static body in it. So let's add a static body in here. I'm gonna call this ground platform. Of course, we need a collision shape. I'm gonna rename this mesh, rename that collision. Then let's duplicate that collision and drop it into the platform ground. And we'll say that's its collision. Now I wonder if it should just know that it's on the floor. I think that'll work. Whoa, we dropped down a bit. So those collisions are not lined up. Let's make sure that this is aligned with the ground. Ah, it's actually higher? What? I mean, I think our ground is a little low. Yeah, I think it's that one. All right. I mean, I would kind of rather not, but let's move the ground up just a little bit. Now it's a little... Actually, that might be perfect. Well, the platform's a bit low, but I think like our boundaries and our player are actually perfect now. But the platform is now a bit too low. So let's make sure we adjust that. The platform is at indeed a weird Y position. Let's just reset that back to 0. And it should line up on the grid. Okay, let's see if that lines up a little better. It should, right? Oh! What's going on there? Why are we dropping so far down? I'm a bit confused. Is the ground collision higher than I think? Oh, the ground collision is up so high. Well, that'll do it. Ground collision a little ridiculous there. It's quite a bit longer than it needs to be. Okay. So now we're actually gonna sit lower, which looks fine. Okay, now we're not changing our height in between here. And actually the collision on the left and right looks like a lot better. Oh, yeah, we gotta be careful. We don't have walls over there yet. We can easily set them up though. And we do want those to be walls. So let's do that. Let's put walls. We made walls. Let's add walls. Now I'm not actually sure how the walls... Well, what if you just tag this as a wall? You have to be a little careful. No, let's just make something new. Yeah, let's make something new. This is a little tough. Like how I want to organize this. I'm gonna make a node 3D and I'm gonna call it rows 0 through 7. 0-7, which is kind of wild, I know. Bear with me. I'm gonna take the ground here that I've named 0-7 and I'm just gonna call it ground. Okay, and then in that I'm going to add a wall. We don't need that to be a static body. No collision is gonna matter there. Wait, since we added move and slide back, I wonder if we'll collide with walls now. Oh, look at that! We go on top of walls. That's funny. Well, we don't want that, so we gotta make sure that doesn't. But that's interesting, right? Like we could add in obstacles that you climb up on top of, which kind of doesn't matter other than from a visual perspective, which could be kind of interesting. Consider it noted. Okay. Well, let's just add in the walls. So I'm gonna say this is a... what do we set the walls as? I already forgot. Just the wall script. Coda, welcome. Hi gamers, I woke up a little late, but how's the froggering going? The froggering is going excellently. Thanks for asking, Coda. I haven't done any member songs today, except somebody gave a gift subscription or a gift membership. I'm just like, I'm trying to wrap my head around this new stream format. But I will say hello, and that I'm glad you're here, Coda, and I'm glad you're a member. So I've got movement. We can move on like a grid. It interpolates between that movement. And this little block here is actually a wall. so we can kinda run into that wall. I'm not sure why we managed to pass through it. Maybe I imagined that we... Oh, there we go! Oh. So it actually isn't detecting it from the back. I wonder... Yeah, we're moving. I wonder if that's because I changed the positions. I'm gonna assume that that's why. And actually, everything is fine. So we actually want its Y. I'm gonna take the player real fast. And I'm going to snap it to the floor. Oh, you can see the heights are a little off. Yeah, we're moving. And for that wall... Oh, actually, let's check where the player is. The player is at 0.6. Oh, that's a lovely number. That's the kind of number I want to see. Whereas our wall is not at 0.6. It's almost at 0.6. Is that going to make a difference? I don't know. Why wasn't it seeing it on the back? I don't know. That's concerning. Now, I think it might be because of move and slide. When move and slide wasn't there, I don't think that was a problem. Unless there's something wrong with my code, which is entirely possible. Out of curiosity, let's remove move and slide for a second and see if that collision comes back. So I'm going to bring up the keyboard. If I move to the right, you can see it absorbs the movement. Let me just reset this as well. So I notice the height is still off. Whoa. Oh, that broke our movement. Why? Because I just added moving. Oh, because we got a new check for is on floor. I forgot about that. That was like a new thing. Okay, get rid of is on floor for now. That's a lot for just a little test. Okay, now we can move. Let's push this up. On the right, I can't move anymore. From behind it, or forward, I can't move anymore. From the left, no movement. Why? What? Why does it not see it? What's the deal? What's going on? Why are you this way? How could you do this to me? How dare you? Let's see if I made a mistake. Yeah, because I am pretty sure... Unless I just didn't test it. I'm pretty sure that worked before. Move direction back, 001. Move directions back. Well, I know it's not move and slide, so I'm going to put move and slide back in. Since we know that's not even related. If wall is back is set to ray back colliding, that looks correct. Oh, there's a couple different places that are checking for things. Move directions back. If the wall is not to the back, allow it to move. So I guess what I'd kind of want to do is say else print wall behind. So let's see if we can get that to print. Oh, do these other ones work? Oh, that's only if you try to move. Okay, so it actually didn't even try to move. That's very useful to know. So we'll say check for walls. Wall is back, set to raise colliding. Where else does that get checked? Try grid movement, check direction. But we want to check the collision. I guess I don't really have a check for it. Okay, well, we'll just say if ray back is... It's kind of robs me a little bit of debug by not having this in if statements. Even though it's a little cleaner this way, I kind of have to add in an extra if statement here. Because it would be nice. Let's do left or right. Wall to right. So let's make sure that much works. Okay, so there we're getting a bunch of prints. You can't see them, but it's happening. So wall to right is appearing. It doesn't see on the back. What? Okay, all right. This is actually promising. We're getting to the bottom of it here. Why is the back one not being seen? Let's look at the raycast itself. See what its friggin' deal is. I'm gonna go to the overdraw view. So your rayback looks pretty good to me. It's set to collide with areas, as are all of these. Set to 0.5, as are all of these. I don't see any difference between this and the others. I mean, I could make it longer. Like, why should I have to? I don't know. Let's make it... Oh! There, it saw it. Okay, that must be like a grid thing then. It has to be like off the grid. The player is like in the wrong spot. Let's see what's going on. Transform on the y-axis, but that's okay. Let's see in the remote tab where it says the position of the player is. Oh. 0.07. It's 0.07 off. And it actually changes. So it's supposed to be interpolating. It's right under the cat there. It's supposed to be interpolating into a final spot, right? And it does that. It always lands 0.07 off. What's up, Kaiga? Yes, we are back in security cam view. I'm trying to observe the raycasts that are inside of the player that detect if a wall is in front of you, to the left, to the right, behind, stuff like that. Seems the player is getting offset by 0.07, and I don't know how. What happens if we go back to the very start? We start fresh. The player seems to be at 0. Nope, it's at 0.07. What's moving at 5.07? Why is that happening? Why would you do that? Because it's not starting at 0.07. The player starts at 0. Well, that kind of irks me. I don't want the player to be moving around unexpectedly. Let me try moving the wall. I wonder if this wall is bumping it a little. Is like moving the player. I don't know why that would be. But I gotta eliminate some things here. So this is now at -2, -1. What was the other term for it? Solid snake view. Makes sense. He's in that white box. That would be a fun reinterpretation of Frogger. Metal Gear Solid Frogger. Still at 0.07, so it wasn't bumping into that. There is the wall on the back, but I don't think that has... Oh, maybe that is, because that actually has... But yeah, actually, if we kind of look at this, it's overlapping. It might be this boundary, which is currently a static body. Unnecessarily a static body, by the way. I might regret this, but I'm going to unmake them static bodies, because I don't think they need to be static bodies. I just don't think they do. So I'm going to pull out the mesh. The boundaries are really just like a visual thing at this point. They don't have much purpose. It's because I move the floor collider. Well, why would that change the front or forward, though? Welcome, PK Ninja. You know what I mean? Like, I could see that affecting the Y position, but why the Z position? All right, let's get rid of these. Good thinking, though. All right, so that's at... Oh, their size is... That's the X position, though. -14. 4. 14. -11. Okay, so now there's absolutely no collision. Oh. The boundaries node is at a weird place. That's what was doing it. I guarantee that's what was doing it. See, now it's not overlapping. I bet that's what was doing it. That node was in a weird place. All right, but let's confirm. Let us confirm. Now it sees it behind. Fixed. So I think the problem was leaving those boundaries as static bodies. We don't really need them to collide. Now I do want to put a wall there, but I don't need it to be that same like boundary debug marker. And we actually want the player to be up front, right? Did I set this up correctly? So it's supposed to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. And then 7 is safe, right? Let me go back to my game design document and double check. 7 is safe. Yep. Okay. So let's go ahead and make the player start where they're supposed to start. Might as well. So we're going to move the player up one grid spot, because this is all should be very mathematically specific. We're working with a grid here. So when things don't work, we should be able to figure it out. Okay, wall behind works perfectly now. Whew. Well, I gotta give props to Coda for at least asking me, or just being there and gave me a chance to test it, so I caught that sooner than later. Alright. Bug squashed. I should probably push, do a GitHub push. So now the wall, no matter which direction I bump into it, blocks me. So if I want to make a bigger wall over here, that way we can actually go to the end and run into the thing. It's time to do that. Okay, I'm gonna do a GitHub push. Boundary collision removed. And that's good enough for me. Next, I'm gonna make walls on the left and right sides. So as boundaries, this is all just debug stuff, so I'm not gonna worry too much about duplicated things. So I'm gonna make a new wall, and I want it to be exact. I want it to be perfect. So we've got rows 0 through 7 as like a node group here. This is the ground that represents 0 through 7. I'm not understanding what I'm seeing with the middle white box surrounded by brown gradients. What is that, shadows? Surrounded by brown gradients. Middle white box surrounded by brown gradients. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is quite strange, right? So that's because we're in an orthogonal view. Who recommended that we do an orthogonal camera view? It's really weird, right? I barely understand it either, but I kind of do. Whose very good idea was this? That was Dormouse's suggestion. So what we're doing, let me pull up the camera, is we have the camera set to an orthogonal projection. If I switch this to perspective, look at that, right? So now this is like in real, regular 3D space like you and I see, where we're looking down at a slight angle on the playing field. if I switch it to orthogonal, I think, what? What? So I do not know exactly how to explain how orthogonal works, but it's kind of like you're looking like flat at it. So basically this is the sky and that brown is the ground. That's gonna be not visible sooner than later. Maybe I should get rid of it. Actually, it is very confusing. Let's just get rid of it. These questions don't happen. Because I don't know how to explain why it is that way. But it is, and it's because of the angle of the camera. And believe me, I barely understand it. But it's beautiful because it means that we have exactly a grid-shaped left and right side. Whereas otherwise, if I switch the camera to perspective, you can see that the side doesn't line up. It's actually like angled like this, like a trapezoidal or whatever. Whereas here, it lines up perfectly even, but we still get a bit of a 3D perspective on it. So I don't know how much that helps, but that's kind of what's going on. Orthogonal is a perspective where it doesn't scale with distance, I'm pretty sure. Whoa. Oh yeah, so I mean, if I think of like Blender, orthogonal, the shading looks like, huh? Yeah, it's very confusing. Or even like right here, right? Like everything is just, it's not, as things get, that's a great definition. If things get further away from the camera, so we're in an orthogonal view right now, and you know, the player, the boundaries, all of that looks the same scale. Even though some things are far back here and some things are close up there, they all are the same scale. That's such a helpful explanation. Whereas if I go outside of orthogonal, you can see that, oh, look at that, that's quite a ways away from everything else. But here, they just all look flat. That's awesome. Thanks for like helping me understand that. What do I even say? What do I even say as a credit? I don't know. I just appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Okay. So I'm just gonna add, let's just add like a mesh at the bottom, just so that way we don't have to be confused anymore. We don't deserve to be confused. So this is actually the same size as the mesh up here. I would like to reuse it if possible, but I don't know how possible that really is gonna be. We need to set, I'm gonna reset its position. I just want to make sure it's actually matching that. There we go. Now I wonder if visually that'll cover up the whole background. Nice, it does. So now when we go here, we fall, but you actually see a ground there. I wonder how far down we can go, if the orthogonalness protects that. No, it does not. Not that direction. It doesn't protect the scale. So we would need to make it a little longer. Thanks, Edgeworth. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's just the way I like to do things. Alright. Oh, and it's actually seeing the platform. That's a bit of an issue. So it sees the platform right now, which would mean that it would carry us along. That's not good. And I mean, it's just barely detecting it. Like, barely detecting it. Like, there's just technical grid overlap happening between those two edges right there. So we might want to check how much overlap there is to make sure that it's actually technically on the platform. Curious, actually, I want to see on Frogger, because Frogger also interpolates the movement. Does it wait until you've fully moved onto the platform before it carries you? Or does it carry you as you're moving onto the platform? I suspect that it is the former. But let's confirm and just be absolutely sure. Alright, I'm gonna need some credits. Alright, hook me up. Are you moving the camera like that while in game? Yeah, let me show you how to do that in a second. There's gonna be, I think, easier ways to do it in the next version of Godot, but in this version, I use a little trick to make that work. Alright, so when we move forward and backward, you can see that the frog goes from here to there. So it's like, it's on this row, interpolates, now it's on the new row. And what I'm wondering is, does it wait until it lands on the new row before it lets the platform carry it? I just died because I ran out of time, but that's okay. Alright, uppy, uppy, uppy. Yes, so it waits until you're actually fully on the platform. I think. It's kind of hard to tell. You're always jealous of Godot users and how much cool stuff there is in Godot. That's amazing. What do you like? What do you use? Oh, GameMaker. GameMaker sped up just speaks more personally to me. That's fair. That is incredibly fair. And at the end of the day, like, that's the engine that you should go with. Is the engine that like feels the best for you. Like, that's how I decided on Godot personally. Like, I had been using Unreal Engine. Dude, I loved Unreal Engine. Sometimes I'm jealous of the power that Unreal Engine has, right? Because I miss all of the amazing visuals and physics you could do. But just like you, a different engine spoke to me more personally. So I totally get that. And yeah, you kind of do have to make those trade-offs, for sure. So I get it. It seems like the interpolation doesn't... Like, I guess what I'm trying to decide is when I land on a platform, does it go like that? Or does it go like this? Does that make sense? I'm just curious, you know, I like studying the way that it tries to do things. And emulating it the best I can. I died. You're an enormous nerd, not just for retro games, but for the hardware they run on. Let's go! I wish I was a nerd for that. Maybe someday. I mean, I can appreciate, I watch content about it, but I don't really take it in or explore it very deeply. But sometimes I'll watch a video about like how they manage to make Pokemon be catchable despite the platform limitations or whatever. It's super interesting. I don't think it's interpolating to the left. I think it moves forward and it's really hard to tell. I think I'm gonna have to like try to screenshot it or something. Oh, it's so hard. And even then, how do I know if it's on it or not? Just because I freeze frame it, I kind of need like 2 frames. I guess I could try, let me try slowing down the live stream. I'm gonna play the live stream back on my other monitor. I guess I could do it here. That's what I think, Mr. Fool. I think that too. But like, if you confirm it for me like that, I will freaking just take your word for it and move on with my life. I will. No, all right, let's do this. Let's be real. I'm gonna pull this up. We're gonna figure this out. I think I'm with you. I'm gonna set the playback speed to very slow. It's so quick. That's exactly what I'm doing, Kai Guy. You already know. Great minds and all that. Each little line has an offset. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Okay, let's see what happens. There we go. Oh, it's straight. That's totally straight. It goes straight forward, and then when it lands on top of it, then it moves. Then when the offset reaches a whole grid tile, it shifts over and resets the offset. Oh. I don't think it does do that. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. So what I'm trying to figure out is the interpolation. So that is to say, when the player moves between one row and the next, it blends to reach this point to that point. There's like a visual blend. So you can see the movement gradually going from here to there. As opposed to just like boop, 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 right? It goes doop, doop, like that. And what I was trying to determine is that when it lands on a moving platform, if it goes on here and it starts moving with it, does it start moving with it before it lands on the platform fully or after? And the answer seems to be after. So if it's moving, it will actually go straight up and then start moving, is basically what I was looking for. Now, what you're talking about, I think, is actually it's a pretty weird setup. Yeah. It lands and then moves. All right, we can pause that. So this is a very interesting thing, and something that I just need to set up more components to be able to replicate. But if we land on this and come back, it offsets it from the grid completely. But what does do what I think you're talking about is the collision shape of the frog. But that's only with regards to walls. So for example, right now, let's pause it. Right now, we're right on the grid point. So if you look here, you can kind of see this like red line, right? It's hard to see, but it is there. There's a red line. It's not really a line, but it's kind of there. We're on the center of the grid here. So we move here, we're right on that every single time. Now, if I jump onto a platform and come back, oh, the ground, not the frog. Gotcha. That's fair. Well, for whatever it's worth, when we go on here and come back, we're no longer centered anymore in that same spot. It actually moves us off of that. And then every other collision is still the same, except for walls. On walls, now I've moved as far over left as I can because that collision is shifted over. So that's something that I want to try to design, but I'm going to have to build more components first. All right. So we don't want to just say platform overlap with player, bam, it's moving. We want to wait until the platform's or the player's Z position exactly matches the platform's Z position. So that's going to be different if it's something that hurts you or a bonus. Actually, I guess I want to know that too. If you run into a car, does it kill you before the interpolation finishes, or does it wait for the interpolation to finish before it kills you? It waits? I think. I think maybe. You almost don't even move a full actually interrupts the interpolation, if I'm not mistaken. This is surprising, actually. It's not the way I thought it would work. Because see, we don't move all the way across. It's not like we land all the way on top of the car. So actually it is overlapping. But it's not, like, for the way I have things set up right now, we would actually be colliding with an obstacle right now. It would detect, if the obstacle was set up on this grid, it would see that right there. So we might want to set like an area inside, like, or say that if the overlap is like greater than a certain amount, or like the difference between one object's position and the player. There we actually got all the way across the car before it registered the damage. So I don't know, it's kind of iffy. At the end of the day, we can kind of do whatever we want. Like, whatever I want, like, it doesn't really matter. It seems like if I'm nearer to the end of the car, I wonder if it was like up or down. Oops. You're trying to make an exact recreation or just take inspiration? Both. Mostly, I want to be exact. And so the reason why, I mean, you guys don't have to do this for your own entries, but for my own entry, I'm interested in just like you were talking about, like retro tech and how things are made. I'm interested in understanding the challenges that they faced putting this together and the ways that they put it together and trying to emulate that a bit. I just find that interesting. So, like, there is a point where I have to ask myself, how interesting should I find this? Or should I just move on? But, yeah, I also care about being interested, so I am going to do what I think is interesting. And to me, I think it's interesting to try to get, not exact. There are some things that I'm going to not do exactly. But I think it's an interesting guide for how I'm going to code stuff, to look at the way that they coded it. How do they decide when the collisions line up or when they happen? And maybe that'll help me say, oh, I can just have this overlapping thing. Because for a second there, I was like, oh, great. We can just, for every single thing, platforms, bonuses, obstacles, or enemies, we can always wait until the player Z position is exactly the same as that thing. And that could just be true for all of them, right? But I would kind of rather do what they do. And what they're doing is they're not necessarily waiting for it to be right there. It can be a little sooner sometimes. And I'm like, well, how is that? Maybe I say forget that and we just do it there because that'll be easier. But maybe I'd uncover something in the way that they do it that actually ends up inspiring the way that I code that I would never have even thought of. This is the most appealing concept of a game jam ever to you. Nice. Nice! I love that! Let's go. Yeah, I've been wanting to do this for a while. And luckily, I had a chance, timing-wise, to try it out. And y'all voted in the poll that I put up on the channel and said that this is the jam that you wanted. I was calling it the copycat jam at the time. But, yeah, so it just kind of worked out that we're getting to do it now. Every other month, it'll happen. So if you missed this one, there's always the next one. But it's a whole month, and it just started. So if we go down, it doesn't even matter. Who knows? You know, I might have to do something with something the way, like, frames are Oh, look at that! Did you see that? It was like, it let me go all the way, the further to the end of the car. So I almost wonder if it's actually looking for the like pixels, like the cars have like actual collision, like it's looking for the overlap of pixels on each other and it bases it on that. And so if it's fewer pixels, it kind of blows by it, but it's like, wait, no, I saw that. There's really weird stuff going on. And at the end of the day, it kind of doesn't matter, right? Like you die, you die. Whatever happens when you die, it's no big deal. I think I would like kind of a mix. I think I'd like to see you not go all the way. I think it'd be weird to like go on top of the car, right? Oh, there we just tapped the end just a little bit. So I think we'll just have different things for different things. It seems to me that going up equals half overlap, going down equals full overlap. Not quite. If I go down, check it out. It's not that. I think it's the pixels. I think it's the pixels. Also, you should try it, by the way. There's a link. There's an embed of the game on the Jam page, by the way, and a link to it. I'll put it in here. Yeah, it's weird. My best guess is that it's actually checking the pixels somehow. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say that if it's an obstacle or an enemy, then it's going to wait for a partial overlap. If it's a platform, it's waiting for a full overlap. If it's a bonus, I'm not sure about the bonus. It's a little trickier. Again, in some ways it doesn't matter, but maybe it does. I mean, for a bonus, like, you'd want to be able to pick that up as easily as possible. or not. Depends what the game wants. So I'm waiting for a bonus frog to appear. And my guess, there's like a 1 in 5, 1 in 4 chance that you get the bonus pickup here on this row. So we have to get lucky. But it seems like it happens every run. Oh, it didn't even happen this run. Oh, it did, but it happened a little too late. Dang. You can't rely on that bonus frog. That's a maybe. That's a big maybe. The bonus isn't a whole lot of points, really. It's not as much as beating a level. If you beat a level, you get like 1,000 points. So that's really the most important. See, it appeared right at the end. Okay, there it is. Oh! And I died. This game is hard, by the way. Waiting for the bonus frog so I can do my study. Okay, there it is. Oh god, it's sped up. So that definitely wasn't a full overlap. So some things are gonna be a partial overlap, some things aren't. Now that's a weird, to me that's a bug. So sometimes you actually fall off the edge there. Did you see that? It was like, I was sitting on that log, but then it took a while for it to decide that that was a death. So there's some kind of crappy things going on there. You never tried for this bonus frog. I assumed it was an enemy. Nice. Well, now you know. You're welcome for knowing. I have given you this gift. It's worse than that. I mean, it's not worse, but it's kind of awkward. Big Frogger was trying to censor me. It's a mate. So if you pick up that, it's like you're getting like your like mating companion and you're carrying your mating companion to the end. It's just like, it's kind of like, oh my, all right. No, we're mating. We're mating in this game. This game has reproduction. So, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to my detectable script, and right now I've got an on-body entered, right? And that just checks to make sure that it has overlapped at all. Well, this could just not necessarily be relevant. So if we're for an enemy, we would want that overlap to be pretty immediate. We want it to detect it as soon as possible. Now, the other thing is that area size, that's actually going to be on a detectable by detectable basis. So just like in Grogger, maybe, I don't know, maybe Frogger works that way. If it's the size of the pixels, we can say, well, the size of whatever that thing is going to be can determine the overlap, and then it can kill it. So this would be very good for enemies, but that's the only time we'd actually want to run that. So if Bonnie is in group player and collision type, and collision type is set to collision types enemy, right? Then overlap is super important, and we can even say player overlapped with some kind of enemy. And then the bonus, we want to do the bonus that way as well. So that's gonna obviously get a little chaotic, but yeah. So let's actually word this differently. Let's say if body's in group player, if we might want to make that a separate function. Let's do if overlap check. So it's only gonna bother with that. We don't even need to say if it's in the group player. Yet. If overlap check. let's make a function overlap check. And this is gonna say return this is gonna be kind of nuts. Collision type set to collision types enemy, or it's kind of a mess. Collision types bonus end. So that's at the end of a level. I guess, I don't know. We can see, we can play with it. Or collision type bonus carry. Finish, we don't want it on finish. We don't want it on a platform. So that's when we want to bother with an overlap, and that's going to return true or false. So if it is one of those, it is then going to bother with the overlap check. Otherwise, we would want to see if the player's position, so this is for the platform, does the player's position match the Z position, exactly of the platform, and only then, the platform or the finish line section, and only then will it start doing stuff. So let's set that up. How are we gonna do that? I guess we could do that still on bodied entered, and we're gonna say if aligned check, right? But it's not gonna be aligned right there. That would need to be in physics process. That's gotta be in physics process right there. Period. Bottom line. Func. Which is a lot of physics processes, but that's okay. It kind of has to be that way. It's a game. You need processes. So we're gonna say if aligned check. So we're only gonna bother with it if it has a certain collision type. So let's set that up. I guess I'll put that here. Func align. I'm gonna call it alignment check. I don't know, it just feels better. Alignment check. And we're gonna say return, and the same kind of thing as this, except we've just got a couple this time. Return collision type, or return true or false if we're on platform or finish. Then we want to actually wait all the way until it gets there. Okay, so if alignment check is true, then we still need to check it, right? So that's to see if we're even going to bother with the alignment check. So let's create a variable. Let's say variable. I don't know if we can do it that way. You can't put an or statement in a variable, right? Can you? Is colliding. You can? I guess why not, right? So if any of these are true, it'll have that Boolean. All right, okay. And then we can say return aligned. Why wouldn't you be able to put or in a variable? I don't know. Beats me. Apparently we can, though. I want to say variable is colliding, and then another variable. Really, this is type. Is correct type. Is align checks alignment. Alignment type. Type needs alignment. Let's say that. Type needs alignment, and then another variable for if it is aligned. Is aligned, or I guess we'll say alignment okay, alignment confirmed. Obviously we'd want to create variable alignment confirmed, and we're gonna set that to false by default. And we've got if it's aligned, so that is going to be also false by default. So actually alignment confirmed is, we need to put this later, type needs alignment and is aligned. But we need to make sure we put this down here. I've just never tried it before. It's something I've never tried. Never had a need for it. Or at least I never thought of a need for it until now. Variable alignment confirmed. We're gonna spell that correctly. So needs alignment, is aligned, alignment confirmed, then that's what gets fed into there. Now, how do we know if it's aligned? What's gonna actually set that up? So it needs to check, so in alignment check, this is actually a little tough because we need to know, we need to find the player. It needs to be able to see the player. So I guess we can onReady the player. I'm gonna do this not that way. I'm gonna say, so that way it's referenceable everywhere. I'm gonna say, well, first let me look at my other project so I just remember how to do this. Let's go to, I believe we do this probably on the body part script. This is my other game I'm working on. We're borrowing some code from over there. Yeah, it's a little different. The UI definitely has it. So I wouldn't actually look at the scene tree or the main scene tree. Oh, it doesn't have it. Well, what has it? All right, let's just look. Alright, there we go. Get current scene. Okay, this is what I was looking for. This exactly is pretty much what I want right there. And it's gonna get the player node. So what this will do, will get tree, get current scene, get node, player. So that way, no matter if I do some kind of oh, we should put this down here. If I do some kind of like instantiation, this is still going to be able to find it. This isn't even in the scene tree, this detectable script, so I don't know, it just feels better if we do it this way. That way it can go find it. We're not making too relative, well, it's not relative at all, other than to the tree in this current scene. All right, so that's gonna find the player script. And then what we say is, if alignment check pass, not there, we wanna say if, so during an alignment check, right? I mean, it's gonna create all of this stuff. I'd kind of rather it not check this if it doesn't have to. So we could even do a return. We could say if is that how that's gonna work? If, but then it's gonna return here. I don't think that's how that works. If not type needs alignment, return, right? think that'll work. So that way we don't run all this code and waste time that we don't need to waste. If, or processing performance, if player global position is the same as self global position, really on the z-axis only is what matters. On the z-axis, or heck, we could even say that's what is-aligned is. Bam. Is-aligned is the result of is the player global position set to self global position z. Got it. So alignment confirmed is going to be false, and that's what it's going to return. Unless it is the same, and it's meeting this type. So in theory, that should happen. So if that is true, we then want it to like parent it. But let's just do a print, and we'll say player name is aligned with self name. See if that works. And if not, what did I do wrong? Nice! Player is aligned with platform. Let's go! I love to see it. Dope. Can we get an else just for fun? Else print not on platform. We're coding! Not on platform, not on platform, not on platform, not on platform. Platform player is aligned with platform. Nice, dude. Let's go. Now we don't really need it to be like set, right? That's kind of unnecessary. No, I don't think that's that unnecessary, actually. I mean, we could say, like, has it entered and is it exiting, right? We could try to, like, block that so it's not constantly reporting that it is. I kind of need some enums for that. So we could do that. I'm gonna need that on the player and this potentially, so that's kind of boring, but that's okay. So we're gonna say variable, or let's do enum. Enum has player. Well, not just the player, because actually there's the carry bonus. So this is actually an important state. We do need this state. So it can tell whatever is supposed to be on it, hey, you're on me. Even that def, but that's on the player. But really, it's the bonus. The bonus also needs to know that it's on top of something. Again, I want it to be as modular as possible so I could drop some new thing that's never been in Frogger ever on top of a log, and it's gonna move as it should. So I think this enum makes a ton of sense. Now, it could have multiple things on it. We're not trying to say it's not allowed to have multiple things on it, but just whether or not it needs to be communicating to something that something is on it. So we might actually want to keep track of the things that are on it now that I think about it. Well, I guess at that point, we could then check the overlapping bodies. We could get all the overlapping bodies, and then we'll be able to report that. Wow, it's crazy. What's up, Edward? Welcome, good to see you. So I'm going to say, not necessarily has player, but has a rider, has is something is on topped, is topped, is being, I don't know, I don't really know what to say. Has something. Has passenger We're gonna call it has passenger. That's what it's gonna be. Was the game jam time originally 1 week and not 1 month? It was never 1 week. It's 1 month. So yeah, jam page right here. 1 month long is this jam. It's a long one relative to what we usually do, which is an hour. So yeah, so the page should be right there in the chat, also in the description box. It is 1 month long. Plenty of time, I think, to make this kinda simple game. And we're gonna do this every other month as well. So yeah, today's my first day working on it, and the first day of the jam, incidentally. Has passengers, I mean, this is just the way I tend to write it. It's pretty confusing. Yes, we're gonna say no, yes. This is wild. Variable has passenger set to has passengers. Okay. So alignment check. If that returns true, it'll print that. And we'd also want to say if alignment check, not even, it doesn't matter. It can have more than one passenger. Really, we can make that a Boolean. I think this can be a Boolean. Sometimes enums are better. I think in this case, a Boolean is going to be perfectly sufficient. Right? Variable has passenger. We'll see. I'll regret it if I have to. So if alignment check, it does all of that. And if that gets approved, we want has passenger to become true. And so we want to say has passenger false, but that's different. We'd rather say has player, right? I mean, look, if in theory I want to drop other types of objects on there, we would want to kind of know, and we'd want to set up that it's able to like tell what it has on it. I feel like we'd even want to say platform has player. This might be something to even specify on like a platform derived thing. My streams are infinitely long, the infinity of 6 to 10 hours. Welcome, Timeless. Good to see you. Yeah, I mean, at this point, we're kind of defeating the purpose of having like things that derive. I think this could be a platform class, but it does have to send it back up the line, which becomes, it's kind of breaking my brain a little bit, if I'm being honest. We kind of want the things, she do be timeless. What can she say? Hyper game dev is timeless. I know, it's always timeless. Timeless often says things like that, and I often want to make a joke like that, so I'm glad that you did. Somebody has to. Variable. See, I don't know. I don't usually design my code this way, in this like entity component kind of way. But it's kind of making me think that because if, for example, it's a finish line, well, we would want to know if it has the player on it, but it's not going to stay there. Yeah, all right, we'll make that derive from it uniquely. I'm going to make that derive from it uniquely. I think that makes a lot more sense. So if that's going to happen, an alignment check is true, it needs to know what has aligned with it. I mean, look, I'm not going to add extra things right now. If I do need to add extra things, we will. But for now, my goal is to just remake basic Frogger with like different visual assets. Like that's pretty much my goal. So I'm not going to worry about it being too terribly modular at the end of the day. So if the alignment check passes, we're going to assume that that's the player. And if I want that to pass down to a platform script, I guess we'll want to say, let's indeed add a Boolean. And that Boolean will just be yeah, but why not just, I don't know, I'm not sure exactly how I want to do this, because that's in the physics. I guess, I mean, it could be a platform or a finish line that has to align, but the finish line doesn't need to carry the player and check to see if the player is left. Once you're in the finish line section, you don't go back out of it. It doesn't carry you anywhere. That's what makes a platform different from the finish line. So the platform does need to know where you're sitting on it, that you're sitting on it. The finish line just needs to know if you fully aligned with it or not. And then it's one and done. But this still has to pass down the information somehow. We could emit a signal. If I set up a signal on here, that might be the right thing to do. We should emit a signal, right? That means I would want the signal to be on here and it's received elsewise. Yeah, let's do a signal. I think this is a place for a signal. So I'm gonna say signal player landed. That's what we're gonna say. Player landed. If alignment check, player landed emit. Cool. Then, now on the platform, we actually have this detectable script, but I don't want the detectable script on there. I actually want to remove that. Instead of the detectable script, I want to create a new script, and we're going to call that the platform script. Exactly, Godot. And this is going to extend from detectable. Now we need to set what it is. Up here, collision type, this is a platform. And we want to connect that signal. So we shouldn't even have to necessarily, I think we can just say player landed. No, I guess we can't. Detectable player landed. I'm not exactly sure how to do that, actually. On player, this might not work. We're gonna find out though. Function on player landed, and then I'm gonna add that print back in here. Can't find it. And then if I just say player landed, wow. So then does the signal need to be on here? I'm not sure exactly how this works. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. It exists in detectable. That's what I was saying. But that doesn't seem to get inherited. Oh, we're good now? No more error? We good? It's like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it exists. Okay. All right. Let's see if that works. Oh, we still have the not on platform thing. Let's get rid of that. That is actually somewhat helpful. Nice. It worked. Okay, I was really scared for a second there. We're good. Beautiful. Not really scared, but a little scared. All right, we're in good shape. Great. So that means I'll need to connect this on the finish line script as well. I'll have to remember to do that. Guess we could set up the finish line. No, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. All right, so that's gonna print that it's on top of it. This is excellent. This is good news. We want it to do more than that, though. What is it that we wanted to do more than that? Now that means that's still gonna run every frame, which, oh, that was part of the thing, is I wanted to make sure that it isn't running every frame. Right, so we do kinda want a Boolean here. Well, you can also say that once it emits it, because the signal is just gonna like keep going out, keep going out, keep going out, keep going out. We also would want to think about when does the player exit. Because if we say player left, that's going to keep happening. I feel like we do need a Boolean of some kind. If alignment check and player landed, which is a little confusing. I'm not sure how I want to do this. Variable player, can we do both a variable and that? No. Wait, I can use that as a Boolean? What? Okay, that definitely didn't work. Because it's not seeing that at all. And what if I say that it's not a Boolean. What if I make it emit a Boolean? I don't think that's gonna work. Now I'm just kind of curious. GDScript signal if statement. I don't know if anyone's gonna. If statement preventing signal, any and every statement. Signal is that if statement not emitting. Oh, what? GDScript 4.3, can I use a signal to check a Boolean true, false if statement? This is gonna be ridiculous. Whatever it's gonna do. Yeah. Alright. Alright. I guess I'm just gonna do a Boolean. I'm sorry I'm so indecisive. So, you know what? Let's not emit a signal for right now. I might come back to that, but for now, we're not gonna do it. That could change. For now, I'm just not sure. So we're gonna keep that out of here. And instead, we're gonna create player landed Boolean. Not as a signal. Variable player landed bool, false. If the player has landed, then, or has not landed, then we want player landed to become true. We could also emit the signal as well at that point. But then I have to have, like, a name for it. We could say player just landed. Emit. That way we still have a function that runs based on it. I kind of like that. Let's do that. I think that's what I'm going to do. Signal. It's tough. I don't know. Player just landed. So that signal is going to get emitted right there. It should only get emitted once. So over here, we're going to refactor this to player just landed. Player just landed. Same thing. And then it exists. It exists, okay? What do you want me to do to remind? I forgot how we reminded it last time. There it goes. All right. So let me make sure that all works. So we should, what I want to see is that it only prints it one time. Nice. Okay. So now we need an exited, right? This is what I want. So if alignment check and player not landed. We actually do want the alignment check to continue. Instead, we want to say if player has not landed, then set all of that. We still want the alignment check. Right? So let's actually say if player landed, do stuff. Well, actually, we don't want to do that, do we? Because it's if the alignment check fails. If the alignment check fails and the player has landed, then we want player landed to be false. And we can say player just left. And we can emit that as another signal. Signal player just left. Come to the platform. Connect player just left. Connect on player just left. Func on player just left. Okay. And now we will print player is not aligned with oh, okay. Well, now I actually have another question. You know, I just realized player just left, not declaring the current scope. Yes, it is. Player just left. Player just left. Okay, hold on. I would like it to find it. Oh, there we go. Here's the question I have. In Frogger, in the original Frogger, well, we already know that when we interpolate onto a platform, it waits until we're aligned to start moving. Is that also true for exiting? Or do we exit and it... Like, so the frog is now moving on the platform, right? So does it wait until the interpolation finishes for it to stop moving? Or does it stop moving as soon as you press the direction that would get you off of it? That's just something to think about. All right, let's find out. My guess is that you don't interpolate, like you're not moving, right? Like that would be weird. That would be strange. But technically, I'm not sure. So I am going to find out. I don't think we interpolate the movement. I think as soon as we left, the movement stops. All right, it's time to compare with the live stream. Let us confirm. Okay. Frame by frame. Let us see. So it's actually not moving. It is neither moving with this or that. It's like it's got its own velocity now. So it actually stays in the air straight. Everything else is moving and it's horizontally stationary. Wow. All right. So that's very important information, actually. And it makes a lot of sense. You know, obviously it doesn't have physics, so it's not like it gets flung or anything like that if you're moving on a fast thing. So that's important. Okay, so if that's the case, then that means we're not gonna wait for true misalignment. But it's actually gonna just work out automatically, isn't it? Because it has to be, they have to be identical. That's the code that is set up here. Thank goodness that works out nicely. The alignment is making sure that the player's global position, Z, is actually exactly the same as the platform's global position, Z. As soon as we start interpolating even a little bit, we're no longer on that platform. So we're gonna leave it immediately. All right, so let's just say has left. Part of me is a little confused how this makes sense, but okay. There you go. Aligned with platform, immediately left platform. Aligned with left, aligned with left. Perfect. We got it, baby. I'm a little confused why we didn't fall sooner. Shouldn't we be falling as soon as we're outside of that? Oh, because it has the same Z as the platform. Oh. So we actually need to say that it's overlapping and it has the same Z position. It has to be both. Because otherwise it thinks I'm on the platform because we have the same Z position. Not so. Not so. I also forgot to finish the floor, by the way. So let me actually do that real quick while I'm thinking about it. We're gonna make this ground unique. And then we're just gonna make it, let's make it twice as big. And hopefully that actually covers the full, oh, it's a little too far. Well, let's make it go down so that way that actually is perfect. Right now the Y is at negative 8.9. Spend the entire day making a game without making it. That's it. I mean, that's game dev, man. That's game dev. Well said. Mineswept. Well said. Alright, so there's that. And then we might as well make it a different color while we're here. Make sure that's unique. And that can be our like water color. Which again, I'm gonna make it different than water eventually, but for now, we'll keep it water. So if we fall into that, we should sink down into the water, but not necessarily because we have that platform problem. Good job, Mineswept. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of me too. So we actually want to make sure that the overlapping is true before we even bother with an alignment check. So we could even have it in on body entered, but we need, well, no. We probably want the same kind of stuff. Truly the ultimate game developer work routine. What's up, Andres? What is? Just like spending an entire day making a game and you didn't make it. Yeah. I guess unless you're doing a day-long game jam. For our 1-hour game jams, you get to experience that, which we do every Friday on this channel, a 1-hour game jam. You can head to the channel page to learn more about the next one that's coming up, which is on Friday, actually. We got double game jams going on. That's how we roll. Okay. So player just landed, player just left. So I'm gonna need other signals because they're important for collecting things, right? I think. So I'm gonna go ahead and like set those up now. We're gonna say player just overlapped. I don't think we need left though on that. Just unoverlapped. The only things that overlap are bonuses, which you'll have collected, carries, which you can't drop. Well, unless you get to the end, but that's not quite the same. And then enemies, which kill you. So I think just overlapped is all we need for that. So we're gonna say in the overlap section, we kind of want it to be same as this. So it does an overlap check, which makes sure that it is something that is allowed to overlap. And if it is, which actually we need it to be everything. We actually want everything to have an overlap check now. Before we were omitting platforms and stuff, but that's a no-no. We don't need it to omit other things. So we can actually eliminate all of that because we do want it to do it no matter what. And then, but we did need it for the alignment check, so it was still worth setting up that enum. If not player, so we need a couple more variables as well. Player landed, variable player overlapped, Boolean false. Okay. And we would want to make sure if, and that's only going to run one time though. So we can already just say player overlapped becomes true. That's only going to happen if you've just entered it anyhow. We'd actually want to say that if it's exited, so let's set up an exited as well. Body exited, connect on body exited, naturally. Func on, I'm not used to typing my funcs that way. Okay, we're good. Func, I didn't used to do the parenthesis or the underscore ahead of time, but now I do, and I'm just getting used to it. Exited body. And we want to say player overlapped becomes false. Simple as that. And then if that happens, we'd want to emit a signal that goes down the line. So it runs a certain function, which is kind of unnecessary because like this is a function, right? Like is a function, but I think it's actually kind of useful. So player overlapped will emit that signal. Player just overlapped, emit. Oh, we gotta make sure that it is a player. Important. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm gonna actually cut this out of here. Player overlapped equals true. Player just overlapped, emit. We'll see. Someday we might want that, probably. Will be my guess. If not, we'll deal with it. So now that we know if it's overlapped or not, we can add in to the alignment check. Not only do we want to say alignment confirmed, or alignment confirmed is type needs alignment, is aligned. Well, I would say don't even bother running the alignment check otherwise. Like, that's a waste of time. So if not player overlap, return. All right, so hopefully that means that I can run off the edge here. It does not mean that. Although, if you look, it isn't printing anything. Oh wait, it isn't printing anything. All right, what's going on? What's the deal here? I think we need that print back. I think we're gonna need that print. Let's make sure that the overlap is working at all. It is not. Why? Why did the body entered stop working? That used to work. Was that like before I changed some things or something? I'm very confused. Huh. Okay, question. So what if I take the platform collision and I move it up higher? Just as like an experiment. Push that up. So that way it definitely will overlap. I thought that it would overlap anyway. Alright, what's going on here? For real, what has happened? When did overlap stop working? Does this... I wonder if this has to do... Like, do I need to put this on the things? Oh, I bet, you know what I bet the difference is? I'm just guessing. I could be wrong. But I think the difference is that we've separated platform from detectable. And so I think that this body entered signal actually has to be on the platform class. Otherwise, it's not going to be able to run this, unfortunately. I think that's it. I hate that. Okay. So in that case, we certainly don't need player just overlapped. That's useless at this point, if what I'm thinking is true is true. And it's gonna check it no matter what, and it's gonna run this player just landed, so we're gonna need to handle all the other stuff, I'm pretty sure, elsewhere. So here's what I'm gonna do then. We're gonna get rid of that. We're not even gonna bother with ready. I'm gonna grab this stuff off of here. We don't need this player overlapped situation, and we don't want that check. Okay. Now we're gonna come to the platform. I think this is what it has to be. And we're gonna add in the body entered, body exited signals. Let's make sure we add in the corresponding functions as well, please. There we go. And let's see if now that works. Identifier player overlapped. Oh yeah, right. Well, we do actually probably want that. So, although we can put that on here, that actually is totally put on hearable. Player overlapped. It's just not gonna be like detected on here in the same way. Wait, maybe we could put it. I wonder if we could still do the alignment check on there. Okay, well, first of all, let's just set this up. All right, so now it sees the overlap just fine, no problem. And you can see it doesn't see the overlap out here in the middle of nowhere, but it does see it on the platform, so that's good. So now for the alignment check, we should put that code back in here where we say if not player overlapped. I don't know if that's gonna work, but I'm about to find out. Return. We just have to make sure we come over here. Player overlap, true, false. Okay, let's see if that works. So if that did work, I believe we should run off the edge now to the right of that platform. Ooh, I don't think that worked. Well, I'm a little surprised because it doesn't say that before it said we were aligned. So actually I think we're okay because it's not printing that we're aligned, which is good. There it is printing we're aligned. So actually, I think this is working correctly. I just gotta figure out, we have to tell it that it's not on the floor. Wait. How does it think it's on the floor if there's no collision there? I wonder if it's actually seeing the edge of this collision right here, and it's considering that the floor. That's pretty annoying. I don't like that. It has to be it though, right? Like if I set the ground collision to be off, I'm just literally going to turn off the ground collision. We should fall. So it's seeing the very... We've aligned the grid with no spacing, with no margins. Apparently, that's important here. And so you can actually kind of even see the edge of the collision because I have them visible. You can see that blue line right there. We actually need it to be a little further back, which really irritates me, actually. So wouldn't the same be true? I kind of hate that. Like, I could also remove the collision on the player, right? But, like, what's the point of having collision, then? If it's just... I mean, I guess it's fine. Because it certainly knows that we've left platform. And we could just say... Well... No, that's a little tough. That's tough, actually. We could just say, like, if it knows it's in this section versus that section, drop it. I don't want it to be that way. I want it to be, like, responsive to the environment. But something about moving the ground collision back a single point just feels very dumb to me. So right now it's at 8. My guess is that if I put it at 7.9, we'll fall. I hate that. I hate it. I wanted it to be clean. I wanted it to be perfect numbers. Well, this is probably for the best. What if I do 0.999? What do you think about that? Ah, it still falls. All right, I can live with 0.999. I still don't like it, but I'll take it. All right, so there it actually falls off. And then if we get on the platform, I despise that. If we get on the platform, we land. If we go beyond it, we don't. That means on everything, I have to move it 0.99. The other option is we actually make the player collision just a little smaller. I kind of like that. I like that way better. I am team that. So let's go to the player collision, the physical collision, which means that the overlapping will be detected at a different time, which is good because we're actually running into that problem already, which is that when I'm right up against this, so right now it doesn't say we're overlapped, but as soon as I get in front of it, it says that it's overlapped, which is bullcrap. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make it just a little bit smaller on the player. I think that actually makes the most sense. So we're gonna set the size of the player's collision to be 0.99999. What? Don't round it, you freak. We only can do 3 decimal places here. So 0.9999, just a little bit, which means we no longer overlap, right? Right? And we should fall off the edge? Okay, not quite. Interestingly, the overlap print doesn't happen. But the collision... Oh, wait. Oh, because we need Y to be 1. I see. Okay, well, the overlap collision doesn't happen, which is good. Not until I get on top of it. Oh, we do fall. That was it. The Y needed to be lower. Perfect. Or the Y needed to be higher. Let's go. So we got to set the X and the Z to be just a little bit short. Oh, no. But that means we can clip through walls. Dang it. Oh, I hate that. Because it doesn't see... No, 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 no. I didn't put a wall there yet. Wrong. Lies. The walls are detected by raycasts. No, no, no. I just haven't put a wall there. We don't have any problem. Bam. No, it still collides. We're good. We're in great shape. This is actually a great reason why the wall collision should be separate from the other collisions. Dude, this is great. We're in good shape. Yes. Yes, we are froggering, dude. Let's go. All right, so I would like very much to good. Be happy, which I am. Dude, this is functioning. So now I just need it to move, right? So the player will move with it. That's a whole other... Ooh, that's gonna be hard, isn't it? I think that might be hard, right? Like, just because, I mean, we could test it out right now. If I drop this on here, and I grab the platform and I move it, what happens? I think I know what's gonna happen. I think we're just gonna fall. Yep. It just ignores us. Yeah, not what I had in mind. Not exactly what I was thinking there. Cool, cool, great, awesome. So we're gonna have to get weird because you're gonna have to be able to move relative to your local space, even though the ground is moving you. I don't know how to do that. Wait, isn't there like settings for that? Wait a minute. There's like a moving platforms are such a thing. We need to, we have gotta be able to solve this easily, right? Motion mode. Let me look this up, because this cannot be something that isn't somewhat easily solvable. Godot 3D movable platform character body moves with platform, you know, whatever. This has to be some tried and true stuff, right? Identify that the character is on top of a vehicle and mirror any position changes from the vehicle to the character. When I want the player to move around while it moves. No good. Physical bodies don't care about parenting. Oh. Yeah, we could parent it. I guess it doesn't care. I tried to do as he said. Did not work. Oh, no resolution? Oh my goodness. Using an animatable? What is that? What is an animatable body 3D? That's not real, is it? A 3D physics body that can't be moved by external forces. When moved manually, it affects other bodies in its path. What? So would I make the platform an animatable body? This is quite interesting. All right, let's change it. Change type. Animatable body. I did not know this existed. I didn't know it was a thing. But is this really that situation? And can I even really test it in this context? I don't know. Like of me just moving it here. Okay, that, oh, that's not the right thing. Wait, it is the right thing. The collision stayed put. See that? Look, the collision isn't moving. But the mesh is moving. That's quite strange. It's a bit surprising. Whoa! Oh! So if I move the animatable thing, it moves. Oh. So we need to put the mesh. This is a bit tricky. This is a bit tricky. We're in a bit of danger here because if I want the platform to derive from the detectable class, it would need to be an animatable body. The detectable would have to be an animatable body. I'm in a bit of danger here. Yikes. What have I done? What have I done? Okay, this is a bit surprising, actually. Because here's the problem, right? If I try to... Because the area 3D needs its own collision. But that collision has to move along with the animatable body. So I guess what I could do, but this is jank, and I have a feeling it might lead to problems. What I could do is I could say that platform movement is dictated by the animatable platform, and then the area 3D follows that. Like they're like linked to each other. That's tough. But it could work. It might not work though. All right, it's time. The movement has presented itself as ready to be designed. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make the ground platform accessible as a unique name. I am gonna come onto the platform. It is time. I'm gonna commit it. It is time to start. Let's make sure everything's saved. It's time to start making this platform actually move. We've been setting up the movement. It is time to do the movement. The movement must begin. Now, I don't have my wraparound effect yet, but we can still try some movement stuff. So we're gonna say, platform detection set up well, shrunk down the player collision by a very small amount on X and Z. Okay. Oh, we got things to think about here, y'all. We got things to think about. Okay. So let's start moving this platform. So on the platform script itself, we've got some stuff. We've got player just landed, player just left, on body entered, on body exited. Now we actually want to control its movement. For that, we're definitely going to want to use the physics process, I would think, right? Or we could use animations. We're going to do physics process. So I'm going to say func physics process, and we want to say self global position. We need to make sure this is delta timed, right? Or else we're gonna be in danger. Is there better ways to move things than this that I'm just like not thinking of right now? Probably. We could do tweens. I think we're just gonna have it move to the right constantly for now. So plus equals, so we want like a speed. We're gonna say constant. It's not a constant, not in Frogger. Variable speed. That's gonna be a float. I guess make it integer. No, you better make that a float. Make it an integer. Equals. We're gonna keep it very small for now. Well, let's do 1. Plus equals speed times delta. Oh, right, vector 3. Totally didn't think about that. So we actually want the X position. What is that like? Okay, so it's moving, as you can see, a little fast. So let's bring it off of an integer. I mean, it's fast because I don't have a wraparound. I want it to be faster, but I don't have a wraparound, so we're not gonna do that. Okay, so that's only moving the top level, which is actually not what we want. So we're gonna on-ready the ground platform. And we're just gonna call, yeah, we can call, let's call that ground. And so I want the ground global position to be moving. You could just say both. Just do both. You could even make a function for that that applies it to either one. Right? I mean, we could just say variable movement speed, movement rate. Call a function. Move platform. And that calls with the movement rate. Func move platform. So if global position X movement rate. Same thing here, movement rate. I didn't know about that animatable thing. That was very interesting. Let's see if that works. No. Float and nil in operator plus equals. Oh, forgot to define that. Yeah, sounds important. Sounds important. Let's pop that in there. That was speed times delta. All right, a little do-over there. Oh, they're moving at different rates. The collision is moving faster than the self. What? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? All right, okay, wow. So then let's not do that. Let's say that the ground moves and then self global position X is set to ground global position X. What's that like? What is that like? Oh, it's perfect. Look at that. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. We moving. We cruising. Functionality. Let's go. The back has been pat. All right, good. So obviously we don't have the wraparound, so that's still a big important thing, but we can hop onto these right here. Edgeworth decided to join the jam about an hour ago, and now you have some movement, scrolling enemies, and moving floors. Nice! Let's go, Edgeworth! Dude, you're on top of it. You're gonna have such an awesome game. See, you know, you can be jealous about Godot, but Game Maker makes it so easy to get that kind of stuff started, you know? And like, put things together quickly. Nice work. Good job. Yay! I'm so excited to see what you come up with. I know all of y'all, like some of y'all are gonna get all of the progress that I'm getting in one day, and then the next day, you're gonna like multiply that progress, and then keep going, and keep going, and keep going. You guys are gonna make awesome stuff, and I'm really excited to see. Oh, it's gonna be so good. We gonna have some games to play. Super fast, right? Dude, we are on top of this platform. I love like having just built that. Feels good. Feels really good. Yeah. Awesome. Let's make it faster. Let's just see what happens. Probably would be good as an export variable, this. I'm gonna bump it up to like 4. That's probably very fast. Oh god. Oh, for crying out loud. Perfect. Animatable body is like amazing. Alright. Good. Great. Excellent. Very happy. I would love to have wraparound. That would be nice if we could actually get that working. I don't know if I have a lot of capacity to do that, but I'd like to. Andres would join, but you're busy cooking up a bigger games demo releasing soon. That sounds important. Yeah, that's fair. Well, every other month, we're going to keep doing the jam, so you can join again in March for the next one. And this one's a month, so maybe you'll find some time, but if not, that's all right. And then every Friday, this Friday, the next live stream that I do is going to be our 1-hour game jam. So if you're really strapped, limited for on/time, then you can also join that one, but no pressure either way. Literally, Godot and GameMaker are your two main game engines. Dude, maybe I need to mess with GameMaker. That was one that I never got to. I tried Unreal Engine, I tried Unity, I tried GDevelop, I tried Godot, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done. I need nothing more. But I bet I would really like GameMaker for especially the 1-hour game jams. You guys have actually inspired me to maybe consider doing that at some point sooner than later. Thank you for that. I still haven't set up like the walls correctly. We obviously don't have like enemies, right? We don't even have what it means to die or to have lives. We don't have a timer. There's a lot missing right now, to be honest. GameMaker's drag and drop feature is a little pointless. Okay. All right. All right. I bet somebody's like, so true. I'm a little concerned about the shadows. I find that in Godot, shadows are usually pretty bad, but there is some very funky stuff going on with these shadows here. I wonder if I actually don't know what's going on with that. It's a little glitchy. It's pretty subtle. In my experience, doesn't really make it easier to help you learn. That's fair. Not that I understand what you're talking about, but sounds like a fair critique. Little blocks. Oh, you mean like visual scripting as opposed to text code? I see. So we can worry about the shadows later, maybe. Something to keep in mind, though. Wow, I'm so satisfied with this. I'm just like, look at it. We can hop on and hop off. Yay! It's awesome. Now I'm noticing that some of those aligned prints aren't happening anymore. What's up with that? Because that's based on Z position. I mean, to be fair, we don't really need to know if it's aligned. I mean, we kinda do. What happened to those? Why did those go away? What if we stop the movement? Just as like an experiment. So we could add an extra, let's say at export variable is moving. It's not really necessary in the game, but it might be good for debug at least. So is moving true by default, and we'll just say if is moving, it bothers to calculate any of that. So I'm gonna take that platform and I'm gonna say that it's not moving. Where's the export variables? Why aren't they there? Why don't you like that I have export variables? Oh, it's right there. Okay, I just couldn't see it. We're fine. I was very scared, but I'm not scared now. Okay, so it's not moving. And it actually still doesn't see the alignment. So something happened where alignment is now not a thing. What? Why? Let's find out. So the player Z position is -8. The platform's Z position is also -8. What's going on there? What's that about? Why don't she want to work? On player just landed. So that's just not even emitting. Alignment check will run. But let's see if it returns true. Alignment check passed. Nothing. So it's something in here in the alignment check. If not player overlapped, let's print. Well, the alignment check, no, it can still, well, let's make sure the alignment check is running, which I'm sure it is. But whatever, just to be thorough. Oh, alignment check isn't even running. But that's in the physics process. You can't do that. Is it because it's not physical? Oh, so I can't put anything. I can't put any physics process stuff in here. If it's, oh, because before, because right now platform derives from detectable, but previously the platform was a detectable. Therefore it was physical and it was in the world and it could be processed. So this actually cannot be on here. We have to make sure that that's on itself. At which point, we definitely don't need the landed and the left stuff, because it'll just be on itself. I mean, you know, maybe there's something I'm missing here, but I think we can't put that on there, unfortunately. There's some limitations to doing class inheritance stuff, in my experience. It can clean up the code a little bit, but it's not really like the greatest. Unless I'm just misunderstanding like ideal ways to set it up. I'm finding it to actually be not that great. But it's not that bad. It cleans up things a bit. So credit where credit's due. We're not emitting player just landed, but instead we would want to run that as like a function. So we're gonna say function player just landed, function player just left, and we'll just close that up just like that. Same here. Player just landed, player just left. Member is not a function. What? Oh, this. Okay, I was like, what? But I'm still actually confused. Player just landed is not a function. Well, oh, I see. I had to save from the other script. Okay, it still existed on the other one as like a boolean or something. All right, so now it should run those, I think. So I have to put this on its children, the finish line. We have to have that check happening. And there we go. Now it says that it's aligned, and if we leave it or not. It knows if we've landed. So how useful is that? Probably not that useful. One thing I am noticing is we can get to the... We're actually overlapping the edge of the platform. And I guess that's just because of the size that I decided to make the platform. Which, by the way, for design reasons, it could be nice to set up like a modular system for that. I think that's gonna be harder. I mean, I could do it, but I don't really want to. We just must have it at a weird spot. I guess its position is... I'm not exactly sure. Because we're right on the center of it. I wonder why it's not quite the right size. I guess I don't care. Well, it has to be... Also, so how big... If the player is... What? The player mesh is 1 by 1 by 1. I don't exactly understand what's going on here, but that's okay. Oh, dude, wasn't I gonna show someone this trick like 20 hours ago? Mindswept. I don't know if you're still here. I apologize, but I just remembered that you wanted to know how to do this camera thing. You might not be here. And at the end of the day, again, in a future version of Godot, this will be changed. I'll at least, because I'm a generous person, I'll at least tag Mindswept in live text when I did this. Because I meant to tell them. But I forgot. Oh, you're here! Very good. Nice. Okay. So, before you had asked about how I move the camera in the game. So, if you're in a 3D or 2D view, yeah, 2D view has it as well. If you're in a 3D view or 2D view, that is to say you're not in script view, then you're gonna have this little camera icon right up here. See it? It's up there at the top. And it is project camera override or project camera override, one of those two. If you click on that, now the editor camera becomes the running scene camera. And so I can use like this gizmo up here to move it around in real time. And then if I am selecting my editor view and I press Shift F, I will now be able to fly around, and I can use WASD and Q and E to navigate around the scene here. Yeah, super useful, right? I guess I never did it, so I forgot to explain it. Oh, and the mouse, it'll also follow the mouse. Yeah, it's very useful. So I am curious, if we get right up on the edge here, you see, it's like halfway. That's very specific. So I have to make it like 8.5 for it to reach? No, 9. All right. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I kind of like it to be, so I'm gonna make it perfect. It doesn't have to be though. You know, it's gonna get all offset anyway, so it seems like the platforms need to be a odd numbered width in order for it to, and you just click that icon again to go back to normal, in order for it to line up on the grid. Again, these things are going to move and it's going to mess up the grid alignment anyway, but in theory, I guess because of the size of the player or whatever, it needs to be an extra one. I don't know. All right, cool. Good. Maybe because it's like centered or something. There's some reason why it makes a lot of sense. I betcha. All right, so what do I want to do? I really, really want the wraparound to work very badly. Because to me, that that's gonna give us so much more experience of the game happening. So now the idea that PonXPon, I think, was saying earlier, is that we break things up into chunks and then we teleport them. But that's only gonna matter if something is big enough. So I kind of need to define the different sizes of things, right? So take the truck, for example. That's like a medium-sized thing. So I kind of need like an obstacle, because the platforms are never gonna be that size if I'm gonna imitate Frogger as much as I can. So that means I kind of need to set up an obstacle. Oh dear. Because we don't have like what happens if you bump into things yet. That's okay. You can just have something move and it doesn't hurt the player yet. We can work on that. All right, let's work on it then. Not yet. So what I'm gonna say, the cats are so like flighty today. They're like, I'm here, but now I'm moving. They're just not sure where they want to be. Bless their hearts. Sweet innocent creatures. Alright, so I want to say that instead of a platform, we're going to practice making obstacles now. So I'm putting this in my debug section for the time being. Let's make a node 3D. We're going to call this obstacles. And I'm going to add a, in here. I'm going to add a, I guess we want to make sure it's an area 3D so it can derive from what we need it to. I'm going to attach a script. We're gonna call this, I don't want to call it an obstacle, I want to call them enemies, actually. I'm gonna call it enemy. So this is an enemy. Attach the enemy script. And we want this to extend from detectable. Right? So similar to the platform, I would say on platform, we should, regardless of its export collision type, we should set that in code, right? I feel like we should set that in code. I think I'm gonna do that. And to that end, I'm also gonna say that this has a class name and its platform. That way we can create it more easily for future platforms. So that's gonna be called a platform. And then I'm gonna put in its ready function, collision type equals collision types platform. That way I don't have to set it as an export. And in fact, I'm actually gonna remove it as an export. I don't want to accidentally change it and be like, what's going on? Not that it would matter, but since we're setting it in code, that's gonna override whatever the export is. I don't care. I don't like the export in this case. So I'm taking out the export. And then for enemies, there's a lot we want to keep quite the same. So I'm just gonna, for now, copy the entire platform script. Just for now. Class name enemy. And I'm gonna paste all this in here. Ground, I don't see us needing that. Is moving, we definitely would want that. Speed, yes. Collision type, not platform, but in this case, enemy. Body entered, yes. Body exited, don't know that we really need body exited. Like, maybe? I don't think so. I'm gonna just pull that out of there. I don't see that being useful. Player over, because as soon as a player is overlapped, the player is dead. I mean, we could keep it, and it just doesn't do anything, you know? Maybe if I change my mind, it'll be nice to leave it there. Physics process is moving, movement rate, that all is the same. Alignment check. We don't need it to be aligned. That's something we absolutely do not need here at all. So alignment check goes away. And we don't want that else there either. So we just handle movement in the physics process. As far as the move platform goes, we don't need to worry about a ground here. So instead, we would just say its self position gets modified for now. Yeah, I'm still hip-hopping. I am. See, now this is starting to be why I don't like longer game jams, because I push my boundaries and I work too long. But it's okay. I usually stream this long, let's be honest. I am. I'm still hopping through that code. Must be going. It is going well. It's going super well. So I don't know if we have an error because I haven't set up that enemy yet. Hopefully not. Okay, cool. So we got movement. We can hop onto a platform and hop off the platform, baby. Yeah. Oh, I noticed the alignment isn't happening again. How did that break again? Hard to know when to stop. Yeah, exactly. Especially those long game jams. Why did it not get aligned? Are we alignment checking? We are alignment checking, aren't we? We didn't lose that, right? Oh, I think in alignment, do we still check its type and stuff? Collision type platform. It works. It's working. I just noticed something. Your idea for a game is to bring some ideas from Super Mario Brothers and other similar platformers from the 80s to Frogger. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, if I had more time to work on it, I think I would do that too. Like pickups, power-ups and stuff. Linear level progression with scrolling and stuff, themed levels. That sounds awesome. That sounds really cool. I love that. Yeah, I think the way people are gonna make adjustments is gonna be super exciting. Warping. Nice, Edgeworth. Nice. I like the sound of that. It is looking more like Frogger. I agree. I almost said Rogger. So why? That made me catch a bug. Not sick. Wait, there is no alignment check. So wait, why doesn't that run it? Now I'm confused again. Okay, let's say print alignment checking. You gotta see what's going on here. You're gonna try to make it feel like an 80s arcade game. Nice. Nice. So you're gonna do credits and stuff. Okay, the alignment checking is running, so that's actually quite good. If not player overlapped. Oh, player overlapped. Player not overlapped. I'm just gonna go down the line here. Player not overlapped. Got it. If not type needs alignment. Ooh. Well, let's go past that. Print needs alignment, just to make sure that's actually happening. I wonder if my enemy script is blocking it somehow. I don't think so. I'm tempted to theme mine around a retail worker dodging customers. Oh, that's awesome! I love that. That's excellent. Yes, interpret it your own way. Do this! Dude, they could be writing escalators, the platforms, or not escalators, maybe checkout belts. I don't know. Oh, that's really exciting. Or maybe people warehouse people pushing a stack of boxes. I don't know, what the platforms are that carry you. It's really interesting. Phrasing it, make a game similar enough to be called a Frogger-like really helped me understand the concept super well. Nice. I love that. Oh, I'm so glad. Yeah. I think that, hopefully that's on the page. If it's not, maybe it should be more prominently. That's really helpful feedback to know. Submit a game that is so oh, that's literally what you're referring to. Great, so it's on there. Yes. Yeah, so similar to Frogger, it would be called a Frogger-like. Nice, let's go. I am so glad to hear that. And we'll be doing a lot more of these, so that really helps me just understand better, like, whether we're moving forward correctly. So it seems like it isn't seeing it as a type that needs alignment. I think I might have needed the export. I think at export makes it visible to other things. That's my guess. Let's see if I'm right. I just want to see it print that it's aligned down there. That's it. Wow, at export isn't just an inspector thing. It makes it accessible. Okay, wait, but hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. That didn't totally fix it. It says needs alignment, but it didn't necessarily know that it was aligned. So we'll see. You're testing Claude and or ChatGPT as a brainstorming tool. It spits out all kinds of level ideas if I'm specific enough. Nice. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good way to brainstorm ideas. I like that. I did the same thing for this jam to come up with the game list to generate like the first bunch of potential games that could be an option. It did a great job coming up with that. Yeah, it's good because it just is able to tap into the collective consciousness without or rather with specificity. If I Google search it, you know, Google doesn't necessarily know exactly what I'm looking for, but a large language model does know specifically the kind of thing I want it to bring together. So that's something among the few things large language models are good for. That's one of them. So it needs alignment, but it's still not necessarily seeing it as aligned. So the export variable actually makes it then detect that it is of the right type, but it doesn't necessarily confirm that it is aligned. So for that, alignment confirmed, meaning that that's true or false. So then that should return back on the platform, right, with a true or false. If alignment check. Otherwise, so we're gonna say self name is not aligned with player. We could say is not aligned with player. And then up here, self name is aligned with player. I thought we kind of like sorted this out, but then I broke it. It's not aligned, so the platform knows it's not aligned. Oh, it does get aligned, but then it immediately gets not aligned? Am I seeing that correctly? And then it doesn't pop up again. It's crazy how having someone working on their own version of the same challenge in the background is so motivating. Nice! Let's go! I'm so glad to hear that. I'm hoping that it can like buff the jam a little bit that I'm working on it. That's awesome. So easy to overscope. Yeah, instantly came up with all the common stereotypical situations worker encounters. You can imagine. Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean, and so remember that part of this jam, the advantage is that you do know the scope, right? So, you know, you do have to weigh what you imagine, how you imagine pushing the game forward with, you know, what still allows you to benefit from the jam giving you a known scope. Which is tough. I mean, that's a good skill to even like learn how to balance that. I think in some ways it does teach you that, which is kind of cool. So I'm a little confused. I'm gonna, instead of printing it's not aligned, I would like to just see when it says that it is aligned. It just doesn't. And it only detects the overlap one time. But what you don't understand is I want all this other stuff in my game. Oh, I know. I know. Platform. Player overlapped is off. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to get over there. So it didn't even come on there. I'm very confused. Oh, wait, there's other variables, maybe. Tempted to take a bit behind Frogger, but how much? A bit behind? Take a bit beyond, but how much? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to me, I'm just going to try to get the base game. If I have time for extra, I'll do it. You know, I'm trying to make the game as modular as possible, so in theory, I could add extra if there's time. Otherwise, I'm just going to make sure I at least have the base game myself. Oh, man. All right, this is getting a little rough. 9 hours on to solve this problem, if I'm being perfectly honest. You know, so here's the reality. Right now, I kind of don't need the alignment check. It's not really necessary, because believe it or not, it's already being handled. It's completely handled by the animatable body. Like, I kind of don't need that. So I guess I have to ask myself, what do I need it for? Can I just get rid of the entire alignment check? Where would the alignment check be useful? I mean, kind of nowhere, man. I don't think I need an alignment check. I like it. I like that it's here. I don't know if I need it. What happens if I just delete the enemy for a second? It's just like a theory I have that that's somehow conflicting. It's not, yeah. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a commit. Last commit with alignment check. Animatable body allows platforms to function regardless of an alignment check. Like, if Godot's gonna help me with some awesome things, like, I'm not gonna bother coding it. Might need alignment check code later, so saving it. But I just think I don't need it. Why do we need to know if we've left or entered except for moving on the platform? I mean, there is the finish line. But with the finish line, I could just add like a collision that's way at the end and it detects it in some other way. So I think I'm gonna get rid of the alignment check, which means, I mean, for now, I can actually get rid of that enum of what type it is, because it kind of doesn't matter. That's just going to be handled by the class. Edgeworth is treating it as if I'm making a rough prototype rather than the basis for the whole game, which will probably backfire, but hey, it's easier. It might backfire. It depends. It depends how much you invest, because like, if you do like certain placeholders and things that are hard to replace later because you've intertwined them into this existing system, that can backfire. But as long as you're keeping in mind, will this be expandable later? You'll be okay. And at the end of the day, like, man, I know I can't plan all that stuff ahead of time. I'm gonna do stuff that I'm not that happy with later. I'll be like, oh, I probably shouldn't have done it that way. I mean, I'm experiencing that right now. So in some ways, that's part of the process. But At least for me, I at least try as much as possible to think about modularity in that prototyping phase, to save myself potentially a little trouble later. All right, I'm gonna get rid of all of this types thing because the only place that we're checking it was for the alignment, and turns out I don't care about the alignment. So I'm gonna get rid of that. We're gonna get rid of it. Just burn it down. No more types for now. I might regret that, but for now, I'm taking it all out. Alignment check, garbage. Throw it away. Throw it away. Oh gosh, the detectable class is nothing now. That was all the detectable class ever was. That's, wow. There you go. It's gone now. It is gone now. I think we can probably get rid of all of these. Wow. Let's make sure we save that so any errors that come up are here. There we're setting a collision type, but I don't feel like I need it. We have the player overlapped thing. I don't see why we need it in particular at the moment. Over here on platform, get rid of that. I don't think we need any kind of alignment check. The animatable block saved us from having to worry about that. On one hand, it kind of sucks because that was cool and it worked, but what's the point if we don't need it? So I just removed all of that, and we can come in here. It all still works. Still saying platform overlapped. I also don't really need that. Truth be told, I don't really need to know if the player has entered it or not. It's just really not relevant. So you know what? I'm gonna get rid of all that. I don't think any of that needs to be there. If we change our mind someday, great. For right now, it's kind of a waste of space. Let's clean it up. Clean it up. Is moving we do want, speed we do want. Is moving we do want, speed we do want. Body entered and exited. Now that we do want on the enemy, right? Because that does need to know that the collision has happened so it can kill the player. So we actually would want to say that. We'd want to say name overlapped with the player. That's absolutely true. That works. That works good. I don't think we need exited, so you know what? I'm going to get rid of it. I decided. I want to get rid of everything that isn't necessary. Alright, so then as far as the enemy goes, existence-wise, let's make it do that. Now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up the actual sizes that everything will be. So I'm going to pull Frogger back up. It's been a minute. It's good to check in with the old frog. Our froggy friend. Let's pause the music while we do it. Jolly as it may be. So what I want to know... Okay, is about how big is this... I guess we don't need the music now. About how big is the truck? Because this is the biggest... Actually, that's not true. There's the alligator. I forgot about the alligator. The alligator is probably the biggest obstacle that I've seen as long as I've been playing it, which isn't that long. Or I haven't gotten that far, really. Well, let's do this anyway. I'm not gonna try to guess it, because that's boring. Instead, I'm just gonna actually check. So the truck is like 2.5 Froggers long, give or take. Maybe 2 and a quarter or something, I don't know. 2 1/3, something like that. So let's move this enemy forward. We're gonna add in a mesh. I'm gonna call it mesh. Make it a box. And you know what? Let's make it a capsule. Yeah, let's make it a capsule. Feeling crazy. Feeling a little crazy. I'm gonna rotate that by 90 degrees. We do want it to have like collision and stuff. So let's give it that. Well, first let's get the size, actually. Oh, don't move the mesh around. Reset that. Well, you can rotate it, but don't move its position around. Move the enemy position around. Okay. So we want it to be a few froggers long, almost. So that's not quite as long as we want it to be. So that's its height. That's a bit too long. Maybe something like that. Maybe we'll say 3.5. Let's say 3.3. I don't know, you know, I'm just kind of guessing here. Okay. Then I'm gonna create collision shape. We're gonna make that a capsule as well. Same thing. What was it? 3.3? What did we say? 3.3. We want to rotate it 90 degrees. Not like that. Not like that. Like that. This position's not centered, so I must have moved it here. There we go. Alright. So now that collision shape should match the size of the mesh. It does. And let's move that enemy up. Although we should be able to snap it to the floor. There we go. Okay, very good. I wonder if something we couldn't put on detectables, which could be nice, is like the movement. Because we have move platform. It doesn't have to be move platform. We'll just say move. I don't know. And eventually we can add in direction in there. Move object, we'll say. I think we could actually get some use now out of our detectable script. If we come in here, say function move object. Save that. That fixes that. And then if we come to platform, we'll do the same thing. Rename this to move object. Now it's a little different. You can see, yeah, it's not set up quite the same. If we did want it to be set up quite the same, so for the enemy has simply itself moving by the movement rate plus equals. Whereas the platform has its ground moving, so we'd want to kind of add something extra here. I'm even just going to call it rate. Refactor that to rate, just so it's shorter. Obviously, we're going to change this anyway, but for now. Change this to rate. Rate. Oh, goodness. Oh, gosh. Change that to rate. Okay. So not only do we want rate, but we also want in this case, we want to say ground. And we just kind of want to know, like, if it's a platform. I think we could even put this down here, couldn't we? If we had this return with something, but it would only return in a certain circumstance. If it's a platform. Which might be a little tough. I tried to do isClass earlier, and I didn't really get it to work right. We've obviously removed the enum. So we could just have it get added to a group. But I kind of wanted to do this self global position thing. Grounds global position X. Because this needs to just match. Well, you can still put that in here, right? You could just say self global position X equals ground. You don't need that move object to do that. So actually, I think that works perfectly. Yeah. Works great. So now for the enemy, we need to do the same thing. We have to say that it calls with something else, in this case self. And what this will be is object. So then we'll say object right there. So what that means, and we would want to make sure everything has its own special rate as well. So on detectable, where is rate? Oh, speed. So they do, enemy has a speed. We can set that over here. You can change that elsewhere. I think that would maybe be better to put here. So I'm gonna say export variable speed float. Right now we're just saying 0.1. 1 point, excuse me. We can do it a little slower. Let's say 0.5. And then of course we can change that on its individual thing, should we need to, because we've got the export variable there, if we want them to have different speeds. All right, let's see where we're at. So they both should move. Nice, and they do. Now we're currently colliding with the enemy. Why? What? The enemy is in area 3D. It is not a wall. Wait, why can't I run in, why can't I clip through the... Okay, I can going left and right. But up and down, I actually can't move through it. Why? What's going on here? Is it seeing it as a wall, perhaps? So, wall doesn't have anything. Well, that's gotta be what's happening. Okay. So how do those raycasts work? They just see anything. Okay, well, we're not gonna do that. We want it to... It just sees is the raycast colliding with anything. That's all it cares about. It doesn't care what it's colliding with, just is it colliding? So for that, we could use masks and stuff. I don't really like setting them in the inspector because then I can't search it in code. But if I do it in code, I'd want to set up an enum for that, which means setting up globals, which is probably a good thing anyway. So, all right, it's time for a global script. The moment has come. So I'm gonna create a new script. We're gonna call it globals. It's bound to happen eventually. We don't need to add a class name, because this is going to be an auto load. So we go to globals. We're going to find that global script, and we are going to add it to the auto load list. And we are going to set up, you know, we can imagine score. That would be something we might want, I would think. Integer. But what I'm really here for is collision. And that's just going to be set to collisions. No. Collisions. I don't really know what 1 is right now. Like ground? I guess 1 is ground. So we're gonna say enum collisions ground wall. Obviously we might want like enemy. So ground is 0. We don't want anything on 0, so we're gonna call this do not use, because there's no 0 layer or anything. Ground wall enemy. Okay. What do you mean? Expected. Oh, I forget we don't want equals. Okay, good. So then what I'm gonna do is we're gonna come to the ground here. The ground is already set to 1. Everything is by default in Godot. Now the ground doesn't actually have a script on it. So we're just gonna be okay with that. Since 1 is default anyway, I don't really care. But for the wall, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a ready function. And we're gonna say I forgot what the code is. I'm actually gonna look at my other project to find out where we do that, or what the code is for that. Just so I don't have to hurt my whittle head too much. Okay, we've got set collision mask value. Okay, you can see I've set it up very similarly. So in this case, we're actually going to be setting the layer on the wall itself. And we want to say globals collision cannot get property from enum value. What? Ah, wait. What do you mean? Do you want me to say something that I've also done is I've like set them like very intentionally like this? What do you think about that? Does that help you? No? Why are you like this? Let me check my... I think this is all correct. Global... Oh, wrong project. Oh, collision. I said collisions. Wait. What's your problem? Hey man, what's your deal? First of all, we do want it to be wall, not ground. What did I do wrong? I actually have no idea. Can I get property from enum value? Huh? So if I come over here, excuse me, if I come over here to globals, And we look, this is my other project. We look at collision. It's pretty similar. It's pretty similar. I would say that's the same. I think you don't want to do this. I think you want to say that. There. We don't need to do this variable crap. Got it. Okay. Whew. Good. Set collision layer value. This is going to be the wall. Now I also would like to, and that's true, I'd also want this to not be set to the ground, because it's going to be set by default and I don't want it to be. So it's not the ground, this is a wall. And we need to make sure that the raycast, all these raycasts, they actually need to have their own situation set up, which is a little irritating. So in our ready function, we're gonna say ray forward back. Well, let's put it, let's say this. We're gonna say set ray masks. Okay, we're just gonna make that its own special function. Func set ray masks, and we're gonna say ray forward. It's probably like an easy way to do this that I'm not thinking of. Ray forward dot set collision mask value. That is to say, we want it to look for the wall. We also need to make sure, there's gotta be an easier way to do this, right? I think we could iterate, maybe? We could say for node in, this is on the player, for node in self get children. We can just say get children. For node and get children. If node is raycast 3D, can we say, what if we say for node raycast? No, because then it's going to iterate through some that aren't that, right? And then we'll have a whole bunch of problems. I'm not going to do that. For node and get children, if node is raycast 3D, then node set collision mask value that, node set collision, well, we'll just copy that again, right here. Paste that on in. And then for this one, we're gonna say ground false. So that should mean they don't detect anything except for walls. Okay. So let's make sure that's working. That is to say, hopefully, I won't run into the enemy. Nice. So we passed right through it now, but we still bump into the wall. Perfect. Done. And it knows when the enemy overlapped with the player. Perfect. Great. So I'm not going to worry about what happens, like, if you, like, die or something. We'll worry about that later. I mean, we could say reload, but I'm going to want other things to happen. You know, it'd be kind of a hack thing to do. I could do it. I don't really want to. right now because I'm gonna have to change it ultimately. So for now, running into an enemy doesn't do anything bad, but they are there. Okay, so the enemy is there. Now, this is not going to overlap. Something that I would want to check here, and so I'm going to need to actually sit and play the game for a second, which at this hour is probably not going to go super well. But what I'd like to try to do is get to level 2, because I'm curious, does the alligator, how much... Well, here's something... Oh, but you know what? We actually don't... I don't think we need the alligator. I don't think I'm going to play it. Because if we look at this log is definitely smaller than the alligator, right? But you can see, look, it appears on the other side, and you can see what's missing. But the truck doesn't do that. So if we look at the truck versus the size of the smallest log, which I guess let's actually line that up. Approximately, give or take. It's maybe like a Frogger bigger than the truck. And that does just barely overlap. So the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm trying to figure out what that chunk size is going to be. So we're not actually just setting up platform movement. That task, I always forget to freaking do the tasks, man. I'll tell you what. I hate putting tasks up there. It's so useless because I'm gonna forget, man. So here's what's gonna happen. I am going to make the smallest platform. In terms of the different platform sizes, I mean, I think we're just gonna like save platforms as instances and then we can like adjust them. So maybe I should do that now. Let's make it the smallest possible platform that exists. Well, actually, the smallest one technically would be the 2 wide. This would be the smallest platform. Oh wait, now I'm curious. How big is that relative to a... Oh wow, it actually moves at exactly the same rate as the truck. Oh, I'm gonna write that down. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? So that's row 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Row 6 moves at the same rate as 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Maybe that changes on different levels, but for now, I'm gonna write that down. It's kind of interesting. If I can find my tab. Okay, let's just close this one. Frequency. Let's add a new thing in here for speed. And we're gonna say row 6. I don't know. We're just gonna say same as 11. And we're gonna say same as 6. I might change how that is written out later, obviously with like numbers. But for now, I wanna make sure those are linked. Just so I have that note. Honestly, that's probably the most useful thing that I've sketched out, is how the rows are gonna behave, basically. So that's a little troubling for what I was trying to do, which is ascertain the size, but we can get there. So I'm gonna screenshot this. Are they exactly the same? Let's find out. It's like a little bit bigger, just a little bit. The 2 turtle platform is just a tiny bit bigger than the truck. Like barely, okay? But a little bit. So you know what? We'll honor that. We will honor that. And so that's gonna be the smallest platform size, is gonna be that. Oh, wrong project. So that's what I'm gonna make this one. Well, no, do we feel good about this size? I just guesstimated this size. Yeah, we don't want to play guesstimation here. We want to be correct. So what is the size of the enemy right now? The enemy is 3.3. So maybe we could say it's 3.5. Let's go with that. So on the platform, and then I'll save it as an instance so we can reuse it. But I want it to start out at the smallest. So 3.5. We could also say like 4 if we wanted to make it a little bigger. 3.5. Does that feel too close? It just doesn't even actually look that different. I think we could go a little bigger than that. Let me see what 4 is like. Now, I did say I wanted them to be odd numbers. I don't really care. Okay, put this here. That seems a little closer to me. All right, so that's our smallest possible platform, is a 4 length-wise platform. That's the smallest that they get. And the reason why I want to know that is because we want them to be able to loop around, right? And this isn't going to loop. So actually, that'll be the size of a chunk, we'll say. Let's say that that's exactly the size of a chunk, I think. And then we can just have everything chunk up from that somehow. So I'm going to save this as a scene at this point. And we're going to call this platform. And then in theory, we could duplicate this, move it up. I guess I kind of want to, you know, I don't know that I do want to necessarily save them as, well, no, you can. Here, do me myself a favor. I'm going to actually rename this. I'm going to say platform. Smallest? Like, how do I want to define them? I'm going to say smallest for now. I kind of hate it, but it's what we're going to do. Platform smallest. Something about that I don't like. Because this one also could disappear. I don't know. We can actually make all of them maybe possible to disappear. That could be like just like an export variable. Okay, let's do that. So this is platform smallest. Now this one, I'm going to actually make it local. Oops. Whoa, I don't even know what I just did. Make it local. And for what's a little bigger, we'd actually want to equally add an extra one on. So if this is 4, we're saying that's 2 and 2. So this one, by extension, would be 6. And that size is actually a little bigger than this platform. So maybe I should like say size 1, 2, 3, 4, and we just increase it from there. So this is gonna be size 1, and then this will be size 2, this platform. All right, refactor. Let's call this platform 1. I don't think we'll have more, but we'll see. So I'm gonna come back in here, rename this to platform 1. And I'm gonna rename that here too. And then in the future, in theory, well, there's actually a different way I'd like to do it. I wanna say 1_00. And the reason why I want that, I'm actually gonna do dash. I have a way I like to do things, all right? We're gonna say platform -1_00. Now the reason I do _00 is because when I do multiple of them, Godot will number it automatically in a way that I find desirable. Okay, so we're gonna call that. And this time I'm doing each one, but in the future I won't have to. Platform 100. Okay, so this one is platform -200. And for it, we want it to be a little bit bigger. So this is going to be size 6. Oh, we gotta make it unique. Size 6. Come to this collision. Make it unique. Call it size 6. And I am going to actually copy that box shape. And we're gonna paste it onto this collision here. So that way they're the same. Okay, so that's our platform 2. Now I'm gonna save this as a scene. And that's platform 200. Save it, let's open it, make sure all the naming looks good. It does. Okay. Now I can, let's see, how does that work normally in Livestream? So that's actually at the bottom, is that one. I guess we're making all the platforms now. This is the first row. Wait, no, I haven't set up direction. So where do these go? Those move to the left. All right, let's set up direction. So that's gonna actually be on detectable. We're gonna want that in move object. We have rate. Let's wedge in direction here. Rate direction object. So direction, I would just think is our like polarity here. So we would want to do like rate times direction. So direction is going to need to be defined. Come to the platform, make sure this calls with a direction. So we're gonna say variable. I think we could potentially just fetch this as a global variable. At export variable direction. Now this only needs to be -1 or +1. Those are the only two things I really need it to be. I mean, we could say 0, then it won't move at all. And then we kind of don't need is moving, if you think about it. But the thing about is moving is it keeps... You know what? I kind of like that. Less is more. We're going to get rid of direction, or is moving. I'm going to say that direction is an integer. And let's do export range. And we're going to say between -1 and 1. And we're going to set it by default to 0. So that means it won't actually move by default. So we'll say if direction is not 0, if direction is not 0, then we're moving the object, right? So that's on the detectable. Okay, got it. So nothing's gonna move as soon as we stamp it down. We have to come in here and we have to tell it what its direction is gonna be. All right, let's come back to detectable. Make sure we save it with direction added in. Too many arguments, expected 2 but received 3. No, I changed it. See, 3. So, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're the one bugging. Maybe I did it in the wrong place. Rate direction object, detectable. Rate direction object. Platform. Rate direction object. No, it's not too many. You're wrong. What did I do? Rate, comma, direction, comma, object, comma, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Direction not declared. Oh, it's a new error. Okay, I can deal with that error. I see. So we need to pull this off of the platform, and we need to add this in detectable. Direction should exist on detectable. These all inherit from detectable. So, what's the problem? What's the problem? Oh, well, we still have is moving, by the way, here, which is not correct. But I have a feeling that's not our biggest problem right now. Direction. Spelled correctly there. Spelled correctly there. What? Did I set up export range incorrectly? Minimum, maximum, step. I don't think we need step. You want me to make it a float? Step, we can say 1. Curious, what if I just make it that? Does it like it all of a sudden? It does. It has nothing to do with that. What is your deal? It inherits from it, so it should exist. So what do you mean it's not declared in the scope? It is literally declared in the scope. Maybe we can't do export no, but we can do speed. It finds speed. What's your deal? Why does it say that? Oh, well, I'm very confused. And it's still too many arguments? Are you sure you're saving detectable? I feel like you're not saving the detectable script. It's just a theory. Okay, if I play it, it saved it. What? Was I like fake saving it? That was a bug. I don't know. It seemed like a bug to me. Godot right now. Are you sure it's declared? Yes! I am. Weird. Alright. Well, once I played it, it saved it more comprehensively. It saved it more gooder. Apparently, I don't have access to a high level or a low level save like Godot has. Yes, Godot! So weird. Alright. So we're good now. It takes a direction, and we want to make sure we multiply it by the direction, which it does. So actually, it should just work. My Godot ain't Godoting. Ridiculous. So what's going on? Why is the main scene looking the way that it looks? Can I open file platform.tscn? Well, yeah, I renamed it. Make sure resources have been imported by opening the project in the editor at least once. Yeah, but I renamed it. Are you okay with that? Does it bother you that I renamed it? Look, I'll rename something else. What do you think about that? You hate it? You jerk? There is no more platform.tscn. I killed it. Also, these are in the wrong place, by the way. They need to be at the origin. Well, I'm glad I caught that. I wonder if that is why the saving wasn't working right, and my Godot wasn't Godoting. Because... oh, it did not like me for doing that. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna close the project. Yeah, just save it. It's like, I can't, I'm sorry, I can't save it. Okay, but it doesn't exist anymore. We gotta go into VS Code. It has some reference somewhere, and I don't know why. What if I delete these? What if I delete those and I save it? Are you happy now? Then it's happy. Okay, all right. I can live with that. Here, we just need to replace those. You know what? That's totally fine. I'm fine with that. I have no problem with that. So where were we at? We wanted the bigger one, or our size 2 platform right here on the bottom, and our size 1 platform 1, 2 between them. Is that correct? Something doesn't seem correct here. A couple things are not correct. First of all, we need these to be under. That's one problem. They're supposed to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sections, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm just bugging. We're good. We're actually good. Everything's fine. But I do need to move them down, so I reset their transforms. I actually didn't mean to fully reset them. That's okay. So I think right about there is where we want that, and that is -0.4. I would like it to default to that position. So we're gonna bring this Y position to -0.4 and save it, and put this Y position at -0.4 as well, and save that. So that way they show up lower. Yeah. Okay, those are down and those are saved. You know what? I'll just re-add them in. No, it's fine. Cause see, they're hovering above a little bit. Oh, is that maybe because of this? No? Okay. All right. You know what? We're just gonna pull that out. We're just gonna do it again. Platform. Now it's on the right level. Beautiful. 1 goes in the back-ish, and 2 is gonna be in the front. Beautiful. And we want 2 in between, which I think that is 1, 2. All right, cool. Ooh. So now I need to set their direction. Right now their directions are at 0, which means they won't move. So I want 1, I don't know. 1 moves to the left. Oh, they both move to the left. Okay, both of them are moving to the left, which I think we'll want to say -1. If I've done this correctly. So hopefully they'll both move that away. Yes? Maybe? Nice. Perfect. Let's go. And we might want their speeds to be different. Again, you know, at some point, we'll make their speeds be different. Oh, they're actually the same. Oh, so that moves the same as the truck, at least on this, you know, maybe in a different level. Oh no, but sometimes that one speeds up. But by default, it moves the same. Remember that where the smallest platform is, sometimes that one goes super fast. It does. I wrote it down, and I checked it. It's true. It's really real. That should be... Speed up. Well, maybe I didn't write it down. Oh, maybe it's not that one. Maybe it's this. It's actually the front one that has the speed up modifier. Okay, whatever. Just kidding. So we'll make that one a little faster. The one that's down here. So let's make that have a speed of 1. Again, it kind of doesn't matter right now, but we'll deal with it. Okay, but real quick, even though that's not correct, no, just make more platforms. Just make more platforms. Get in the habit. So what's the next one? The next one is just a tiny bit bigger, right? Just a tiny bit bigger. Like an itty bitty bit bigger. And that one's actually 2. Oh, I named these wrong. Oh god, it's gonna get angry at me for renaming them again. That was my mistake. I actually meant to say that this is platform size 3. I hope it can forgive me. It probably won't. And I'm gonna accept the consequences. I wonder if it has to do with, I don't know. Let's just see what happens. Saved. Good. Great. No complaint. As you shouldn't complain. So I'm gonna duplicate that. I'm gonna make it local. And we're gonna rename it to platform-3_00. Oh. 2_00. Again, just to reiterate like why I like numbering it that way. So here is platform 1. If I duplicate that, where's duplicate? There it is. If I duplicate that, look what happens. Godot automatically numbers it 00, 01, 02, 03. So that's why I like adding the 00 at the end. In case we have a whole bunch of them, it'll numerate. It'll numerate it correctly. And then having this -1 is just saying like this is the kind of platform that it is versus how many of that kind exist. That's why I like numbering it that way. Okay. This is going to be the 2 size. And the 2 size, where does that land? Where does that sit? I think we're in the right spot. Yeah, right up above there. And it's just a tiny bit larger. And then this one. And that's the right size, huh? Wow. Yeah, that's the right size. Okay. So as a matter of fact, I feel like it actually makes more sense to duplicate this one. 200. Move it up. Make it local. And we're just gonna make it a tiny bit bigger. I say 7, right? That kind of makes sense. Make unique. Set it to size 7. It seems a little too big. I mean, if I'm comparing the way these go, it's just barely bigger. I think 7's a little too much. We're gonna say 6.5. Keeping it legit here. Now that doesn't line up anymore, which just kind of irks me on like a personal level. I think like ultimately it doesn't matter. I'm sure it doesn't. But like, man, I wish it just lined up, you know? That would be sweet. If you could just line up on there, that would be great. 6.4 lines up. That's what it's gonna be. Nope, I just want what I want. I want what I want. Welcome back, Gab. We're gonna say, make this unique, say 6.4. No, 6.4. And then I'm gonna copy that box shape and I'm gonna paste it on the next collision. So that way it shares it. And that should be good. So now I'm gonna save this branch as scene, as platform dash. Godot likes to correct it. Godot doesn't like dashes. I am. I can't help myself. I'm having a blast. Okay. So that's platform 2. The next size is our longest one. Oh, we already have these pretty much lined up. To me, it looks like about 2 of those. But let's get scientific about it. Okay, that's not what science is. I'm gonna delete. We're doing science. Yeah, it's going pretty good. Hope things are going good for you. Wait, we gotta line that up a little better. It's just about 2 of them. It's probably more accurately 2 of these. It's a little bit smaller than 2 of those. All right. Okay. All right. No, I hear you. I understand. It's fine. It doesn't have to be exact. Everything is fine. So it's going to be not quite twice as long. It's going to be a little bit shorter. I'm actually very confused what's going on here. Wait. Did I line these up correctly? The longer one's on the bottom, so you need to actually switch these. Move this up, move that down, bring this here. Okay, there. And then this needs to be a little bit shorter than 2 of this one. So I'm gonna duplicate this right there. And this new one is just a little bit shorter than that. Wait, now I'm very confused. Which one is that? Oh, this is the new one we're making. Wait. I'm getting confused. I'm very confused. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You haven't started making this one yet. You don't have the example of this one yet. So this is going to be the longest one for sure. I actually probably should go up by size, shouldn't I? So actually we should do this one next. If we're living in a world of any kind of logic, I should do that one next. Okay, let's see how big this one is. I know it doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm interested. I'm interested in exploring the same sizes. It's just my desire. All right. So then the smallest one, it's about double of the smallest one, but not quite. You know, math. Very clear math. It's kind of this, but kind of that. You know? Okay, that lines up very nicely. And what row does that go on? That's actually the topmost row, in fact. Okay. So it kind of doesn't matter which one we duplicate. Let's duplicate that one. We're gonna make it local. I'm gonna rename this to platform 40100, right? We're on the 4th one now. I'm starting to get really confused. So this was 1, this is 2. Oh wait. Oh gosh, I named them wrong. Of course I did. Well, let's just switch their sizes. I don't have time for that. That's 6. Oh, I did number them wrong. Oh god. This is confusing, I'm not gonna lie. I could have done it more systematically. Wait, no. Oh yeah, no, you're wrong. Okay. So we're gonna actually shrink this down to 6. Oh man. We're gonna shrink that down to 6. So this should also be at 6 now. It's not. I thought we copied it, so they would be linked. Evidently, I did not. Paste it. So that's gonna be the same, right? If I make that 3, this is 3? Okay, good. If I make that 6, this is gonna be 6? Okay, good. So come to this one becomes 6.4. I'm kind of glad I went back through this just to double check some things. I could be more systematic about this in the future. Ah, it's late. Okay, so I'm gonna copy that 6.4, paste it on here. That should be linked. We're gonna test it, make that 2. That also is 2. So let's turn this back to 6.4 and save it. That means these are gonna get different. So we got to deal with that. Let's delete this one, and I'm going to delete that one as well. What? Why did nothing get deleted? Shared a little game over fanfare I just made for my game in the Discord. A little game over fanfare? Nice. Nice. Oh, we got some share your progress stuff, maybe? Game like Jam. Oh, so by the way, this is where you can share it. You're welcome to share it elsewhere. I should make better instructions. I forgot to do that. We have a Discord channel here. I should maybe put that in the Jam page. We have a special channel here for Game Like Jam. Oh, you put it in here. Oh, okay. Oh, I should have been more clear. So actually up in here, the idea is that you can actually create your own post. But this is fine too. This is fine too. But if you want, and that's totally up to you, if this works or that works, either is okay. But I do want you to know you're allowed to create a new post in here, tag a Game Like Jam, and upload stuff. Maybe I'll put my own in there so it's like an example. All right, anyway, let's see what your fanfare is. I'm excited to see what this is. Let me mute that music. Oh! Oh, this is delightful! It's like happy. It's like happy. Like, well, you died, but you can try again, and it's gonna be okay. This is awesome. Yeah, this is great. Kinda sucks, but like, it's okay. Delightful. Delightful. A+. I love it. Yay, good job. Ooh, Miss Pac-Man vibes. It's so good. Yeah. Wait, I thought you said happy. You said mappy? What's mappy? What does mappy mean? Very cool. Well done. What do I even... How do I... Joy. Dance. Alright, we'll do this monkey dance. It's an arcade game. You play as a little mouse cop. Mineswept knows it. Mappy game. Oh, I've seen this. I forgot about this. Dude, you are a cop. It's kind of cute, though. Wow. It's giving Donkey Kong. Dude, do I need to add this to the list? I'm gonna add this to the list of candidates. This is a total maybe, right? It looks simple. Do I have it on my list? I don't think so. Get it in. Oh, it is! It is in my list of candidates. Okay, there you go. Well, let's add an extra note on it. I lost it again. There it is, Mappy. We're gonna say or we'll just say Edgeworth mentioned it. It's as simple as we're doing it. Revolves around like jumping on trampolines. Sweet. It is evidently a candidate. Between this jam and the next one, I'm gonna go through and play all these and see which ones I think the next one would be good for. Something interesting is you can't be killed by the enemies on the trampolines. Oh, that is interesting. Sounds like trampolines are the place to be. Oh gosh. Okay, so the smallest one is up here. The biggest one yet is down on the bottom. And this one goes up here like that. Okay. We're back at business now. And then we were gonna measure 2 of the longest ones, and a little shorter than that is our biggest log. So I'm gonna delete this for now. Duplicate 2 of the biggest ones, line them up. Okay. For now, I'm just gonna move this out of the way. I am then going to duplicate our longest one, move it out this way. And let's make it local. I'm gonna rename it to -4_00. We already have a 4? Oh, so we do. Oh, I guess I started it. Okay. Unstart it, please. Wait, why is it still there? Oh, because we made many of them? Delete them! Okay. So now our new one, we want the mesh. I'm not gonna worry about the collision yet. Since it didn't remember when I duplicated it last time, we're just gonna start with the mesh for now. So we want that to be a little bit shorter than 2 of those. Yes, like barely. So 12.8 is what that would be if it were truly double. So that's literally double. But we want it to be just a little bit shorter. 12.6, 12.4, maybe? Feels correcter. That's almost too short. Let's go with 12.4. It's nice and like a fraction of 12.8 of some such. Or a fraction of 0.8 anyway. Okay. Then I'm gonna save this as a new scene. Platform -04. I hope I haven't forgotten any platforms. Nope. Alright, 4 different platform types. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, there's 5. Wait, what did I forget? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm confused. Let's just keep going. If I have to renumber them, I will. So number 4 is actually all the way... Oh no, it's not. It's the 3rd row. Platform 2 is... Oh god, this is so confusing. This is very confusing. Platform 2 is 2nd. Platform 3 should be 1st. The longest one is right after that. So down here. The shortest one is next. Okay, so actually we have one more to do that I haven't sized up yet. So this was actually 5. So we're gonna rename that to 5. Oh, maybe don't rename that first. Maybe that's why the dependency broke. Let's first rename the file itself. Open it up. Rename this to 5. Save it. Come in here. And rename this to 5. What do you think about that? Oh, it didn't like it. Okay, so let's delete that. And then if I drag and drop this in, we're safe. Nice. Almost done with the guy. Yeah, I'm almost done. Yeah, I'm pretty much done at this point. Like, I might as well just wrap it up. Good progress, though. I would say good progress. Welcome back, dungeon. Let's catch up its collision to the right size. I'll show you where we're at. 12.4 in just a second. 12.4. Copy that. Paste it over here. Save it. We'll take our row 5 and we'll drag it out here. Our smallest one actually needs to go out by one more. So I'm currently recreating exactly the platform sizes here. What are the directions? So the first row, 1, 2, and then the first row and the smallest one move to the left. I think we already kind of set that up, but let's just make sure. So that's direction -1. For the first one, that's also direction -1. The logs all move to the right, so everything else is going to move to the right. So this direction we're going to set as +1. And this direction we're also going to set as +1. Alright. Oh. Invalid access global position on base object of null instance. What do you mean? Move object. A null instance, you say? Tell me more. Tell me more. The object is null? What do you mean? Which object? Well, this is an unexpected issue. How could this script be on something that isn't? Explain that to me. Wait. Why can't I open up my script? My script tab. What in bugs? I'm closing Godot. It's being weird. I'm just gonna restart Godot. It's being weird. I don't trust it right now. It's kind of funny that I'm planning to make my first original developed game in Godot, also hopefully my first commercial game, because I'm slowly veering into Godot from GameMaker. That's awesome. That's really cool. Congrats. I love Godot. I love Godot. And I guess, you know, you could have made a commercial game in GameMaker, but, you know, it's proprietary, so maybe in some ways that's, like, less desirable. Are we still get that same error here? Okay. But the script, at least the script opens now. That's a good sign. Happy to see that. Godot just keeps on growing. How could it not? Open source. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Oh, thank you. The script wasn't showing up. Now it's being a little bit more specific and helping me. Thank you. Okay. So move object on the detectable itself. But what is calling it? Self. Platform 5 has no self. Are you quite sure? What if I delete platform 5? What do you think? You think we're good? We're good! What's wrong with platform 5? It has no self? Are you sure it has no self? I wonder... I actually have no idea. Alright, let's drop it in again. See if we can get it to recognize its selfhood. Drop it in, hit play. I didn't even move it to a position. But it's the same thing. What's different about it? UI is a bit tougher to do in GameMaker because you don't have stuff like the control nodes or the canvas in Unity. Oh, I didn't know that. I've seen GameMaker games with decent UI, but I had no idea how hard it was. You have to place text and images in points on the screen, so you have to calculate the positions yourself to make sure everything looks neat. Ooh. Man, for being so like easy to set up and get things going, that seems like a pretty big oversight. I have to imagine there's some like quote unquote good reason why that is true, like it's hard to like fix. Dang, that sounds brutal. Edgeworth is like, you know what? I don't mind it. Dude, why does Platform 5 not have personhood? Why does it not have selfhood? It's the same. It has the same script on it. Everything is identical. What makes you so different? How can this be? Platform, it's the same scripts. Is it missing the ground? Animatable body somehow? Ground, oh, I see it. I see it. It's missing the excess as a unique name. That's it. I did. The others don't have the error. I already tried that, but I found it. Thank you. I already found it though, luckily. That was it. It was trying to look at the accessible as a unique name, but it didn't have a unique name. All right. So let's put it back where it belongs. It isn't so bad. GameMaker becomes unusable. It becomes unusable, but it gets a bit complex with some other UI elements. I mean, that's real. Like, if you feel like your engine is that unpleasant to use, it definitely seems like a good time to look into something else. And obviously, not everybody's gonna have that same experience, but if you are, that's important. Okay, direction to the right. Now, I will show you where we're at. So we've got these things, they move. We can hop on them. Dungeon, I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but there's this thing called an animatable body. I had never tried it, but it was exactly what I needed, apparently. And what it lets me do is it already knows to move something that's like, actually, I don't really fully understand it, but the problem was when I stood on these, the platform would move underneath the player and the player wouldn't move with it. But because I set the platforms to be animatable bodies, Bracky's mentioned them, I had never even heard of them. Because I set them to animatable bodies, now it moves along with it. I got lucky, I just found like a Reddit post that mentioned it. You tried GameMaker before Godot, it would play on browser for some reason and it would be a black screen. Oh, I've had people have that issue before in our game jams. Set it to export on Windows. It's in the top right. Dude, that's probably it. That might help you a bit, Mindswept. People were having that issue in our jam in the past, actually. I don't know that about GameMaker UI difficulties. I did install it a month ago or so to try to experiment with it. Yeah, I've thought about experimenting with it. That I'm still curious, but it's not the most exciting news. Okay, so that's actually the fastest one. So, well, let's speed up that. Now, obviously, I don't have the wraparound. I'm gonna work on the wraparound next week. I'm not gonna worry about that today, although I really would like to design that. And that's gonna change, because we're gonna need to chunk these up into pieces. So things are gonna change here, but it's good to have this kind of figured out for now. So let's make that the fastest, just so we can kind of get a sense of everything. This one I think moves maybe a little faster. Yeah. Still kind of a frustrating thing to have to deal with. Nice, we fall off. So we got it to detect if we're standing on it. We don't even have to detect it, it just knows. I don't know what happened to the enemy movement. The enemies stopped moving at some point there. And then we fall off. If we move off of it, we can go between them. If I can hurry up. There we go. And if I fall off there, we fall off. It does know if we're bumping into the enemy. The enemy movement stopped. Oh, its direction is 0. We have to choose a direction. So whatever, we'll just say, that's actually the truck. The truck moves from left to right, if I remember correctly. It moves from right to left, so we have the direction correct there. Its speed is the same as these turtle ones, which is our first position here. So that's a speed of 1. So go to the enemy, set it to a speed of 1. And now... You got distracted and didn't continue with it. I mean, maybe it just wasn't the right vibe. Alright, so there's our truck. It doesn't kill us yet, but you can see it prints something whenever we go over it, so it will know when we die. So this is like some pretty good stuff. I'll get one more platform on here so we can actually get across. I haven't set up the finish line yet. This little block is what a wall will be. I haven't actually put the walls everywhere. Why can we clip through the wall? Oh, I know why we can clip through the wall. So this is the reason why I set up the platforms to begin with, is because the platforms in Frogger offset you from the grid. As long as we're on the grid, this, like, let me bring up my keyboard. So if I press left, you can see I'm running into the wall, right? I'm just bumping right into it. No movement is happening. That's fair. If you're super familiar with it, that's the way to go. Like, you know, if it's slowing you down and you're like, I'm starting to hate this, then maybe look at something else. But if you're like comfortable and you like it, you're doing the right thing. So that works really well, right? And in theory, I would put these walls over here, over there. Probably those are the only places would actually be. Oh, and then in the back. I haven't set it up in the back yet. But that's where the walls would go. Now, in Frogger, if you are on a platform, it offsets you from the grid. Right? So now I'm not going to be on the grid, which means I'm actually clipping through the wall. And so my plan is, this is kind of what I wanted. This is the reason why I set up the platforms to begin with, was so I would be able to extend the raycast that looks for a wall based on how far off the grid we are. That was my wacky idea there. And I'm kind of still interested in doing it. Now we don't have to worry about forward and backward. That's going to continue to be fine on the grid. Oh, it's not. Oh, and you know why? Because that point is coming out of the center. So the raycast is not great. That makes me think we either need more raycasts or we just set up an area that detects on each side of the block. Yeah, I think we might want to do that because, you know, if we're off the grid here, again, the raycast is sticking out right there. So that means I could adjust that left or right. We could also move, we could move the forward and the back raycasts as well. But that makes sense though, because so I would need to move it over to the right a little bit. So we'd have to go like the opposite, kind of. I don't know. We're gonna need that. That's gonna take a little planning, but we do need that collision to adjust its position a little bit. I think there's also shape cast. I should change them to shape casts. I've been meaning to experiment with those. I think that would probably be better. Change type to a shape cast. Let's experiment with that right now. This enemy is in the wrong place anyway, so let's get it in the right place. Here. I'm gonna say the enemy is, I believe it's right before the safe. So there's a safe. And then we get the enemy. Yeah, youngins definitely be learning about Scratch. You can always tell who the kids are in our jams because they use Scratch. Bless their hearts. But it's a great like introduction, right, to game dev, and it's legit. You can do so much with Scratch. You know, you're limited in like the size of the, you know, canvas, but other than that, it's got a lot of possibility. So I want to experiment with the shape cast. I just changed it. It probably is very angry about that. This node cannot interact unless a shape 3D is assigned. Oh. People have made polygonal 3D platformer games. I don't know if I've seen that. I believe you. So I guess we'll make it a box. Oh, nice. That's what I'm talking about. So now if we're gonna be adjusting the size, that's gonna definitely complicate that a little bit. Just like a tiny bit. How far out are we making these go? 0.5. So I mean, if I make that 0.5, that's quite a bit larger than what we had before on these raycasts. Let me do an overdraw. Because actually before, they were embedded inside. And there's really no size that can do that unless we push it inward a little, right? Target position. Oh, the target position is still at negative. Okay, so put that there. Oh, so we do actually want to move that. Oh, okay, so we'll say negative 0.4 instead of 5, perhaps. That way we can still have it right up against it. And then that gives us kind of a lot of breathing room. I don't know that I want that much breathing room. Because then it's also going to detect it. This is a little bit more complicated. I think as long... I don't think we're going to have... I know we're not going to have anything. Well, actually, that's not true. Because then... this is a bit complicated. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the right answer is here. Truth be told. What, 0.2 makes it fit? Because then it might block the forward where we don't want it to block the forward. You see what I'm saying? Because it's a little bit on the edge here, which is not what we want. I'm not exactly sure that this is the way. I think if it was like a cone shape, we would be okay. So box is a no. No cone shape. Sphere shape. Capsule shape. And I can't even rotate it? I guess I can transform it. It's pretty sloppy. I'm not liking this. So I guess if I was gonna do that, alright, I could, this is ridiculous, but I could make this work. What I'd want is to actually make it quite a bit smaller. I mean, at that point, we might as well just use a sphere instead of a capsule. Then we don't have to worry about rotation. Yeah, maybe sphere makes the most sense. And try to line that up. Oh, and look, then we can go back to negative 0.5, which is good. Oh, maybe this is the way. No, because you don't want that in the center. You want it to be the opposite, remember? So we'd want it to be more like this. So -1, so it comes out here. Can we change the size of it? Okay, good. Radius. Nice. But it has to be the same radius. Oh, this is kind of tricky. It has to be the same radius as the player. Right. So like if we put this back at 0, we gotta make it 0.65. So it's gonna stick out a lot further than I need it to. This is not a viable solution, by the way. I really need a cone shape, man. I need a cone shape real bad. Convex polygon shape. But then I have to build it. And that is not fun. At all. I don't think we get any like gizmos or anything. Which is super annoying. Alright. But I think that's the only way that I'm gonna get a yeah, no gizmos for me. That sucks. I want a cone. That's what I want. I want a cone-shaped raycast. I wonder if we couldn't load it in. I have an idea to make this not so painful on myself. We're gonna pull up Blender for the first time here. I didn't know what I was gonna need it for, and I gotta tell you, I didn't think it would be this. But here we are. So I'm gonna create a mesh, and look at that, a cone. Was that so hard, Godot? Godot's like, I'm not Blender, and I forgive you for that. So let's make that cone a bit less complex, because a prism is just fine. That's totally fine. Beautiful. And then just to make it a bit easier on myself, I'm gonna rotate it here. 90 degrees. Sorry, not there. Rotate z-axis, nope. Rotate x-axis 90 degrees. Okay, there we go. Other way around. No. I think you want to do rotate x-axis -90. I think you want it like that because we want it to. It kind of doesn't matter. I'm being honest. We want that to come outward. You know, I kind of would like it to have an extra vert. Let's go back. Create a new cone. give it one more. So it's like this. Okay, then we're gonna rotate it on the x-axis by 90. You give up using the SNES? Might learn Adobe Flash though. Oh, whoa, it's pretty cool. It's pretty hardcore. Let's rotate this over here. That's awesome. On the y-axis. I mean, look, it's inspiring you to try new things, and that's kind of all that matters. 45? There we go. Nice. Okay, this is kind of what I want. That's what I want. New pivot. I'll learn Godot AR XR dev and make augmented reality Frogger-like, where you have to go outside and jump through actual traffic wearing a headset. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that okay? Are we in trouble? Am I gonna get in trouble if you make that? Just don't say I told you you could do it. Got me on a TV? That's what's up. Hello, Insane Alpha Beta on the TV. Hello, Insane Alpha Beta's room. I'm reaching out to you. It doesn't really matter. It's the... Thanks for checking it out. Insane, I appreciate it. Flappy Bird situation all over again. Oh, that's right. That's why he didn't like that he made the game, because people were getting hurt, getting too distracted playing it. Except this is like really manifesting it. Okay, I think this is good. So I'm gonna save this in documents. Frogger-like. Right there. I haven't been making any folders, so that's fun. I don't really know what to call this folder. We'll say player, and we're gonna call this collision. Yeah. Collision.blend. Now I am gonna apply all the transforms. I forgot to do that. There we go. Save it. Now, if I come into Godot, it's gonna import that. And hopefully, we'll be able to get that in as a shape without me having to suffer trying to do so. So I'm gonna actually make a new inherited scene here. AR Frogger IRL sounds like a hilarious sketch of this innocent person who's playing Frogger, but in real life there's just a car crashes and traffic galore while this person playfully leaps across. Yeah, while they're wearing like a VR headset. I mean, I do have to say, Seinfeld already did it. For whatever that's worth. But yes, that would be incredibly entertaining. I would watch it. Not exactly. They're not innocent. No, they're not innocent. Maybe if they're somehow unaware that it's real, they think it's not real. But you're right. They kind of should be held culpable for that. Okay. So, I want to now create a collision shape based on this mesh. I think we want to say, was it simplified convex? What does it want? Okay, I forgot. Let me check. This was back on the player. Convex polygon shape. Is that simplified or single? I don't actually know which one it is. So we're just gonna try one here. We are just gonna try one here. Let's do up here, create collision shape. This is similar to a single collision shape, but can result in simpler geometry at the cost of accuracy. Give me that one. This should not need anything very complex. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. Now, I'm gonna save this shape, and if we look at it, it's got the array. Oh, look at all that. I would have had to do that? Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. No, thank you. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna save this in here, and we're just gonna call this ray collision. We're just gonna call that ray collision. Now I don't even need to save this scene that I made. Yeah, I'm not gonna play it on stream because I'm definitely gonna get in trouble. But Seinfeld, Frogger. No, Seinfeld. I liked it as a kid. I grew up and I went back and I watched it and I was like, I don't know if I like this, but as a kid, I thought it was pretty funny. But yeah. Basically, he has to like, George wants to save a machine, a like Frogger machine, arcade machine, and so he has to like actually do Frogger through traffic to try to save it. I'm surprised there's no shots of it. Yeah, I wasn't kidding. They sure did. But where's the shot of them actually doing it? Seinfeld Frogger. I don't even know how to search for it. But they show like the camera above and he's navigating through traffic with it. It's kind of a travesty. Oh, this is maybe a little clip. We get a tiny, tiny taste of it here. And it's like in like a frame, a Frogger frame. But yeah, anyway, you get the idea. Going for 12 hours? Yeah, I am. You bet. Kind of like those GTA mods where they crank the NPC's aggressivity to 11, and there's cars flying around and gunfights everywhere. Meanwhile, the one Frogger AR player is just walking across. Do not learn Godot while jumping through traffic. That is absolutely correct. The overhead shot is a meme. Nice. Well, I can't even find it. But you guys get the idea. Okay, so over on this raycast, I'm now gonna load a shape in. We have the ray, and there we go. Now I've got the collision that I want at long last. So now it's actually facing the wrong way, which is... Oops. I really wanted it to face the right way. That's what I wanted. So I'm gonna remake it. I want it to be correct. I don't want to faff around. I want it to be what I always wanted it to be. So we're gonna actually rotate this 180 degrees here. And while we're at it, I'd actually rather the position be snapped to the vertex or the center. So if we could get this to snap, I wonder if, I don't think so. Well, you'd have to come in here, do this. Come in here. How do we get the topic of Frogger? Are you making a Yes! Yes! So today's the first day of the Game Like Jam. And the Game Like Jam is a new game jam that we're doing here in Hyper Game Dev every other month. And there's a link in the description box. I'll put a link in the chat as well. And the Game Like Jam, think of it like roguelikes, Souls-likes, and then Frogger-likes. And then every other month, we'll pick a different game, or I'll pick a different game. And then we'll make things that are similar to it. So the idea is that we already know the scope of the game, so you don't have to worry about overscoping. I've got the game embedded right in here, so you can play it right on the jam page. It's going to be ranked, so it's going to we're actually going to find out who's got the most like the original, who's got the best artistry. Now, it doesn't mean you didn't do a good job, but it'll be fun to see the ranking, I think. And then I'm doing these devlogs where I'm making my own entry throughout the month. So yeah, check it out. Okay, so I want to put the 3D cursor here. Let's get snapping on. We don't want on the grid anymore. I want a vertex. Snap that right there. Hop out of this. Yeah, I've been wanting to do it for so long. Thanks, Insane Alpha Beta. I've been wanting to do it for a really long time. And it just kind of worked out that I could finally pull it off. So we're going to set this origin to the 3D cursor now. And I don't think that's going to snap quite the way I want it to yet. Oh, perfect. Right there. Just where I want it. Beautiful. Okay, now we're gonna come through and we're gonna apply all the transforms. What's the time frame? You don't see a timer. It's right there. It's right there, Insane Alpha Beta. Right at the top. There it is. Yep, 1 month. It's a longer one than, you know, the 1 hour that we do every Friday. It's a bit longer than that, which is nice. Alright, so I've saved that. Now in here, it's going to re-import the collision. Yeah, give it a go. Now it does have to be embeddable. Your submission has to be embeddable in the browser. So remember that. That's to protect against malware. So that way when people play it, we know that it's going to be safe. So yeah, do make sure that it can be embeddable in the browser. I know that's been a barrier for you in the past. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna actually rename this. I'm sure much to Blender's disappointment. So let's just close Blender before it gets angry. Well, because people don't have to download anything on their computer, basically. Yeah. People use Game Maker for our 1 hour jam very, very frequently, which also requires embedding. So it's, you'll just do it sooner than later. Don't wait till the last minute to figure that out. Like, definitely try it. You can even like start setting up your project now just to make sure it works in itch.io. I would strongly recommend that. All right, new inherited scene. We're gonna create a collision shape, simplified convex. I am then just gonna give it a once over. It's a little goofy. Why did it make it look so stupid? Okay, hold on. That did a bad job. Did I? No, it's pretty even. Godot makes it easy to release a web thing. It sure does. Yeah, so you'll just come up to Project up here, click on Export, and then in Presets, you've got Web Runnable. And you'll have to download it the first time, so you'll click on Add, basically, Add Web, and then it'll ask you to download it all, and then you'll have this. And then just make sure that when you export it, you name your HTML file index. So name that index.html. It's going to export a .html file and a bunch of other stuff. You're going to take the index.html and all the other stuff, and you're going to zip it into a zip file. Then you upload that zip file to itch, and make sure you set it to an HTML project on itch. I can show you another time. I do it I usually have to show people every Friday, or every now and then on Fridays. So, and I do it every Friday. So, you can get a demo this weekend if you'd like. Or any Friday, really. Okay, what was with that collision? That looked terrible. It looked awful. Great collision shape. I guess we'll try a single convex. Oh, that's much better. Look at that. Beautiful. Perfection. Okay. So then, it's probably going to be a lot less complex than it would have been, thank goodness. Save this as ray collision. We're just going to not save that scene. Don't need it. Gives you a chance for testing your whole exporting Dreams assets thing. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Go for it. Oh, I'm escaping. That's all you. But I'll appreciate your art. Okay, so we're gonna come back to the player, raycast, and now we're gonna load in our ray collision. And it is facing the right way, it is clean, it is beautiful, and I don't have to set up all those points. Okay, this is a lot better than the last one, but that's still a lot of work that I now don't have to do, which is great. Now, here's where we're gonna run into an issue though. I actually have to do it all again. I just realized. I'm bouncing all over the place. Okay, I just realized that I actually want it to be way shorter, and we want to be able to extend it. Okay, I made a mistake here. Well, you could go into the array. Actually, I could just modify the array. Dude, do that. Look, just pull this back here. Let's say instead of -2, it's got most of the hard part. We'll say -0.1. Yeah, guy, that's it. You already know. Actually, I don't know if Insane Alpha Beta posted much, but Insane posted a little bit on the Discord about it. But not a whole lot, but a little, maybe enough to like get one started. Go the 2D route. Nice. Your browser hates 3D Godot games? Remember to always set it in compatibility also, for whatever that's worth. When you're making it, might make it a little easier. But that's fair, I see. Oh, cause you're on like, you're still on like an Xbox, maybe? Oh, I thought you got a laptop. Anyway. -0.5, -0.5, and -0.5. Yeah, that's more what I'm imagining here. You're on a laptop. And then we need to move it forward a bit. So let's put that back to -0.5. It's sticking out a bit far there. I actually kind of want to go less than -0.5. Let's do -0.4. That's odd, Insane Alpha Beta. Are you using Firefox, maybe? That's weird. I'd look into that. Maybe your RAM is low? I don't know. Alright, 0.5 is a little big. Let's do 0.1 on each side. See where that gets us. Nice. But the main thing for me here is that... Okay, that's not quite what I want. -0.49 on that, just so it, yeah, like that. Then we could probably make this 0.1. I mean, I know this is nuts, right? But it really doesn't have to be that complicated. Yeah, using photogrammetry. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's okay. It's no issue. It's not a derail. It's just, I don't know. If I start talking about dreams, people are gonna be like, "What's dreams?" And it's just like, oh my god. It becomes a whole thing. Okay. Let's put that back. Yeah, Insane Alpha Beta found a really easy way to do it. So you can see here, this is where the cone point is at. There we go. Beautiful. So this way, all I want is for it not to overlap on the sides here. So I think we could actually even make this 0.001. The absolute tiniest it needs to be. I don't think I can even zoom in that far. That might be too small. We can make it a little bigger than that. Okay, I think this is what I want. Hopefully it'll actually work the way I want it to work. Now I also see that it's actually a little bigger than it needs to be. I'm kind of interested in it not being bigger than it needs to be. So we're gonna just bring that down a bit as well. Four, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. I think we need to go a little bit larger there. Drag this over. Oh, it looks like it's right at 0.5. Perfect. Negative 0.5. Yeah, it's very cool, Kai Guy. We looked at, I feel like Insane Alpha Beta even posted about it. Dreams is this thing that lets you make art and games on your PlayStation, and unfortunately everything you make is locked in there in terms of using it as a game outside of that platform. It's a bit of a walled garden in quite a significant way, but photogrammetry lets you potentially scan the things in 3D and then get it as a model on your computer, which is pretty cool. Alright, so I don't know if this is gonna work like I want it to, but I've done it. And that's only on that one side, right? I need it on all the sides. So what makes this unique is the Z is negative 0.499, I think. Everything else is the same. So that was ray forward. So let's actually save this. We want to overwrite the existing collision TRES file. Now we're going to go to ray back, and I'm going to change this to a shape cast as well. Load up that. Almost perfect. Actually, it is perfect. It already inherits the 0.5. Beautiful. Just the way I need it. Probably. In theory. I still have to test it. Shape cast. Make the shape. Ray collision. So basically what this is just a very, very, very tiny cone. Well, it's big in one way, but it's very tiny in the other way. That way, it doesn't take up the full size of this. I don't think this is gonna work like I'm imagining it is. Why do I feel like this doesn't actually work? Because if it's still spreading out, isn't it still going to connect once it gets there? I might still have a problem. I think I didn't need to do this. I think I didn't need to do this. Now that I think about it. I think what I needed to do is just make it a little bit smaller so they don't overlap. Like an infinitesimal amount. Yeah. Well, this was very interesting, but I think I don't have to do any of this. We're gonna do a do-over here. Dude, I'm not gonna bother with this wackiness if I don't need to. The classic, oh, I just did that for nothing. Neat. Yeah, it's cool. Exporting it, you can use all thermal over single which in dreams would only be a huge no-no. You can get crazy details and export it all. Yeah, totally. Totally. Alright, so I'm gonna make this very small. 0.001. Super, super small. And then we'll keep this at negative 0.5. But we actually want the size on the X to also be a bit smaller. Right? So that way it's not going to overlap. Now that does mean that there could be some weird issues potentially, but hopefully it doesn't mean that. You know? What if it just doesn't? We're gonna make it 0.9999999. Kinda ridiculous. I think for the Z we can make that 0. Oh no, we do have to make that something. 0.0001. I would think, probably. Okay. Now, I'm actually gonna copy that same shape, and I'm gonna paste it over here. That already looks good. Come to the... Make sure that looks right. Yes. Come to the left. Now that's gonna have to be a little bit different, as you can see now. We're gonna rotate it. Its position does need to change. Oh, right, so X goes to 0 here, I think. And then Z goes to negative 0.5. But wait a minute. Oh yeah, the size. So for the size of the box shape, okay, that's actually already correct, which is good. All right, copy that. Paste it down on this side. We need to change this type to a shape cast. The fact that you say the Frogger game people make has to be SFW is crazy. You'd think that was obvious. Yeah, it's just, you never know, man. Trust me. It's preemptive. To be like, oh, this is not allowed, sorry. And then I've had someone be like, is that really NSFW? Yes, yes it is. Alright, rotate it 90 degrees. We want its position on X to be 0. And here to be 0.5. And then other than that, it should be just fine. I think, maybe? That looks like that could be on the inside. It's a little hard to tell. If I were to make that negative... Oh, it doesn't work okay, so actually that's fine. No, we're good. Okay, good, perfect. So this should be fine. Alright. So these shouldn't overlap. And they should be sufficient for detecting walls. Let's see what happens. I don't even know if it's gonna work. We might get some errors. Trying to assign a value of type shapecast to a type raycast. That'll do it. That will do it. That'll absolutely do it. Alright, so let's change this to shapecast. Save it. See what we got now. Nice. Alright, no errors, but also no more collision. So we need to start visualizing that to understand why it isn't working. So it's a little tricky to debug. So I'm gonna do walls debug. A whole bit made just for that overhead shot. Yeah, it was on the Seinfeld. Function walls debug. I want to say it absolutely was. If ray forward is colliding, print front wall detected. And I guess I'll make this a little bit easier. copy this. It's just kind of ugly and unpleasant, unfortunately. Get rid of that, get rid of that. If I'm surprised I even still remember that. I forget so many things, but that didn't get forgotten. I can do this. I've been training my whole life for this. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it has like a nice homage to arcade gaming, right? Back, left, right. Okay, so let's see if it's even seeing anything, which it may well not be. It doesn't even see it. So it has and is colliding. Perhaps, I actually have no idea. I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't see anything. Maybe the size is too small? Let's make it bigger. So that's just the back one that I made bigger. I don't see it seeing anything. And it was working fine as a normal raycast, but the shapecast not so much. You're convinced I'm a robot? What if I just like cut myself open and just like blood dripped everywhere so you could see? Just kidding. But then you'd probably say I'm a cyborg. I know, I'm working too long. I should stop. I should have stopped. But this is what game jams do to me. This is why I avoid doing long game jams. It's for this very reason. But it's okay. I'll get used to it. I'll deal with it. So why doesn't that see anything? Do I fundamentally misunderstand the way shapecasts work? Is it because I converted it? It's kind of like confused. Yeah, and that's part of what matters. I don't think that's all that's what matters, but it's part of it. I mean, whilst debug is running, we're not having a problem with that. Yeah. But it's just not colliding. Why? Yeah, it's gonna be a whole problem. Well, yeah, I could use some food and some hydration. I think that this is a problem I'll just solve next week. Because I need it, I can't have it be just a single raycast. I could have like a few sticking out. I could just do like several that represent forward, several that represent back, several that are left, and several that are right. I'd rather not. But if it works, like, it could be fine. As long as it's bigger than any object would be, it should always hit. I mean, there's not going to be an obstacle that's smaller than the player, right? Alright, well, I really wanted to experiment with shapecasts, but I can't say I'm very happy with how this is going. I'll tell you what I am going to do, though. I'm going to keep this nice walls debug, because this isn't the first time I've wanted it. And I'm sure it won't be the last. So I'm going to copy that. We're going to undo this. We're just going to backtrack. I'm glad. I've been meaning to explore shapecasts. I just know what it's like to deep dive. Did you eat and stay hydrated? Yeah, no, I didn't. But I will in a second. Testament to your love and passion for game dev, but at the same time, can have too much of a good thing. Yes, that's exactly correct. Agreed. Agreed. I will. I'll stop soon. Last one. Okay, we're gonna come out here. I'm gonna undo all of that. It's all getting undone. I'm not happy with how any of that turned out. So, Undo apocalypse. We're going back to raycasts, baby. It was an experiment worth trying. And maybe someday I'll try it again. Just today happened not to be that day. Whoa, did I run out of undos? Nuts. Alright. That just has to be okay as well. I quit anytime I want? Exactly. Raycast. Okay, it's not quite back to normal. Just one more time. That one's gonna be negative 0.5. Alright. Good, good, good. So we should be back to normal, I think. And then I'm gonna add in that debug I set up because it's pretty useful. Okay. We worry. I don't want you to go, but you're not a Terminator. I know. I know. I'm panicked seeing how much time I don't have. Okay, so now it works really good. We're back to normal. All is normal. And so what I'd want to do is actually world's first month-long game jam done as one solid month-long YouTube stream. Whoa. It's kind of cool. What I'd want to do is I'd actually want to set up multiple of these. So I'd want to like adjust the transform of this. Let's say this is at whatever. What is 1 divided by 3? I don't know. I don't know. One divided by 3.3. Okay. I wasn't supposed to say that. Negative 0.3. What? I can put 1/3 in here? Are you serious? Oh, but I tried to do negative 1/3. That didn't work. That didn't work. That would have been cool though if it did work. I see, you're thinking it would do like 1 divided by 3? And then it would like calculate it for me? Apparently not. But that would be dope if it did work. Huh. It usually works. It probably does, I believe you. I believe you. I'm worried that this is not gonna work though, because see, if it's not right up against the edge, we're gonna have a problem. It's gotta be right there. So I guess make this 0.49. Hey you, yeah, bad person. Why not hit that like button? Picture to okay, the gods. Yeah, that's true. Yes, that's true. You're trying to get me to stop? Okay, so I'm gonna say this is ray forward left. I might refactor this. We're gonna duplicate that, and we're gonna make ray forward right. And then I'm gonna move that to the other side. Is what I do it for you? Forgot. Thank you. I might want one in the center, but probably not. Right? I probably don't need one in the center. So I'm gonna want one for the back as well. It's a lot of raycasts. It's a lot of raycasts. I'm gonna say back left, back right, duplicate this, left, 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 right. That's not confusing at all. Duplicate right, right, left, and right, right. Okay. So then on this one, we do the same kind of thing. Negative 0.49, 0.49. For this one, we're actually going to want to do that on Z. Left doesn't really, well, left. Yeah, this one's left. Did I do that correctly? Right, left, yes. Left, negative 0.49. No, positive 0.49. Positive 0.49. It's a little confusing. Negative 0.49. And then for this one... Now luckily there's no jumping, so we shouldn't have to worry about the vertical positions. 0.49. That's the right, if I'm being honest. Relatively speaking, it's the wrong way around. And then here, we want this to be 0.49. Okay, so now we've created this like raycast box. Hopefully they don't touch. But maybe they do, and I need to fix that. They sure look like they touch. We'll find out. So I'm going to have to set up a few new ones. These are all going to be wrong. So I'm going to have to add in every single one of them. So we're just going to click on all of these and add in an _L. Is the difference between shapecast and areas? Yeah, I probably could just do an area. I guess if there's certain things about raycasts that you like instead of a shapecast, or instead of an area, or whatever. I guess it might come down to preference. I'm not the right one to ask about that question 12 hours into the stream. Maybe if this was a Godot learn-along stream, but you guys didn't vote for that. So but it's a good question. It's a really good question. All right, so we're going to duplicate each of these. I'm sure they have their use cases. You voted for the learn-along? You didn't campaign enough for the learn-along. All right. So now both those exist, but of course it doesn't exist here. So we would want to say, or we also have to refactor all of these. Oops. Refactor all of these to be left. Who wore it best? What? Or. I mean, we are doing a game jam, so yeah, who wore Frogger like best? Copy this. I'm just gonna copy them directly right now. And then we're gonna change all those to R. Okay. Oh, of course, this freaking walls debug. Ay, ay, ay. I guess I want it. It's actually not that bad. I just gotta copy this OR statement, and then we can just paste that right on top. I'll wear Frogger vest. I doubt it. Honestly, although everybody's is good, you guys are gonna have more time to work on it than me. That alone is gonna guarantee that it's not the best. But, of course, it's subjective, so I will take your vote of confidence. All right. Functionality? Maybe. Definite functionality. Now, the real question I have is if we get offset from the grid, do we stay colliding? We do! Oh, yes. Yes, we do. It's working. It's not working. Oh, it's not working on the left here. It's subjective, and as the subjects of the hypergame empire. Left wall detected. Wait, if left wall is detected, why can I move left? Now that just doesn't make any sense. Right wall detected. Oh, but left wall stops getting detected. It doesn't keep printing. So whereas if it sees back wall, look, it's constantly printing back wall. Right wall, it's constantly printing right wall. Front wall, it's constantly printing it. But as soon as we get to left, it's not constantly printing it. Why? I wonder if it's because it's too far in, if that makes sense. Like, since it's overlapping, like it might be overlapping beyond this point. Like it's completely consuming the raycast, so therefore it can't see it on the left. Except while it's interpolating in. It's only during the interpolation that it sees it. But once it settles in, it no longer sees it. What are we gonna do about that? Now I did have the idea of adjusting it based on how offset we are. So I might still want to implement that. I just got to figure out which way do we want to move it. I guess I'd want the left ones. So the way that we're off the grid right now, you can see, right? I would normally be aligned with that block. But I'm not anymore. So I think I'd want the left raycast to move in this way. Right now, if I pull up the player position is -1.65 on the x-axis. You got this. Remember, I'll be here for your next week/work session. All right, good night. Good night, Kai Guy. Wow, I stayed up past Kai Guy? Now I know. Now I know I'm up too late. Good to know, Kai Guy. I can't wait to see you. Take care. Good luck with your own. Thanks for hanging out and supporting the channel as well. I really appreciate that support you give. It means a lot to me. So it's on 0.65 off of the grid. Normally that would be, if I reset it, I would expect that to be like 1. Let's just confirm that that's true. Yeah, so that difference, we would have to subtract its whole number position, and we basically just want to only get the decimal. So we kind of need to like do some stuff. So I guess I'll do that. I guess I'll do that next week. I want to do it now. I have the idea. I want to do it now. But, you know, if we come off this way, let's see if we can get a different result. Same kind of thing. It misses it entirely because we're too deep. And in this case, we would be at 0.683. So I would want to move. I guess we want to say if it's more on the, like, is it above 0.5 or is it below 0.5? And how much below 0.5 or above 0.5 is it? And based on that, move it over some amount. So that's what I'm going to work on when I come back. I want to keep working on it. But, I mean, there's endless things, and I have to model good jam behavior. I have not done that well today because I work so long, but that's all right. That's okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining in on this jam, for hanging out with me. It has been a great pleasure, for helping out in the ways that you guys have helped out. I also really appreciate it. We do have some good stuff. It's do time. We do have some Froggerism set up for my entry, which is pretty cool. We've got an enemy. It does detect if you've bumped into it, and it just prints, hey, I see that you've hit an enemy. Very good. So we can make it kill you another time, probably next week. And then we've got these platforms that we can land on, and it carries us away, which is quite good. But if we fall off the platform, we die, which is exactly what we want. We can go across multiple platforms. We've got this grid-like movement going on, which is super awesome. And we also have walls, although I'm still working on getting them set up to be compatible with going off of the grid. But as you can see, I can't walk into this little block. That's what we're going to use as a wall. And we have the layout, right? We've got exactly the correct amount of rows that Frogger would have. We've got nice interpolated movement in between those as we move in between those rows. We have a section of peril that if you fall off, you die. And then a section where you sit on the ground. Yeah, it's the latest one I think I've done in a long time. Game jams too. I try to tell you guys, this is why I like 1 hour game jams, because I don't adopt these behaviors of constant working. But you know what? Maybe that's just something I need to be challenged to learn. We're able to make platforms of different sizes and tell them to move different directions using export variables. We can also decide if they're moving or not using that same direction stuff. Which is pretty cool, and stuff like that. So, like, that's a lot. Like, this is a lot. This is a lot of a foundation for making it from scratch, and I'm really proud of that. So I look for, we can change the speed as well of each one using export variables. So yeah, so next week, I'm gonna get that collision on offset walls. I'm gonna make sure that's clean, because that's gonna be really important. Otherwise, things are going to be broken, and that's not good. So, other than that, we got plenty of other stuff, obviously, but we're going to find out about that next week. If you guys want to join in on this jam, I'm going to give another reminder, just in case you missed the 10 million reminders. I'm happy to do it. Game Like Jam. There's a link in the description box, and I'll put one in the chat as well. We've got almost 60 people joining in, and who knows if that grows. We'll see how many entries we get. I'm super excited for you guys to even just be hanging out with me while I try to do my own Frogger-like game. The time is ticking. The numbers are decreasing, and I look forward to seeing what you guys come up with. So yeah, I'll be back on Friday for the game jam, 1 hour game jam. That's enough. Did you know we do a whole other jam? There's another jam that happens on this channel. I'm gonna have to get used to saying that because this is the new normal. Only 4 of you are in on that one, but I'm sure that always goes up on Friday. So yeah, we're doing a 1-hour jam this weekend. Maybe I'll see you there as well. Until then, you all take care of yourselves. If you're watching it now or after the stream, hyper smash that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. If you haven't liked the stream, you might as well. You might as well. Oh, it looks like shapecasts and areas are generally very similar. The main distinction is that area has a bunch of extra functionality you might not need, like audio controls, gravity, and others. Oh, very interesting. Now we know. All right, so hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. We will see Andres. That is exactly correct. If you're watching it after the stream, hello. Thank you for making it this far. I really appreciate it. If you want to see the next time that I work on a game jam stream, you can tap or click in the bottom right. There's not going to be anything on the left because this is the first one. But the next time I work on this jam, tap or click here and you'll be able to go check it out. And yeah, I really do hope that I see you there. All right, good night, y'all.